share the highest rated status. All sitting at a 1.08 rating is Plopsky, Rest, and Forest. Now, just followed by Lekru, who's sitting at a 1.05, and then Twist, he's sitting at 0.92. So they're really, really close. They don't have a superstar on this team. They don't have one guy who's stepping up and basically carrying the team over the finish line. This is a unit that is trying to work together. And judging by the stats, they've been doing, okay so far. Yesterday against Na'Vi, that was a rough matchup, but let's be honest, it is against Na'Vi, and they're playing well, Christine.
They are, and I like that you mentioned these stats being so close together because you're absolutely right. They are a unit. And speaking of this man on your screen here, Plopsky, what a year he has had so far. Coming from that Ancient, competing in Opens here in the earlier year, and then all of a sudden joining a almost broken NIP and expected to do great things. And so far, he has delivered. I mean, in that server, he looks confident. He's not, sometimes with a youngster coming in that's fundamentally sound, they can sometimes turtle up and not really have as much impact trying to achieve that perfect CS, but Plopsky, he has been delivering.
Plopsky here, and it looks like he's here to stay. This is not his first trip to Malmö, and neither is it for the other side as we start to talk about Fnatic. Now, this team coming in here, a Swedish house that, well, not so much more than a Mafia.
No, but it's a very interesting lineup, let's be honest. This is a unit of players who have before been together. They've won tournaments. There's one that sticks out to my mind. That was the Katowice 2017, I believe, where flusha just took over a game on train and basically won it single-handedly for Fnatic. Now, bringing in flusha, bringing in Gold into this lineup, I think that's a good move long-term, but I still think it's a little bit too early to see where the real potential of this Fnatic lineup is. You have a guy like Brolan in there. He's a youngster, and he's doing, he's doing fine, but he's not up there still. And then you have the main star. We already talked a little bit about him, Crims, right? He is the gem to this Fnatic lineup. He is the guy that can take them from let's say, a top 10 team, and if he's playing well, they can basically beat anyone, because this guy on the screen right here, he is one of the very best in his role, and he's one of the most consistent rifles that I've ever had the chance to play against.
He definitely is, and I mean, on this Fnatic lineup, all of them have got kind of livened up this weekend. I mean, we even saw JW going for knives. He's up to his normal shenanigans, and that kind of breeds that sort of confidence. I mean, when you're going for knives and you're going for the crazy plays that we know JW is so good at, his teammates can really rally behind that, gain that confidence, understand, hey, my teammate's going kind of crazy over there, and kind of live up to that expectation. So I think it's really nice to see from the Fnatic side.
Yes, we're going to take a look at both sides. We're actually going to pit them head-to-head right next to each other, and it's going to be that of Fnatic and Nip, showcasing two players right here that we've picked out for a head-to-head. And ultimately, it's going to come a little bit down to the AWP.
And that is a cool head-to-head right there. Trist, he used to play for Fnatic, right? He's an ex-teammate of these guys. Now he's on NIP. Now he's trying to find his own career path, right? This is a guy that many thought back in the days, a year ago, 2 years ago, that he was one of the brightest talents within the Swedish Counter-Strike scene. A guy that many times have been asked to join NIP, but he opted to play with his friends instead. Now he finally got into Fnatic. He finally took that step over. He didn't really perform well, right? Now he's coming into NIP. It hasn't been looking so good for him so far in this tournament, but there's no doubt when it comes down to skill, Trist is one of the most skilled players within the Swedish Counter-Strike scene, and so is JW. That AWP duel, that's going to be instrumental to who takes, I wouldn't necessarily say the victory, but who sets the tone of the game and sets the pace of the game as well.
Yeah, and I gotta say, these are two kind of opposite styles of play. I mean, you mentioned that Twist has been kind of quiet coming into this weekend, and I gotta agree with you. I mean, this is kind of his last leg. This is his last leg to stand on. He's got to prove himself this weekend. He's got to put up those numbers, and he's got to show impact.
Let's put up some numbers right now. I know that everybody's just getting situated out there in Malmö. I know that they're just getting sit down inside of the arena. So first and foremost, I just want to say right off the top, before these two put their neck out there, good morning, good afternoon, and I can't wait to get this Swedish derby underway. Now for you two, let's get our own in-house derby underway when it comes down to predictions. We're going to start with you, Christine.
You know, I love the story that NIP is bringing to the arena this weekend. I love where Plopsky is being, but I have to put my vote with Fnatic. I think these guys are looking very sharp this weekend, so I'm going with Fnatic.
If I had to choose, which I guess I have to, I'd also go with Fnatic. I do think it's going to be a close matchup. There's something to be said about having two domestic teams going up against each other. All these players on the server, a lot of them have played with and against each other for years, so they know each other well in and out, some may even say in Trace. So it's going to be one of those games that is going to be close, down to the nitty-gritty, down to the narrow. If I had to pick a winner, I'm going to go with Fnatic. But let's not forget, the last time these two teams played was at IEM Sydney, and there was a game, went over 3 maps, and there was 5 overtimes in total. Fnatic ended up winning. So I could imagine some of the same scenario playing out here, but I'm going to go with Fnatic.
Yeah, I think you guys are onto something, but what you're not doing appropriately is crowd pandering, because these people love the ninjas in pajamas. And guess what? I love the ninjas in pajamas. Can they beat Fnatic? Who knows? But I'm going to pick Nip anyway. It's a heart pick rather than a brain one. I can tell you that right now. I can also tell you that we're ready to get this quarterfinal started. We're going to be starting off on Fnatic's pick of Dust 2 with our commentators. Let's head over to them right now and see what they're up to. It's Henry G and the Machine.
Thank you so much, Stunner. Yes, this is quite a bargain. I think we've struck with Malmö.
Yes.
We promise good Counter-Strike. We're not saying it's going to be the world's best, but right now, there is nothing I'd rather see on Swedish soil than this derby, right?
This is so much more than just any usual quarterfinal. It's two iconic organizations once again on the big stage, on home soil, looking to prove who will be the next king of Sweden at this stage. They're two huge names, Alex, and it's unclear as to who will win, both with new, fresh lineups, looking sharp. They've taken down some good opposition on their way and both playing fantastic Counter-Strike. It really is going to be a bit of an anomaly, though. No one knows what to expect. No. Who's going to crack under the pressure, especially in front of the home crowd? Yeah,
I mean, that does definitely play a factor. I love the Plopsky storyline. For those uninitiated, the desk did cover it, but seeing him not only watch NIP lift the trophy in what was a dream event run, now NIP looking to replicate that same success here in 2019. He's got the NIP jersey on. And speaking of jerseys, it's worth mentioning, of course, Twist. He wasn't that long ago wearing the Fnatic one. Now playing for the Ninjas and providing them that consistent AWPing presence that's a new addition to the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be such an exciting battle going on here. So many storylines, so many different roster transfers, and they've both played under the banners separately. It's going to be very interesting to see who will be performing, who will be stepping up. We've got Crims looking red hot in the previous games here, setting records, looking like his old self. That's a massive storyline for them.
Yeah, top 3 of all time ADR. It was into the 200s. It's madness. And of course, if you are interested in the man on your screens there, Brolin, another youngster rising through the ranks. We got to, of course, meet one of the up-and-coming on the stage with Get Right and Frank to start things off, but there's so many more of them, and Brolin's an example of a couple of steps further down that line, down that path to professional player. Counter-Strike purist as well, Counter-Strike Global Offensive purist. Those youngsters haven't had to transfer from different games. Of course, quite the opposite could be said for Forrest, who's still putting in the in-ears right now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he can do here. The last remaining legend of the original NIP lineup, and it's going to just be interesting to see how he can perform here. He let himself down over in the Berlin Major, and now with the new look NIP, looks to have found some form again. He's found that kind of level we're expecting from him.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it all. It pieces together. It makes a whole lot of sense. Another man on your screens now, Golden. In-game leader and praised for it, played for the Fnatic roster before. I mean, they've been in and out, shaking it all about for a while, trying to find the right concoction, but it does seem like many would have considered Golden to be a name that was a must-have on that list. I'm seeing fist bumps. It's likely we could be jumping into the first round of play. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 legacy Counter-Strike names meet in the playoffs on home soil. Swedish Counter-Strike has lost its luster, but now rejuvenated rosters readying for redemption on Dust 2.
Let's make some noise, Malmö! 2 Swedish teams locking horns once again on the big stage. Who will be making their way towards the semi-final? We're right into the action here. It'll be a CT start for Fnatic. NIP with a slow approach here. Going to be kicking things off with their approach towards long. Basic control has been found. They do have their 2 smokes for the cross, a Molotov for the bomb site, and then a flashbang for CT spawn. The only player towards the A side right now is going to be Golden. JW and Flusher focusing on the mid control from short themselves. All 5 players now for NIP towards the long pit position. They're going to have to throw their smokes now. It's going to be a full commitment. They cannot fall back off this one. It's Rez to watch out for the flanks and Forrest to make first contact toward the A bomb site here.
You'd be right to look out for the flank as well. It's something JW is considering. Some sporadic shots from Golden do not connect. First damage taken by Plopsky now. Starting off the quarterfinal with a 5v5 after plant. I can't believe it. Normally, early bloodshed. Flushing does go low.
Here we go then, the bomb planted, a perfect position for NIP. It's exactly what they wanted, a 5-on-5 situation. No damage taken, a headshot thrown towards Flush's direction, but JW answer back in due course. It's now advantage Fnatic. They do have a kit on the back of Golden, and now the retake will begin. It's going to be exchanging of blows here, but Fnatic have a 4-on-2 lead. It's down to Twist and Lekra to pull this one off.
It's going to be hard from Ramp, gets shut down, and now just Twist. The plant. And the defuse coming in. Oh my goodness, it wasn't far off. Had he taken JW, he had a real shot. He had the line onto Crims, but Fnatic with no kit, no worries. They'll find the first here in Malmö.
Well, there it is. A lovely retake there from Fnatic. No panic. And they managed to come back into the 5-on-5 in a post-plant situation with no problem whatsoever. And it's going to be round 2 coming in with the bomb planted, a few kills found. NIP do have the option to force buy into this second with a couple of AKs, potentially 3 in total. And that's exactly what they're going to do here. Looking to answer back straight away. It's going to be 2 AK-47s, Plopsky on the UMP. And we'll see Another Electro can open things up there. Another Galil comes out as well. That's in the hands of Twist. They've got a very interesting buy going into this next round. No Krieg, but plenty of firepower to work with, that's for sure. Bomb down towards T-Spawn for now, and they enter a default setup. Don't want to fire any bullets here, Alex. I want to make sure they keep this a bit of a secret. Don't want to give up the fact that they've fully invested into this one. You can see 3 MP9s on the Fnatic side, 2 M4s, Crims and JW to do most of the heavy lifting here.
They have their objective. Don't want to spoil the fun. Let them know how many rifles are coming into this. With the 5v5 bomb down, they're at least going to have an inkling. Divided, 2 doors, too long. And starting their advance, JW, he has Golden tucked in on that bin. It's often overlooked. We've seen multi-kills from that corner before. JW going to try and draw them in. Somewhat of an off angle taken for now. 50 seconds on the clock, still not a bullet fired.
Well, the bomb towards long. Golden at the blue bin position. Twist and Rez to try and open things up. Mid-control granted towards the Ninjas. Plopsky and Electro suggesting this will be a B split at this stage. They might not check this blue bin towards long. This is where the play really comes through. It will be Rez to take down Golden. That's where the action's happening. It will be now the bomb making its way towards the A side. Flasher to defend. He's only got the MP9 in hand. NIP have a huge lead here and think better of pushing towards long. And a single interaction there. Twist is going to join his teammates here. So the fake that it started off with is actually going to be where they end up. Flasher to rotate through. There's only 10 seconds remaining.
Phew! Sigh of relief.
They almost gave that one up. There was no time to plant on that one. That could have been very dicey indeed.
10 seconds and he takes the fight with the bomb on his back. That's ballsy. Could really have backfired. We'll see that again on the B take. He does get the initial frag he was hoping for, but then even more. With the UMP committing to that spray, Plopsky with 3 as he finished off Flasher before things spiraled.
Well, it will have to be a forced fight in response. NIP almost gave that one up. It was a perfect play. They had such a lead, but wasted too much time. But still, they managed to pull off the round. No harm, no foul, that's for sure. CZs, Deagles, P250s on the Fnatic side. Another default here from NIP, this time with 5 rifles. Twist with the Krieg. They didn't pull out the AWP just yet. They know they're up against just the pistols here. Fnatic do have a small chance of pulling this one off, but it will take a few mistakes from the NIP side. They're normally very good in anti-eco setups, or anti-force buys in this case.
How many games have we cast where that second round with the bomb down is such a threat, Fnatic?
Oh, yes.
Do fall foul to it as well. The Ninjas converting off of their rifles. Despite the loss in the first, JW, he's tucked in. He wants to have that element of surprise with the sidearm, but Forest likely to clear. You can see how meticulous he's being already. Has managed to dissuade you, JW. Just a couple of bullets, bringing him down just below half.
The A-bomb side actually completely open at this point. If NIP make their way up towards short, Golden and Flusher are currently patrolling the long position. They won't be able to do anything about that plant. They're putting a lot of faith that NIP won't go into a default approach here. Once again, the clock becomes an issue. We're getting to the 35-second mark here, so they need to get the skates on, need to establish control of the A side if possible. They've got 3 players there with the bomb. 25 seconds now, still with a couple of flashbangs and smokes. They are going to commit to this with the smokes going down and a push towards middle. No frag found from JW, and the CZ unable to deliver just yet, but Red certainly can. He makes his way towards long, confirms that's where the players are. They should have a clean run at the bomb side now.
They certainly should. Rifle for Golden, though, after his great trade. Oh, and jumping, he finds it. JW 5
Could be
seconds.
enough.
Can they get on the bomb? Forest, he's got it in his hands. I think he has time, so now bomb will go down, but Fnatic, they are making this one so difficult. Lekro looking to relieve some of the pressure. He's going to be pushed himself, and actually has to be precise. Finds the head of Brolin. 2 remain. Golden and Crim starting to group up, and the rifle does nothing for him. Crims, I think he can get that up, especially if he gets this frag. It's good, not good enough. With 1 HP, Forest converts, and NIP find their second.
That was a little bit too close once again. Planting the bomb with 6 seconds against the pistol there. The jump shot from CT Spawn, that could have denied everything. A second later, he actually probably wins the round on that kill alone. Forest, luckily, thinking fast on his feet, managing to scramble the bomb towards the side. And Lekro, he saved the day. That was amazing from him. Very controlled and very calm under pressure there. NIP will take the lead 2-1 as they make their way out towards long. Should be a guaranteed frag for Twist here. Very assertive play as he has two more players in front of him, looking to close the gap here. He's got the advantage in more ways than one. Positional control and the Krieg in hand. Nothing invested by the CTs at this time, and Crims he'll be focusing his efforts towards middle. If they even get a couple of frags at this stage, I'll be impressed. NIP with 4 players towards long. Nice headshot towards Rez, who probably goes down at this point. That's an AK given away.
Whether or not it'll be given for free is a different question, though, because Lekro was rotating towards T-spawn. He thought better of it. Now shots from Brolin, down to just 2. He won't be able to pressure for now. They're doing so much with these pistols, Henry. Every round seems like it's full of strife. The B site has been cleared by Lekro, though, and that's perhaps false information, given Brolin's long push route towards low tons.
NIP are giving them way too much respect in these sort of rounds. It doesn't take anything of a crazy fake or a lurk required, to be honest with you. This is a risk of another gun being given away, but luckily Fnatic haven't recovered that initial rifle. Golden and Brolin very low indeed, and another frag found. They're taking so many solo plays, and not a big fan of it myself. NIP should still win the round, but they're giving Fnatic a little window of opportunity here, as we'll see Twist make his way towards the A side. One more kill might actually do it. It's more damage inflicted towards Twist. They are starting to crumble here.
They've got no HP. Why does this feel so hard? Another one, Brolin, onto Twist. They're all so low. Damage, and another one dropping, and this time in favor of NIP. With 20 seconds, though, that bomb has to go down, and they know it. A good shot would keep them suppressed. That's enough, though. Plopsky just needs one more. It's down to Golden. He's already hit 1. No HP with this AK. He picked it up to start it off. And Fnatic, a full eco victory. That is quite the statement to make early.
Yeah, that's a full-on crumble from NIP, I'm afraid. Sure, great work from Fnatic to make the USPs work, but you can see NIP not expecting any sort of pushes there, caught in positions by themselves, no trade potential, trying to go for a big backstab as well. When you've got the AK alone, that's just too much risk to take. If Lekro doesn't do that and stays with his teammates, more often than not going to win that, like a 90% chance they're going to just take it, no problem at all, but they're overthinking these situations. They're making this too complicated, and that's going to take the wind right out of their sails. That was not a good round.
You just, I mean, sometimes you do just have to forget about it. There's nothing you can say in that timeout to bounce back. You just simply have to completely regret, immediately process, and forget. That's what you got to do. That's how the professional world of Counter-Strike is going. Mental fortitude, we talk about it a lot, and some of the world's best truly are unwavered after conceding rounds like that. To be honest, the world's best probably don't concede rounds like that.
Well, remember, a few of these players not exactly mainstays on the big stage. A few younger faces now in both teams, but that simply isn't good enough. They need to work out how that's going wrong and what they can do to change things going forward, shake those nerves off as we enter round number 5 here. NIP will force back after losing to the full eco there. That does not bode well for their confidence, that's for sure. Just to a very open map, and Twist does find a nice opening frag towards long. That's going to be Flusher removed from the equation. Nice shot. He's actually sat on 0-5 right now, unable to really get going in his quarterfinals so far. 2 Kriegs, AWP for Twist, and he will be taken down by JW, who has the audacity to face towards T-spawn. He does get legged in the process, but gives them a 4-4 to work with now.
And the AWP now in the hands of Forest. Picked that up from the loss of Twist earlier. I think it was actually the Krieg swap. But NIP, we've seen this a couple of times watching their Dust 2 on their path. Even before the roster changes, they do tend to fall into the default very comfortably. Smoke arrives around the 60-second mark.
Problem is now for NIP, they only have a single flashbang remaining. If they want to go for a B split here, they'll be exposed towards the CT spawn position. Plopsky gets himself in position towards the Cubby towards the mid hole, and that's going to be stopping transitioning players from the B bomb site. I assume his teammates will make their way towards A. It'll be Golden, though, patrolling the short steps. He's got M4 in hand. Flash round is absolutely spot on, but he can't find the shot. Lekro manages to deny that, recovers the M4A4. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 in favor of the Ninjas here. Still need to make their way towards the site, but that's currently open. JW falling back towards CT spawn. He might just be wanting to hold on to the rifle at this point, or the AWP in his case. Bomb to be planted, no problem. Once again, down to the minutiae of the round. 10 seconds remaining, but they are going for the retake here. That should be a frag for Plopsky, but Brolan, they'll absolutely destroy him there with a headshot.
I would say now there's a chance. Fnatic, though, low. Off could get a bit hot for Forest in on Goose. Bomb half gone. Do have a kit on 2 members of Fnatic if they continue now advancing. JW will be there to try and trade. Back and forth they go. Lekkra's only going to get one on the defense. Brolin, has he done enough? Rez remains. He's going to have to go further. He's got the kit. He's going to have to shoot through the box. It's a free defuse. It's another round for Fnatic.
This looks so disjointed from NIP, Alex. You can see there's some nerve issues going on. This is not a team that's up for it right now. Fnatic can't believe their luck, I don't think. The fact that they're getting these opportunities to get closer and closer towards a bomb site, shots being missed, frags you'd think were guarantees for the NIP considering their setup, their crossfires. That was fantastic work from Brolin overall. Managed to steal 3 frags for himself there. Very impactful ones as well. Defusing the bomb, you can see there was no position that Rez could even get close to that bomb to deny the defuse there. Communication a little bit off. Losing to the full eco is going to be resonating in their minds at this point. We'll see whether the next round, with 1 Krieg save in the previous, will lead them to any success. Fnatic already had an eco victory. NIP will have to replicate that. Averaging $3,000 per player. Rez could drop his deagle, I suppose. That's about as good as it gets for them if they want to invest anything into this round. They'll take a tactical timeout, their first so far in this quarterfinal.
A tactical timeout after losing against the full eco and then losing a bomb-down scenario with equal numbers.
Yeah, it didn't really look like they had a chance towards the end of it. Full defuse was very comfortable indeed. And it is going to be a partial investment here. So deagles, and they've got 1 smoke and a flashbang. And they're sending 4 players towards the tunnels. Twist with the bomb towards T spawn. Now, I would assume they're going to be smoking towards B and then flashing through, seeing what they can do with this one. But they've been operating so slowly so far. This is not really in line with today's game on Dust 2. A lot of teams picking at the pace and pushing through middle quickly. We saw lots of that recently over in New York. But this is a very traditional approach from NIP. Just going for defaults, dissecting the map, short control, basic execution. We'll see if they can find any success here. Pressure really is on towards Rez. Incendiary will flash one of the players out here. Golden doesn't want to be anything to do with this one. Not worth the risk. That's how you should be playing. If you're alone, just let them have that position. It's not a bomb site. You want to make sure there's no chance they can recover a rifle and have a chance going forward.
Seeing how that can spiral in 5 rounds of play alone. Preparing for the assault, they do have the hard hitter in Rez. He is their golden goose. Protect the president. Thank you. I'm here all week. Gonna have the first fight. You know, there's that Krieg in play from that round prior, and now it's the breathing fire converted. No, it's not. Forest, a huge scout to take. Now they can continue their advance. The bomb will be coming from Plopsky, or will it? Trims eliminated on the push. This is much better from the Ninjas.
Yeah, that's much more controlled. You can see they've got coordination and objective in mind. They had the 1 smoke. They used it to its full advantage there. The timings couldn't be better, and they're waiting for the reaction as well. That's what Dust 2 CT side's all about. If you lose a position like middle, you can beat the split coming in. Crims trying to push towards the tunnels. That was a perfect play from him, but they're ready for it. The deagle headshot comes through. Round guaranteed, and NIP finally looking like themselves at that stage. We will see a clean sweep pretty much at this point. We're going to have 5 players surviving the NIP side. Fnatic will have no choice but to fall back as they confirm the victory here. It's going to be 3-3 overall. A much needed round there from the Ninjas. Sure, the scoreline looks close right now, but the rounds they've lost have been disastrous.
Yeah. Forest frag with that Desert Eagle just gave them a way in immediately. Brolin taking what he considered to be a safe fight. Forest, well, he changed his definition of safe very quickly. Not bad, as my ears get a little warm. And the bomb will equalize. It's going to be NIP 3, Fnatic the same. Map 1 of this quarterfinal. Let's see it from his POV. Damn, crispy.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. And this is where Crims tries to reclaim territory. He's going to go down with just the MP9 in hand when they come through the doors and window. Tries to get tunnels control, but they're ready and waiting. Here we go, then. This game's starting to warm up. We level things down to 3 apiece. And the AWP still in the hands of JW. They saved 3 weapons from the previous round. They don't fully invest into this next one. Flasher will make do with the CZ and Kevlar. They do have decent utility, a few kits as well. JW will have to step up, though. Are they going to boost him towards short? He's currently there alone, as Flasher will drop down towards CT spawn. Very traditional angle will be Molotov'd off, flashbanged, and it's difficult to make that frag work. But ever though the player to do it, JW will probably be up there.
Yeah, for sure, especially given that it does seem to be his redemption song here in Malmö. For Fnatic, everyone, Ninjas too, back to some of their old tricks. JW has been playing some retro JW Counter-Strike and looking to continue to do that and carry it on here in the quarterfinals.
Interested to see if NIP are going to start changing things up in terms of the pacing towards the mid stages of this T side. Been very slow and methodical so far. Dissecting towards short. JW though can hit the footsteps and nails the shot. He didn't even have vision there. Forest will be removed, and it is going to be a 5 versus 4 now. Fnatic start to fall back, trying to run the clock down to the best of their ability. 45 seconds remaining now. JW repositioning towards middle. Great awareness from Twist. He anticipates it, and it will be a 4-on-4. Time again, running low. Smoke towards the B site. Bomb though, situated towards short. Plopski trying to open things up as we get lower and lower on the clock.
Again.
Golden holding towards long, and that's actually the only player at the A side. Flusher actually in CT spawn at this stage.
NIP are going to give me a heart attack. 20 seconds, they have to commit. It's all in. Cards are on the table, and the T's are towards the site. Let's see how they handle it. For now, Flusher, he's using that smoke to his advantage. He's only got the CC, hoping for someone to drop CT. Now, good angle for Plopski, can't convert. 8 seconds, the bomb needs to go down. That's Twist. To make that happen, Rez, in the meantime, does win the battle on long. That's Golden eliminated and pressure relieved. And I think that might just be the save call, if not the reposition. Yeah, it does look like it. The Ninjas, they run that clock down, but they run that bomb site over.
I feel like Fnatic were expecting the mid play once again there. Had Flusher been in position for the jump shot once again with the CZ, that could have been the difference maker once more. It was about 6 seconds remaining for the plant. It goes down, no problem. They did have a bodyguard this time, so it would have been avoided, I think, but still, it was a scary moment for sure. NIP, though, with 4 players surviving, they managed to fend off the partial investment here. Fnatic saving 3 weapons before. We'll try and do the same again, this time losing a rifle, but they do have the AWP in the hands of Crims this time after JW was struck down. NIP now will have the lead on the T side here of Nuke. Remember, this is the pick of Fnatic. We move on to Nuke next, where NIP will look to sink their teeth in. A map that Fnatic don't really play that much, and with the new lineup, might not be ready for it.
JW's words in that interview, we're better.
Well, they both said that, to be fair. It wasn't the most inspired interviews, I have to say.
No, I mean, Swede's trying to do trash talk. It is a gentlemanly handshake as far as it goes.
They did try.
Plopski, though, going to try as well to get out fast on long. He stands his ground after having the AWP fired in his direction.
See both teams giving each other a lot of respect here. We haven't seen many aggressive pushes from Fnatic. You'd expect that their sort of playstyle, their history, they would be up for this, pushing offshore, making a nuisance of themselves. They seem a lot more subdued these days. See the AWP for JW once more. Position in a similar territory towards that short position, holding for the initial frag here. It's going to be Brolan with the M4 towards the B bomb site. And then the pistol players all kind of dotted around CT spawn and middle. NIP need to make sure they do not have solo plays here. No flanks required, just go together. And the ball makes his way through T-spawn back towards the B bomb site potentially. Plopski just crouching past the T-spawn crossover. It'll be Lekro now just to investigate the long position, try and work out where the AWP is situated. JW still towards short, but Flusher, Crimson Golden start to encroach in that position. They're trying to hunt for information themselves. They've got nothing to work with here. As we said, a very disciplined and slow game so far. So this is a bit of a fake towards long. Bombs in B tunnels. So Rez and Lekro firing off shots, spamming off towards the car. They've taken vision away with the smokes. They're going to leave one player there in the pit. He'll go for a backstab eventually, but here comes the final play. Bomb towards B. They're walking into the Lion's Den though. Where's the trade potential? 1 by 1. It will be too easy for him. It's not really calculated, it's not controlled, and that round should fall apart by virtue of the clock once again.
That is stunning work from Brolan. Admittedly, NIP on a silver platter, they serve up one fight after the other. Not overwhelmed in any stretch of the imagination, he just holds the line.
Yeah, that simply was just underwhelming from an IP. So yeah, great work from Brolan, but look at the time he's got to reset and position himself. Knowing the clock's low, he's holding that car position. Great shots by him. Very calm, but NIP needed to be quicker. The positioning, the pacing was just off. And we get into a 4-4 situation. Fnatic pull one back. They go into a double AWP setup now. JW and Crims. Now we're starting to pick up the pace. Lekro's had enough. He's going to push out towards long, but down he goes. CT's out full control of this position. And that's a weapon given away and a life. They'll have to fall back into a default now. What's the reaction? Flashing towards the mid doors. They'll be smoking CT spawn quickly. Flusher, though, anticipates this, drops the preemptive incendiary and pushes them right back. They'll have to slow things down once again.
The one time Lekro considers some aggression, there are 3 CTs there to greet him on long. Quite the welcome party. Grim's lovely connection, managing to eliminate Rez before Twist could get himself posted up. Keeps things in full favor of Fnatic. Flusher has managed to extend things, puts Forest and Plopski in dire straits. He's going to catch the edge of the smoke, and Forest with a frag as well. They've got a shot at this, although it may be minimal. Oh, we can see the barrel. And Crims not going to be too threatened. Just get the frag, leaves Forest 1 versus 3. Bomb's in his grasp, or at least just in front of him. A stone's throw away. Golden's going to be providing some supportive utility as Crims looks to finish things off. Forest, that's one headshot. That's two headshots. 3 in the round from Forest here on Swedish soil. He's been flying the Swedish flag for Counter-Strike for oh so many years and still doing it. Can he come up clutch? Round 9, JW left. He has the bomb. He has the bomb site, but doesn't have the information. JW is an unknown entity.
This is nice from JW now. He knows there's only 2 points of access here. Where he stays and remains in the B bomb site or leaves through lower BO3 spawn. He's now watching the latter from the bottom of mid doors here. Forest doesn't want to overthink this one. Needs to make sure that he has intel. He can confirm B's clear at this point. He's checked every position. His only threat now will be towards the tunnels, but that's actually incorrect because JW is walking towards the window right now. Forest is assuming that he's there at that stage. Will make a little bit of noise, and that might be enough here for JW, and indeed it is. A little bit too easy for him. Perfectly played by the wonder child of Sweden. It's going to be a lead now for Fnatic. They'll go 5-4 here. Forest did everything he could, walks in towards the side, confirms it's clear, but just didn't have the information. Maybe waited a little bit too long and gave JW too much room to wiggle with there. Great anticipation, and it will be Forest with that wonderful play towards the B bomb site. He gets them into a position where they can actually get the bomb down, maybe have some money going forward, and will they invest once again? It looks like they absolutely will, but there will be compromises here. 2 AKs, 1 Krieg, Deagle's armor for Lekro and Rez. So no AWP in the hands of Twist here. We'll see whether he can perform with the scoped rifle instead.
Lovely play from JW, still reflecting on his positioning there. It completely baffled Forest. Assumed he would have to be close, otherwise he's going tunnels. It's a safe assumption most of the time. JW, though, playing 4D chess, 5D backgammon. I don't care what you're calling it.
I like that one. Let's stay with that.
Okay. Round 10, map 1, quarterfinal. Number 1 here in Malmö.
This stage. We've got 2 players outside the long position. Forest deploying smokes towards CT spawn, trying to provoke some sort of reaction here. Flusher and Brolan to control that territory, firing off bullets and suggesting they shouldn't be coming through those mid doors because they are already waiting, trying to push them up towards the A side where JW is positioned with his AWP. So, like I said, you can Molotov the position, you can flash it. What will NIP go for here? They do challenge. Dry, actually. Don't want to telegraph their intentions. There will be the commitment. How has Forest hit that shot?
That's just completely ridiculous. It was like something out of fiction. A great start. Rez being pressured, though. It's a hard shot to hit. Will just cut down the health of the CTs on the approach. 25 seconds. Where's that bomb? Twist. Gonna be trying to plan for long. Great connection from Lekro's Deagle. That should be it. Rifle will be picked up for Lekro, but in the meantime, JW finding Forest on long. Let's not forget, no armor in play for Lekro. That short rifle can be forced off, but now with JW falling, it puts all the pressure on Crims. Not much longer, though. NIP, that's one of the more believable and winnable rounds from the get-go.
Well, there it is, a force buy in with 3 rifles, and it's Forest. I don't even know how he spotted that player. Look at it, 1 bullet just flicks over. I don't think he can even believe it. As he manages to make his way towards long as well, Forest is really up for this one. You can see his aim is just pinpoint precise. As we get ourselves down towards the T-spawn drop, you're going to see a faster approach towards the mid doors potentially here, go towards short as well. See which way they're inclined as Twist will deploy a Molotov towards the middle doors. Blobsky not slowing down whatsoever, looking to take down his full eco once again. They cannot give up a rifle by itself at this stage. That was the mistake they made before, and they got ran over for it. Need to frag out together, and it's happening again here, Alex. Blobsky does manage to get the first, but down to 6 HP. That was dangerously close, and Rez will make up for it. There we go. Should be confirmed at this stage. No problem at all.
A much better approach against the full eco. That over-respect they were presenting before is no longer a problem. Plopsky just charging up short. Great work from Rez as well, finding himself the double kill. Not again, Fnatic. They will not find repeated success with just the USPs, but one, I mean, that's the Hail Mary already.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You can see NIP starting to get a little more comfortable now. Faster strategies deployed, is sticking together. Got a little bit dangerous there with the USP from Kaba. Plosky survives, manages to make light work of it in the end. A buy here for Fnatic, but a laboured one. You can see them pushing off now, trying to find that first frag. They've at least got a trade here, but it's going to be advantage for the Ninjas. 4 versus 3. A force buy here from Fnatic. They had to try and get that first pick. They had to try and surprise their enemy. MP9s, pistols pushing off towards shore. They still have a FAMAS in the hands of Brolan. JW on the AWP. Plopsky will nade towards short. Flush up, single hold towards the A site. He needs a bit of intel here. He needs to apply pressure. Hasn't got the weapon to hold off the site completely on his own. He chooses short, smokes it off and gets closer towards the steps. And JW with a passive hold towards middle.
NIP, low clock situations, very iconic duo. Plopsky's burning, he's burning significantly. Wow, majority of his health lost with just the spread of the flame. A flash enables Plopsky to get some of that mid-control, combined with the smoke as well. JW and Flush are both forced off, at least to a more passive hold. Sends JW into B. And a similar game plan, actually, from NIP. Look at this, Lagro, using that dribble smoke. They've thrown it a couple of times and not pushed out. Now, looking to catch them off guard. 2 to find. JW's keeping his teammates safe, but a missed shot. They can't expose any more on the B site now. Oh, back to turn. Bomb is dropped. This looks like Fanatics all over. Plopsky, he's low. Sent lower by Flusher, leaping off the box.
Yeah, Lekro keeps trying to initiate these solo plays, and when they have advantages as well, I'm not a big fan of it. It's not working out for him at all. I think he needs to avoid that if possible. Time, going to run out again. No chance of even plant here. Rez will get out, but he can't plant. The round's done, and he craters as well. Really quite awkward towards the end there from NIP.
Oh, it's just not what you want to see.
Yeah, that's the second time now Lekro has tried to push things and make an opening himself. I like the idea, but it's just not working out for him. And that's a low buy win after losing the initial trade as well. Fnatic will pick it up due to NIP scrambling towards the end. They're waiting way too long to commit to these bomb sites, especially against these low buys as well. They should be asserting their dominance, Alex. They should be patrolling the server, applying pressure. That is not doing any of that. They've had some successful rounds with some very woeful ones as well. As we'll see, round 13 come through. Pressure now on the NIP side of things. They have a Deagle in the hands of Plopsky, 3 AKs and a Krieg as JW continues to find his confidence towards short. This time a bit more of an aggro position. Looking for anyone walking up towards that spot. Maybe a B play here. Players making their way back towards the tunnels. Lekro went down here before. This time the AWP in front of him is going to be in the hands of Crims. Triple smoke deployed. Will take slide vision away. Has he got the gap still? I believe he has. He must do, considering he fires that shot. No connection. Gives up the fact the AWP's on that side of the map. Do they want to continue here?
Double AWP in play as well, so perhaps false expectations if they're not ready for it. JW bringing his, once again, consistently towards the hold of short. NIP, catwalk, no problem, but beyond that, there is the crosshairs of JW. Brollant training his on mid doors. They start to group up, no pressure initially applied. That's a perfect pop flash, but Brollant manages to cower away. The Molotov will force the fight. No, it won't, doesn't bounce off. It lands on the shelf. Lekro.
They're doing it again. 30 seconds here. It's going to be another scramble towards the side with one flash available to them.
Oh, here we go. Smoke deployed and a big leap in towards CT. Twist is going to try his luck, but Brollant feeling luckier. Great shot from JW, leaves just 3. 20 seconds as well. They can't do anything. Lekro perhaps has a chance. Rez will not have time to thoroughly clear long as it comes to this fight. Flush up, looking to close the door. Just Rez, 10 seconds. It's going to be another for Fnatic.
Yeah, the shots are landing for an IP. Nothing wrong in the aim department at all. It just seems like they're doing way too tentative with their approach, I would say. They're very slow. When they commit, it's very telegraphed as to where they're ending up. When they try to do any sort of fakes here, it's very obvious. It's just Lekro every time by himself. And once again, one flashbang available towards the end. If you've got low utility, that's fine. You just have to coordinate together. A 5-man approach, nice and early on. Go for some real estate. And for now, it'll be pretty much a full eco here. NIP starting to drop off once again. They are going to have a Deagle, a P250, Lekro with armor. That's about as good as it gets for them. They have no grenades whatsoever. Fnatic still have the AWP for JW, 3 and 404s, and 1 Krieg picked up from the previous round. Short control this time granted. This is what they want to have in gun rounds, really. 5 players in position, ready to pounce. And like I said, no grenades. I mean, they won't really be able to do much about the AWP, but he does miss the initial shot. A decent grenade deployed, and presumably the incendiary to follow things up to deny the early plant.
They're getting some good damage with these pistols. And more control early than we've seen from them with the weapons. Now, though, is the question of site take. Gets the cross. Forest, he took a chance, and that enables the bomb plant. That's something out of essentially nothing, a P250. Desert Eagles. This is going to be an interesting fight for Crims. No worries on the first 2 traded. And It's going to be a third as well. JW puts the cherry on top, and we've got ourselves another for Fnatic. This is a really big defense. We want to remind everyone that the T side of Dust 2, we've been seeing huge runs from the very best on their T sides. We've seen double digits and then right back at them. I mean, overtime games off of double-digit T sides.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and that goes back to the play style we talked about before, just relentless, fast-paced Counter-Strike, using the spawns to the best of your advantage.
Forced to save in the first 10 seconds.
Right. And that's where the T side really makes sense. NIP, very slow approach. They've tried a couple of long takes that haven't worked out for them. I think they've been dissuaded from that approach. They've been in the final round here after taking the eco previously. They did get the bomb planted, means they get an extra $800 per player with their loss bonus established as well. So they will have a healthy setup here. Final round as they look to find 7 on the board. Fnatic, if they get 9, they'll be feeling very comfortable going into that second half.
Pushing up middle though, Crims, he's got an idea, and knives are out, and frags are on the menu. Crims with 2 before he can be silenced, that's enough. Now the nade damage just sours it even more. Oh my goodness. Ripping this round away from the Ninjas in Pajamas are Fnatic.
Yeah, we talked about both these teams seeming to be just respect each other a little bit too much on the server so far. Dust2 doesn't normally lend itself to that, but Crims has had enough. He pushes all the way towards top of middle, throws a spanner in the works, and now Twist left in the 4-on-1. Surely nothing he can do here. He has got the bomb on his back and 1 minute 10 to work with here, but only 59 points of health as he makes his way through the long doors. Should be no chance as Flasher, decent. Long position here, he's holding towards CT spawn with the M4. All he has to do is land a couple of shots and that'll be round done.
Flasher's first half relatively quiet, but his team delivering. Twist now starting to push in. Has the headshot opportunity. Molotov will force the line, force the fight, and can't quite connect. A smoking quick response as well enables more for Flasher to play around. The round is over. 9-6 on the half. Fnatic exceptional. And this Swedish derby continues on Dust 2. But first, let's head over to Frankie.
Thank you very much, Machine. It's a little bit quiet in the arena. They are feeling the tension and the pressure that NIP must surely be feeling. They're currently playing too scared of the big, bad wolves of Swedish CS. But can they blow them away in the second half? We'll find out after the break.
It ain't easy loving you. You're like poison running through. It ain't easy loving you. Hypnotizing, that's what you do. I am the only one to feel this way.
All right, Malmö, we're back into the second half. You're a little bit quiet out there in the first. I know we're still waking up, but this is the future of Swedish Counter-Strike now. 2 fresh lineups looking to prove themselves. Let's make some noise. Let's show them we are loud, we are proud as we get into the second half. We'll get into it now. Fnatic with quite the lead here as they move on to the T side. 2 smokes and 3 flashbangs. Lekro holding off towards middle and Twist probing towards that short position, ready to crack things open towards lower B.
Oh, and he just gets a face full of lead immediately upon arrival from Fnatic. Sends him packing. Rez looking to go pushing, and that's a big frag. Slowing things down for a moment. Twist, though, he's already paying the price from the early bullet. Now Brolin's looking to finish what he started, but Twist, he makes low HP work. It was Flusher who threw the initial frag. Golden to convert. Now Rez has got another one. Looking to regroup and defend this site. First, he starts on long now, holding the cross. Oh, and another perfect shot from Rez. Damage from Twist. Doesn't even matter when he's hitting the headshots like that. Suppressing fire from Golden, but it's nothing. And NIP, a necessary round off the back of their star, Rez. All eyes are going to be on him as a must-win, a win condition for the Swedish roster.
Yeah, there he is. A little bit quiet by his standards in the first half, but that is massive. There we go. Keep that energy up.
Nice to find you, Malmö. Good to see you. Let's go.
NIP, normally the crowd favorites here. They've had plenty of magic in this arena before. And there'll be a force buy from Fnatic here with no bomb going down. A couple of MAC-10s, CZs, and a P250. 4 players towards the B tunnels. It's Plopsky and Forrest to defend. Famas in hand for the new young star as he watches aggressively towards the mouth of the B bomb site here. He has got Forrest behind him. He's playing towards the window, though. Decent smoke will buy him some time. That grenade is going to do a boatload of damage. Watch this.
Oof.
Oof.
They're all shaken.
Anticipating, but still significant.
Certainly is, and certainly makes the job easier for the weapons that NIB have brought off the back of their pistol victory. They're all there, and very little investigation has come out from the CTs. It doesn't look like it's going to be necessary, though, because it is just bloodshed in the tunnels. Forrest drive-by with the UMP, just holding it sideways, maybe doing it sideways. And Plopsky will finish things off. NIP, they converted. They're not going to fall foul to the same funny business we saw in the first.
Yeah, absolutely true. It's going to have to be a full eco for Fnatic. They managed to pull one of those off on their CT side. Difficult to replicate that form with Glocks, no armor. It will be Crims, the purchase of Deagle, JW with the P250. That's about as exciting as it gets, I'm afraid. We'll get into round number 18. A firm advantage for the Ninjas here, and the bomb makes its way towards B tunnels once again, but quickly in towards lower. Forrest in position to listen out for those sort of pushes. They start to slow things down here. JW and Golden outside long. They have got a couple of flashes here. Most teams will approach towards the short position with the anticipation of getting the bomb down as quickly as they possibly can. All we have to do is trade out 1 kill, essentially. And indeed, up towards Xbox they will head.
How far can those flashbangs and a Deagle get them? P250 sprinkled in, of course, but it does require some heroics. W and Lekro have somewhat of a standoff in long. First bullets exchanged do favor NIP, as does the buy. Forrest catching Golden. There we go. NIP in pursuit of the equalizer. Twist, he has 2 dancing Ts in front of him. Rez's flash, Twist MP9, a perfect and potent mix.
This is looking good. No bomb to be planted with the look of things here. That's down towards short, and Flusher isolated in lower B position. Another clean sweep for the Ninjas here as they tie things up at 9-9. That's going to help them out a lot going forward. As we said, it seems to be a T-sided map these days. I'm sure Fnatic will have a much faster pacing than the Ninjas did in their first half. We'll see if the clock becomes an issue for them at all, as Twist looking up for this one. Confidence is extremely out of him. We're going to see now the AKs across the board. 1 creep for Brolan. And we'll make our way towards long as the latter actually presenting himself first as Boxy tries to get towards the pit. He has done so successfully. Flashbang over the top, and the battle begins here. 1 player past the CTs. That's going to be Brolan. Opens things up, looking for his second here, and he absolutely nails it.
Plopsky! He's not got enough bullets. 4 left. He'll be pressured down. Good damage onto Flusher. Twist, however, he's got no escape. He's going to be trapped on that car if he doesn't escape now. Bullets from long already, trying the cross, taking a wild shot, but it's enough. And Fnatic bite straight back, aggression towards long, you said. This is going to look different, and it already does. My goodness.
Yeah, That's much more like it. That's what we expect on Dust 2. Using the spawns to the best of your advantage, the set smoke towards a corner, take vision away from the CTs, and aggressive play from Brolan will yield 2 frags there. No problem whatsoever. They take the lead now as they hit double digits first. A double orb setup on the CT side, I believe. It's going to be Twist and Forest with the sniper rifles here. Forest, a very well-versed sniper. We'll see the same approach towards Long. Will find the same success. Golden this time at the front of the pack. Your Molotov towards the car, and the CTs not willing to challenge this time. AWP in hand, and they'll fall right back towards the corner.
Once bitten, twice shy, fall off Long early. Worried they would concede to the same fate as the round prior. Be boosting up, anticipating some CT aggression, but as the utility's deployed, I think they think better of it. This is going to be a tough nut to crack, though. Forest responsible for middle. Supported by Twist, as he will rotate off to B. They hear the pulling of pins and respond in kind. Considering some aggression here, this could be an overextension from Rez, but not if he's hitting shots like that.
Yeah, that's really nice from Rez there. Now he's starting to feel himself. He's starting to get into his own game, and we are 5 versus 3 in favor of the CT side. Surely they can pull this one off. It's going to be long control from Golden, but he hasn't got the bomb. He is alone at this point, looking to crack things open if possible. He'll spot a player towards short. Who will strike first? It's going to be Lekro with the controlled spray. JW and Flusher remain here. They need to make their way up towards short. They found an access point after they take down Rez, but need to push through a smoke here potentially. Lekro, patient on the other side. If he gets one of these kills, that should be job done. He manages to find the first and continues to spray. It's another round confirmed for the Ninjas here. Rez and Lekro going to town. Save his houses towards shore, no problem whatsoever. Money starting to be
of that Twist and Lekro have both found themselves in Fnatic jerseys now. They find themselves against them, vying for a higher placing on a home soil tournament at DreamHack Masters, no less.
At this stage, the bomb will be towards the short position, but Flusher waiting for that reactive play we spoke of. He'll be holding for the B pushes. JW patrolling the mid doors. They do have 2 smokes and a Molotov. You usually see 2 smokes towards a catwalk position and flash over, but they're starting to reposition on the Fnatic side here. Maybe a B splits in order, and Forest is actually ready for that. He will get the first frag towards the mid area, and actually goes for a repeat here. Will he be challenging the doors once again? He absolutely will be. That's the bomb going down. He's set up for another, but can't find the shot. Bosky now with no smoke in position. He somehow goes down there. He had the advantage.
He had a distinct advantage. Looking to dig themselves out of this hole is Lekro. Catches the tunnels. He can hear where they're coming from. Has to get the timing right. Good damage, and Lekro back-to-back 3Ks. Double kills, saving the day. Ninjas in pajamas, they'll take the lead. That's 11, and that is 5 on the CT side so far. Just 1 to show for Fnatic's efforts.
Yeah, Lekro had some confusing plays in the first half, I have to say, but he is shining now on the CT side, positioning perfectly, being an absolute turret in this B bomb site. He was alone there, had to find all of these kills. A 3K delivered, the bomb denied once again, and he survives there. Loss bonus will start to become a massive factor here as Fnatic, that's all they'll really have to work with. They're currently at the 4th stage of $2,900. That's $3,000 on the nose pretty much across the board. For this new Swedish lineup, they're going to have MAC-10s, CZs once again, suggest something very quick coming in. They have got decent B spawns, but I'm not sure that's the play that's going to find them the success they're looking for. With the back 10s, though, maybe they'll be that way inclined as Flusher with a decent spawn. 3 players heading towards the B tunnels, and JW patrolling middle. 80-50 right now, Xbox smoke delivered. Taking the vision away from the CTs. You want to put that smoke down every single round just to sow the seeds of doubts in the mind of the defense. Incendiary deployed by Twist just to slow down any fast pushes, and there will be a B approach here. Presumably dribble smoke in front of the tunnels, couple of flashes through, Molotov at the back of the site, ideally at the platform, considering where Forest is positioned right now.
So setting up behind that smoke and then executing through it. It's standard play and not necessarily the standard outcome. Flusher making sure of that. Molotov onto Forest, catching Plopsky. That's the B defenders now. Now they can get that bomb. in a similar circumstance, it will be Brollan to punch in the digits. Smoke to try and set the retake up, enable them to play around it once the doors does dissipate. Lekr0 rotating into join twist. It will be Rez from Dark. They've gone AWP for this retake. That is somewhat of a disadvantage, especially now coming from the door side of things. The duel, it's a great work, great flash combined with Rez push. Now puts Flusher and Crims in dire straits, changes it with a MAC-10. Not necessarily the right weapon for the job, but he's made it work. Now Crims holds a perfect shot on towards Rez, and that's enough for the round. NIP, they gave it a good go, but they'll keep hold of the AWP.
Well, there it is. It was exactly what we anticipated there. The smoke in front of the night vision, the flashbangs through, and a double kill from Twist. They won't win the round, but they'll remove any sort of weapons picked up there. So 11-11 we go. Fnatic do win out with just pistols across the board and a couple of MAC-10s thrown into the mix as well. This is the replay of that great double kill there. He wasn't anticipating that, but he'll take it all day long, that's for sure. Money will still be absolutely fine on the Fnatic side. They had residual cash there as they bring a full buy into round number 23. This is where the game really starts to get interesting now. JW looking for damage at the very start. They're sending 4 players towards a long position on the CT side, trying to deny the push once again, but no one there for Fnatic. Lekr0 in the pit with just a Deagle. I say just, he's one of the most capable Deagle players in Europe.
Yeah, if ever there was a player to make the sacrifice. Safe pair of hands is Lekr0 and the push. Brollan, he looked like he was caught out. It looked like he was mid-air when the first bullet came out of Forrest's gun, but still finds the frag. Looking to build off of that now, Fnatic, in pursuit of their third T round. They've done it with pistols, and that is applicable to both halves. Now with a full buy, let's see if they can replicate that. We haven't seen the clock become an issue. That was a question you posed at the start of the second half, and Fnatic, they certainly have had a little more wind behind their attacking sails.
Yeah, at this point, positioning back towards long. Remember, CT sending 4 players at the very start, leaving Lekr0 there alone, only with the Deagle, not the best weapon for multiple frags in this spot. If they overlook it, he might have a chance, and they have as well. He goes to the first kill here, and now only backup from his teammate. It doesn't arrive in time. Twist now to challenge with the AWP, flashes over. Decent one at that, but misses the shot. Now has to focus his efforts towards shore, try and deny things here, but he's overwhelmed! Apparently not. He will take one down with him. It looked like an impossible scenario, but maybe that's an entry point for the CTs here. Rez waiting on the site. It could be enough here. We said the clock wouldn't be an issue. It's starting to be now with 10 seconds remaining. It looks like Rez might have done enough here. It needs to stay alive as long as he possibly can. At this point, they can't even plant the bomb. They cannot, so he's done it. Rez has bought enough time. It'll be around for NIP at this stage. 12-11, and Fnatic, they're the ones that blink in round number 23.
Whew. Collaborative sigh of relief for the Ninjas fans here at Corsair DreamHack Masters Malmö.
Wow.
See that from Twisted's POV, damn.
That saves the round.
It does.
It was over. There was no chance. They were so isolated there, but JW, he will answer back quickly. Finally, one of his shots connect, and that's going to be their cue to make a fast play towards the A side, but it looks of things, Golden wastes no time whatsoever. Up he goes, and Twist wasn't expecting it. They continue with the emphatic pace here. Flashbangs towards the A side. It's a 5 versus 3. Bomb will make its way up shortly. That's going to be on the short steps themselves. Bomb to be planted now. It's a 5 versus 3. Money low on the CT side. They probably have to save at this point.
That's one way to win a round. My God, Fnatic. It's barely begun and it's already over. Forrest, Plopsky, and Rez looking to keep hold of what they brought into this round, and it's not pretty. UMPs. There was no way Rez could make an impact. He was left to his own devices on long. He just couldn't do anything with the SMG. I think he's been sussed out as well. I'm not sure Crims is going to even let him take that Kevlar into the next round. It has to be precise. And no worries. Just returns and taps away at the head. So keeping hold of his rifle, this is integral. Plopsky in support by Forrest.
Yeah, sometimes not much you can do about that. JW preempting the shot through the smoke at the mid doors. It's a perfect headshot. It's certainly not sustainable, but you'll take it every single time it connects. And now Plopsky paints into a corner, trying to fight for his life.
Oh, God.
He's beneath the window. I don't think he survives this one. Golden will make sure of that. and it will be tied up once again as the money is absolutely ruined on the CT side. 12-12 overall, and they've got $1,400 per play on the CT side. They pretty much have to buy this one. If they took a full eco, they still wouldn't have enough cash going forward. So they might as well try and steal this one away. Fnatic have the lead here as we go forward once again. JW, the same shot, this time not connecting. CT's looking to challenge towards middle. JW ready and waiting though. No problem at all on the first. But we have got Forest towards a lower B position, but Brolan gets the information from his teammate. He's ready for it, and he continues with their lead.
Hunting down those players. There was 3 weapons they were going to try and bring into the next round. Fnatic, they are feeling the benefit of those successful frags. Not going to be successful yet with Rez's Deagle, but Brolan still going to be forced to take this fight. The smoke, you can see over that. Switching to his side, Armand will be supported by Flusher to enable this to stay a seamless round from Fnatic. They're going to slowly start the crawl. I say slowly, perhaps that will change should they find Lekro. And ooh, he's fighting back with his Desert Eagle. JW next on the chopping block. It's only 1 bullet into the leg. Won't be enough. Bomb can go down, and round will go the way of Fnatic. We are right into the nitty and the gritty here. Fnatic choosing to take it to Dust 2, and now they have to prove their worth on the T side. Great catch from Plopsky.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot there, but it won't do much for him. The bomb's already planted. 3 players still to find. Deagle armor, the full investment from an IP does yield a couple of frags, but that's about it. They'll be full eco going forward. Even if we do save the Deagle armor at this stage, that's about all he can hope for. Plopsky waiting patiently, a chance to talk about the next round, how they'll present themselves going forward. Ideally, maybe buy 1 smoke, stack B, nade long. There's not really many options at Dust 2 to shut down a full approach when you haven't got much at all, especially when all you can really afford is P250s across the board. But he will save the Deagle armor. They'll have something more than just the standard pistols here, but Fnatic now in touching distance of taking this first map, as you mentioned, is their pick. They're still very close, unclear as to who will be walking away with the victory here on Dust 2. NIP, the favorites in the second map for sure.
Young Astralis fans have come across the pond. Short drive. Good to have you here. No idea what your sign said, but I'm going to assume it's a good way to get the crowd riled up. I'll have to find you afterwards.
Well, a tactical timeout has been called. As we mentioned, the money just won't be there for the Ninjas this time. This should be 14-12, no problem here. Fnatic don't look like giving up any rounds anytime soon. A MAC-10 brought up by Flush to the perfect weapon to shut down USPs. No armor can throw him in first. You don't want to be finding information out of the AKs. That's the point I was trying to make in the first half. Lekro, it's fine to make those sort of calls and try and backstab them and try and work out where they're positioned. If you give up an AK by yourself, it's an access point for the CTs at that stage. They can grab that, shut you down, especially when the clock's running low. So 1 smoke, as we anticipated, just to take away the fact they could be stacking towards B. They have no information as to how many players you've got on each side of the map. No nades towards long, but certainly control granted towards Fnatic. They'll Molotov towards the car, follow over the HE. They can assume that's clear at this point. CTs would have made themselves known at this stage.
Yeah, how intimidating. Just watching Flush's POV, the flash straight off the wall, just expecting that even if they were holding the line, a missed shot or just a USP, they've got the read. That MAC-10 enables him to play a completely different brand of Counter-Strike in this round. The bomb's working its way up long, and so is the entire Fnatic squad. Brolan just setting himself up to ensure that no flank is going to be possible. You can see what Twist is up to, but they play it safe. He'll fall back and enable Flush's MAC-10 to go hunting. Rez, his hunt nets him nothing, and so just that armored Deagle is the only real beacon left for the Ninjas in this round, and Flusher, he's not done. Using his MAC-10 wonderfully enables them to find themselves the 14th. We said this was a guarantee, though, so now it's time for the Ninjas to fight off match point.
Yeah, crunch time for sure. They've had a decent showing so far in Dust 2, but certainly not looking their best selves, I have to say, especially in that first half. But for now, this was expected to be a loss for sure, so it doesn't really matter. They got no kills here. They'll be able to buy up next round. As to how strong that buy will be a question mark. They're going to get $2,400 per player on top of the $2,000 they have right now, so not really enough to bring out the heavy artillery. We might see something a little bit more interesting at the very top end. We've got $4,800 for Plopsky. The rest of them hovering around that $4,500 mark. So, Fnatic with a firm lead moving into the next round. And Flusher might want to hold on to that MAC-10, considering there's a chance there'll be a few players without helmets here. It makes that MAC-10 a lot more powerful, as indeed Plopsky and Lekro will have no helmets. Lekro will get one in the end. Rez with enough money for AWP on the nose. We're going to have a technical timeout here. One of the PCs have crashed, Alex.
Yeah, shouldn't take too long, I imagine. Just going to double check, get the admin team on towards the stage. But a quick recap, if you have just joined us. Fnatic meeting Ninjas in Pajamas on Swedish soil in a quarterfinal is not something that you get to see every day, and there's a reason they're here. A victory versus Greyhound put them here, the Ninjas in Pajamas that is, and it wasn't just any victory, it was somewhat of a stomping.
Yes, it was a great game from them. A Greyhound have looked very good here, turning heads left, right and center here in Malmö. The last time these two organizations actually fended each other off was actually back at IEM Sydney. It finished things off with a Dust 2 double overtime encounter. Fnatic took the map. Two very different lineups here for sure, but still a storied matchup here for sure. Over the years of Counter-Strike, it goes much back further than CSGO in general, as we'll have the Flusher BC checked out at this stage, looking to get him back on the server very closely. Scoreline currently sits at 14-12. NIP will have 5 M4A4s in the next round. 1 kit, bare bones utility. You might want to try and push for that initial frag at this point. The problem with Dust 2 is there are many options to yield you that initial frag. You can either stack your numbers towards long and hope they go for a push and you can actually have a chance to get early frags in the round, or you can go for a little investigative push towards the upper B tunnels and see if you can take down the first player there. That's about as good as it gets. And without the AWP, they'll have their work cut out for them, because JW is going to have $11,000 fully invested into this round. He's got so much money to work with, as they're in touching distance now, taking this first map, no problem.
And it was no problem for Fnatic to get here in that Group A lower bracket semi. It was up against G2 and a 16-4, 16-5 scoreline. They ran over them with 12 T rounds on Inferno. That T side now on Dust 2 has to be equally as strong to close this one out. The Ninjas in Pajamas, though, up against the ropes. What a mix of old and new. As time continues to pass, we'll look back fondly at some of the names whose shoes will be filled by more and more of that talent that likely is in the arena today, watching in the same way Plopsky was.
Yeah, that's such a great storyline, isn't it? Came here as a fan way back in the day, 2016. Looked on to the big stage and one day hoping to be up there himself, and now dons the NIP jersey up there performing. We want to see a lot more in him in this semi-final, but going to be one of the future stars of Sweden for sure.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And Rare's a similar tag attached to him. He's had more time now, though, in the limelight, and well, the light's shining bright here in Malmö. He's got to forge somewhat of a comeback. It is on the CT side, though, of Dust 2. And as Flusher returns to the server, we are almost ready to get back underway. Worth mentioning, the coaches have more of an impact at this tournament, and that's so useful for teams that have just made roster changes. You know, it enables them to have a little bit of additional support, reminders, and perhaps even a whole lot more.
Especially these newer rosters as well, who do need the crutch of the coach at the start of each round. Therefore, moral support as well, making sure everyone's got their head screwed on. And we did see some interesting rounds for sure in the first half as nerves were starting to settle. But looks like we are ready to go. The unpause comes through. Round number 27 will be a very difficult task for NIP going forward. 5 rifles, no snipers, and not very much in terms of the grenades here. Like we said, 1 diffuse kit. Watch out for that and where it's positioned, because they'll be on the back pocket of Rez. Fnatic have a massive advantage as we enter the next round. They've got great B spawns as well. No one's already presented a B rush yet. Maybe this will be the first one.
Couple of B finishes, but nothing quick. It does seem like quick is a possibility in this round. Looking to stop that immediately was Forest. Gets an early frag from middle. That's Golden cut down. And no trade was available as well to Fnatic. Now they have to operate not only with a man disadvantage, but with a Mac 10 for Flusher. He kept hold of that, still with 8 grand in his bank. You mentioned it, looking to exploit those absent helmets.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Necro and Plopsky vulnerable towards the Mac 10, but for now they have the advantage on the CT side. Forrest knew he had to work for that kill towards short, and he manages to pull it off. Does go down to 46, however. Fnatic still with a shout in the round, as they still have plenty of time. Brodan investigating towards middle. Forrest now positioned towards the window position, now encroaching towards the mid doors himself. Doesn't want to be caught out here, wants to hunt for intel if possible. A very difficult challenge to take towards the mid doors. He does plenty of damage towards Brolan, but outstays his welcome, and they will bring things back to a 4-4 and head towards a B bomb site.
They feel like that's one of the B defenders cut down to size. They would be right, but still to remain. It was a 3-2 split for the CTs. And that mid pincer, that test for Plopsky is about to come within the next few seconds. Molotovs, that's the sign. He's got to be good here, finds the angle, but doesn't find the frag. Now the Electro, and it's Flush's Mac 10. so quick with that SFG. JWO under pressure and enables Rez to find perhaps a little way in. Twist alongside him. This is the A players now looking to find a way back into the B site.
Well, it'll be up to Twist here. He'll deliver an H-cheat, just lob it over the top, try and get it towards the window. He does a lot of damage towards Crims. He swallows it. And now it's a 3 versus 2, but there is a chance they can pull this one off. They do have that kit, remember. Both challenging towards the doors right now. They smoke towards the tunnels. Crims with a clinical shot towards the double doors. That should be enough as he inflicts so much damage towards Rez. He's got no choice but to get the hell out of there. It's going to be map point for Fnatic at this stage, and surely he does not survive. Money is going to be in the bin for potentially the last round here for NIP. They had $3,000 on the nose. They got the first kill, but that still wasn't enough. The B finish there from Fnatic caught the defense off guard, and you can see how these kills went down towards middle as Forrest, who was spamming towards that kill on Broland, but couldn't find it.
Yeah, we'll see Crims. He got 4 in that round. This is the 3rd and the 4th. Very quick succession, gets Twist and then deals with enough damage to force that retreat from Rez that he can then punish. Fast from JW. He's going to get a nose full of lead, and nice response though. He stands his ground, eliminates NIP. They are 4 frags away from winning their map pick now, Fnatic. Up against the hamstrung NIP buy, and actually Forrest, he knows he's got to bring the fight to them, but it doesn't look great. Broland, he extends the lead from Fnatic, and Crims, he's looking to finish things. Eliminated by Twist and the MP5. Bomb yet to be retrieved by Fnatic, but they've been given the early picks, just 1 to trade back for the Ninjas, making sure the rifle doesn't end up in the enemy hands. It's Flusher, so he will start to regroup with his team, and long take does seem like it's being established. JW, this is big. Walking up long in pursuit of map 1. Lecro, he did some great work, and that's another one with the Deagle. His weapon of choice. So proficient with it. There's a gap for him to try and find the line, but Flusher can see through too. Cross with the bomb though is golden.
Yeah, that should be enough here, Alex. A 3 versus 2 now. No kits, no grenades. A UMP for Plopsky, and a dangerous Desert Eagle in the hands of Lecro. Flashbang will fail, but luckily there's a second one there for Golden, which will be successful here. I don't see a world where NIP can pull this one back. It's map point, and surely round number 16 on the board.
Yeah, this looks all but confirmed. Lecro's the only one that could possibly shift the tide of battle. It's a hard fight. Plopsky wins it with a UMP, but it's traded, and no kit, no time, no hope for the Ninjas in pajamas. And it's converted. Fnatic will take the first map. Certainly some fans happy about that. Nuke next for the Ninjas.
Yeah, they're going to have to step up there. They did have some moments of success there, but overall a disappointing first half. Didn't look their usual selves. Caught off with the timings, the clock running down 2 or 3 times there, and denied things from jumping CZ. All sorts of antics you would expect from Fnatic. It looked like they had a decent chance there in the second half, actually, but Fnatic slowly but surely started to come online, whittle down the money, and started to look like the stronger team towards the end.
Yeah, it was their T side. I mean, I think the Ninjas, if they reflect back on Dust 2, you dismissed it and swept it under the rug as, you know, those early stage nerves, but it did seem to settle. We saw a bit more of their usual selves in the second half. They're going to have to do a whole lot more, though, on Nuke to see if we can go all the distance. And we're going to go ahead and throw it quite the distance over to the analyst desk.
Yes, that's what it's all in, the pass, which is what we're going to have to do right now, is pass right over that of our first map. It's Fnatic that looked just a wee bit stronger here on that first one.
That was a weird one, I feel. That was not a well-played Counter-Strike game. I think it was a little bit scrappy. Maybe there was some nerves going on. Maybe it's the fact that, as we talked about, it's a domestic lineup. These players, these teams, they know each other in and out. So it got a little bit rough on the end, I'd say. I think Fnatic were the better team. I think Forrest did a good job of keeping NIP into this one, having a few clutches in there. He was involved in 12 opening duels as well, winning 8 of those. So he really tried to set the tone for NIP. Just simply wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough, and I mean, NIP, they started off actually on a good foot. It was so back and forth in that first half, just 2 rounds to NIP, 2 rounds back to Fnatic, and so they never got a strong foothold within this game to find their rhythm, but there was some good moments coming out of NIP's side for them to find openings and try to capitalize on these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, overall, are we satisfied with the level of Counter-Strike that we saw, Jake?
I think it could be better, but I think it's fun to watch, right, when it's scrappy. It doesn't necessarily have to be the highest level of Counter-Strike, but when you have 2 teams who know each other so well, when there's so much history going on into the matchups as well, in terms of Trist used to play for Fnatic, right? All these players know each other, have played with or against each other for many, many years. It will always get down to some scrappy Counter-Strike, I feel, at least the majority of the time. So I think it was as to be expected. That being said, though, it would be nice if we could see some more quality being applied for both teams coming into Nuke.
Yeah, which is what we have next. Nip's pick of Nuke, and I have to ask ask you guys, do we think that the mind games are going to carry over into that? Because I think it's pretty prevalent right now.
I think so. I mean, as Jacob mentioned, this was a very scrappy game coming into this, and that was our expectation. We have to remember both of these teams are coming in with a new lineup. And on NIP's side, we think of Twist, but Plopsky is very new on that side as well. And with Golden coming in and with Flusha coming back into fruition, he hasn't played a LAN match since February. So these are all factors that are coming into this. And although it wasn't the cleanest, most mechanically high level of Counter-Strike that we've seen within our scene, it was scrappy, and these teams are doing everything they can to put the W on the board, and that's all that matters in the end.
Sure.
Okay, well, here's what we're going to do right now. If you guys could set that up, I want to send you guys down drawing board lane. Is that a thing we're doing?
Yes, that is a thing we're doing, and this is a round that highlights NIP and Forest. And I know that NIP did not end up winning this round, but I just wanted to highlight that scrappiness that Jacob was talking about. If we start here in the beginning of the match, you're going to notice that Plopsky and Lekro are going to put a lot of pressure towards this mid and throw out a smoke. That makes Flusha and Brolan really focus towards this mid here. And if we fast forward a little bit, this is going to create a very large opening for Forest to try to take this duel towards that long A. And I want you to notice all this movement. Every NIP member throwing all this utility down to CT spawn and understanding that the rotations aren't going to be coming because of this amount of pressure. Forest, he gets that clean kill, that one tap that was so beautiful on this A ramp. If we can go to Forest highlight his point of view so that you can see this flick, beautiful shot, and he understands the rotations, where they're going to be coming from, capitalizes on this in a split second, and completely opens up the round, opens up the bomb site for NIP's side of things. And that's the beautiful thing about Forest, and why I think Twist coming into this lineup, taking over that op back, is going to be really beneficial for NIP moving forward.
Yes, moving forward is what we have to talk about. Jacob, I want you to talk to me about Nuke right now. You see this little Forest right here?
I see him.
You think he's going to be popping on Nuke?
I hope so.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about it.
I think Forest, it's so nice to see him being freed up that AWP role. We saw him having that role for, was it 2 or 3 tournaments? He was not his real self. He was having his worst major ever, followed up by the blast in Moscow. He wasn't really feeling it either there. So it's so good to see Forest now with the rifle being an impactful player again. I remember countless of time standing on the desk talking about how Forest wasn't involved in the opening duels anymore. This time around, he was involved in 12 of those, as said, winning 8. If he can do the same thing on Nuke, I believe NIP has a decent chance of taking this map. It is their map peak, and you must assume they have prepared well enough to take down Fnatic. As you said, they don't really play Nuke. They're not a good Nuke team, so NIP definitely still has a chance. Yeah, especially going into their map pick, which is something that we're going to have to take into deep consideration. But coming up after the break is when all that will come to a point, because Nuke is on the cards. Fnatic and NIP are still in the house, both vying for a spot against the Strawless tomorrow in the semifinals, but they got to make it through this quarterfinal first. Coming up next is Nukes. Make sure you're here with us when we come back to the Corsair DreamHack Masters.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
In the worst way, you got me tripping today. And by the first taste, I should have never gone on to say, let me get you alone. I've got a little place in mind. Let me take you alone. There's gotta be a space and time. Let me get you alone. I've got a little place in mind. Let me take you alone. There's gotta be a space and time. Let me get you alone. I've got a little place in mind. Let me take you alone. There's gonna be a space and time.
Far away, Morris throws down. Jacob picks up a double kill. Very nice play. One side, Fnatic, this is the high mind. No, still alive.
Look at Fnatic, they're scrambling to get here. JW, nice close range.
Right. JW gonna walk right into it, but JW, the sixth sense, kicks in.
And it does seem like the player we've chosen to highlight from Fnatic is JW. Mirage.
Fnatic has done it! Canada champions in 2018!
Winning the first major ever, I think it kind of showed me and us that we have what it takes.
Fnatic are really earning this win here. Yeah. This is not coming easy. NIP are playing well. Fnatic is just playing better.
Eventually that led us to picking up Crimson Olaf, and that led to 1 year of a lot of titles.
3-on-2, get right and Forrester left, the bomb goes down. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be the end. Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
DreamHack kind of gave us that platform to show ourselves, and I probably wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the DreamHack tournaments, because that would make it even harder to break through.
And there it is. They win it. And look at the even Khan jumping up. One of the most composed people, I think, in Counter-Strike. Complete celebration. DreamHack Winter 2013 champion. You've got them right here on your screen.
I don't upload that much to Instagram, I would say. But the moment I picked was, I think it was E-League major qualifier in Atlanta. Me and Flasha played in Godsent. Yeah, we managed to get through that qualifier 3-0. That picture kind of symbolized how I kind of felt at that moment, because it was a pretty bad moment in my career, and it was only him and me left in Godsent after Crims went back, and I kind of felt that it was him and me against the world at that point, because it was so much going against us, and obviously it was our own decisions and all that, so we have no one to blame except ourselves. But yeah, it was there when we did that 3-0. It kind of sparkled a light again. Even if it was a small light, I think it was still an important moment in my career. My career has definitely been having a lot of highs and lows. I think I would say that I have worked so much on me individually the last 1 or 2 years, but I would say that my purpose now is to pass everything on to Brolin, make sure that he keeps accelerating in the way he does and becomes even better, and hopefully wins me some titles as well.
Back in business, a Swedish derby on Swedish soil for the Corsair DreamHack Masters Malmö. We are live from the Malmö arena. Myself, Machine, joined by Henry G. Fnatic take their map pick of Dust 2. It wasn't the prettiest world of Counter-Strike, that's for sure, but the chaos is where Fnatic thrive, and they did manage to convert.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It was a slow start in the second half for them, but once they dipped the hills in and once they started getting rounds together and broke the money down, it looked like there was a certainty they were going to take Dust 2. We move over to Nuke now. This is the pick of NIP, but still a bit of a question mark. History dictates NIP should be taking this one, but remember, they'll start on the T side here going forward. Fnatic look more up for it in the individual fragging department. If they get a good start here, manage to get a decent amount of rounds on the CT side, they've got every chance of closing this one out 2-0. NIP, their T side looked a little bit flat, if I'm being completely honest with you. It's nice to build up storylines and some hype and maybe add some romance to it sometimes, Alex, but unfortunately at times it looked like they were a little bit lost on their own T side.
That's for sure. Of course, getting to see Twist in that roster for the Ninjas in pajamas up against his old one. There is a lot on the line, and also, of course, a battle for redemption for Swedish Counter-Strike. They have, as you got a moment to reflect there during that break, if you're watching the broadcast, you will have seen GAW talking about his highs and his lows, and probably more of the latter.
In recent times, for sure. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, his career. One of the most decorated Swedish players of all time within CSGO, but certainly had a turbulent career, and this is a bit of a redemption now. This lineup has got promise behind it. It's not looking like a world beater just yet, but there's certainly some players that can step up. As he mentioned, he wants to pass the torch on towards players like Brolan and show the world what he's capable of and develop him into a world-class talent, which everyone thinks he can be.
And that development process is something it seems to take, you know, a completely ambiguous period of time. It's to do with the environment you're in, and of course, a part of the new environment for players like that is their coach, Samuelsson, joining Fnatic as their new head coach.
Yes, indeed.
And you do have Pitta there on your screens for the Ninjas. Last final talk, getting Plopsky into that right frame of mind to prepare for what will be a battle on their map pick. On the ropes after conceding Fnatics, but especially with the support we've already seen from the crowd here in Malmö, looking to do what they couldn't on map 1. Nuke, though, it's a completely different kettle of fish, Henry. Why don't we quickly remind everyone the new task Fnatic are going to be faced with?
Well, Dust 2, you don't need much preparation going into it. You just need to have defaults and a good understanding of the fundamentals of the map. Most teams can play that one, and it won't be much of a bogey pick for any teams really coming into it. Nuke, on the other hand, a lot more technical. It's much down to forcing rotations, suggestion with your outside smoke test to what your intentions are. In-game leaders usually found by themselves outside, trying to work towards a secret area. We saw Lekra doing a lot of that in the first map on the T-Set Dust 2 to no avail, really. It looked like he was struggling at times to find entry points and costing them time instead of actually getting them advantages.
A very volatile role, because when done well, it's game winning, it's map winning, it's trophy lifting. If you can get that right, and a balance we've seen struck by a plethora of different players and their various peaks. Glaive, of course, is a prime example of someone that's been pulling it off at the last couple of tournaments. Astralis waiting in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I'd also like to see more intuition on the CT sides there. Nuke does allow you to go for aggressive plays, especially with that outside formation we just discussed. All the T sides will focus towards the outside control. If you can push towards the lobby and ramp room on the CT side and start applying pressure and pushing them into uncomfortable positions, that's where you can start to really put your foot on the throat of your opposition here. As we mentioned, Fnatic will start on the CT side, but it's not a map they've played a ton with this new roster. Interested to see what they're going to to bring to the table here. And there is a chance they close this one out 2-0, but they're going to have their work cut out for them. NIP very experienced on this map. I'm sure Forrest will have a game plan in mind. He's played this one so many times with the NIP jersey on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for the second map of this quarterfinal. Are you ready? We'll get into things here. Fnatic, CT Star, they've got one defused kit and a smoke. Golden going for a full eco, it seems. He's got $800, looking to prepare himself for the second round if required. And we'll get into it. We have one smoke and a flash and a fast ramp approach here. Golden to defend. Remember, no armor available for him. He'll get the hell out of there.
Yeah, gets the information, though. That's kind of the role of the ramp player. And surviving, never mind having a chance at a frag here. He's getting overwhelmed, though. Still finds a frag. No armor, no problem. 1 for 1. Bomb can go down. I say can being the operative word. Roland had an opportunity to contest. Instead, though, NIP have taken the lower site. Rez is the one to initiate some aggression. 3 remain for the CTs. Crims from behind. The backs are turned, and Flusher draws blood. First for the Ninjas, but Lekro Invents will keep things under lock and key. This round should be all good for the Pajama Ninjas. Just a final bit of housekeeping for Forrest and Lekro. Flusher to challenge, no kit, and Forrest gets the double kill to put Ninjas on the board early.
Fast ramp take there. Managing to push back Golden. Like we said, he had no utility, no armor, couldn't fight that one at all. He goes down towards the lower side. Did well to get that one frag, but great pacing there from NIP. Made sure they approach the bomb site with conviction, a quick plant, and then it's a very difficult retake with just the USPs. They managed to make it close. It goes down to a 2 versus 1, but overall, Fnatic will have to force buy in this second round. Remember, Golden, he's able to get a decent buy going forward. They do manage to give JW the scout with a helmet as well, and he'll nail the first shot. Takes Lekro down to 30 HP as the outside approach comes in now. We talked about these smokes being prevalent as we go forward into this game, and every bit of damage is going to be valuable here. The more tags, the better. It's Lekro who's low, but Forrest and Twist now in one tap range of those CZs. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Positional control for NIP as they make their way towards Secret. Bomb still down at T-spawn, and Crim's in position to cause a bit of a ruckus here towards lower.
NIP cannot afford to let this one slip away. It's T-side nuke and you've won the pistol. A conversion here is everything. 2 rifles. Neither of them have taken significant damage, but you're right, it does soften them up for these side ups. And Scout has done exactly what it needs to.
Yeah, 2 out of 2 tags so far.
Flusher getting the information. He knows that's not a fight he can win, chooses to wait for a later date. 40-second mark reached by the Ninjas. Reminiscent of Dust 2 at this point as the clock starts to go down. JW finishes what he started on Twist. Puts it to the 4-4, now accelerating. That's Rez with the AK. Does deal with Brolin, down to Flusher. 25 seconds, he gets the first onto Rez. 7 bullets in the clip, surely not another one. Lekro's low. Golden and Crims, though. They could somehow pincer in towards Forest on main. They'll clear it together. A sweep of both mice enables Golden to make it a 2v2, and they are low here, Henry. Golden, if he hits this shot, Lekro will tuck himself in towards the CT vent. Plopsky on site. Smoke arrives just when it needs to.
Yeah, good smoke there. That should give them a slight advantage here. But like you said, 1 bullet will take them out of the equation. Time ticking away here for the CTs. Remember, they have no kits available now. An AK-47, the pre-fire comes in. It's going to be Plopsky ringing the bomb site. The defuse will be close, but it looks like Fnatic have done enough here. It is going to be 1-1, presumably. It looks like they're absolutely fine. And NIP, once again, a slow approach on their anti-force buy situation. They get tagged up. 3 scout shots landing. They make their way towards upper. They found some point of access there. Comes down to a 2-on-2, but the HP just wasn't there. The pre-fire from the AK-47, and it will put Fnatic on the board. You can see they weren't aware that Golden would be coming towards the main entrance at all. Pre-fire was sensational from Golden. Manages to close things out. Lovely, lovely work there, and presumably the force buy in return absolutely will come through. 2 Kriegs, 3 Deagles, Rez with no armor. Same story for Lekro. They had to drop those weapons to the key players, Forrest and Plopsky here.
Well, well, well. We highlighted just how important that round was for the Ninjas, but it can be forgotten should they win this force. Plopsky, good catch onto Crims, but it didn't stop JW. Forrest will, though. Finds his 4th frag early, now descending towards Decon. Where's that bomb? It's on the back of Twist outside. There's no chance for that bomb to go down early, but Forrest has managed to double up. Spray from Flusher, keeps Fnatic in it. Oh, he's going to get caught back, turn smoke in his hand. He couldn't have his pants around his ankles anymore on Counter-Strike terms. puts Brolan in a 1 versus 3. Bomb isn't down.
Yeah, nice work from NIP here. Bomb not planted, but I don't see a world where he manages to pull this one off. He's down towards lower right now, hoping they come toward this side of the map, but why would they? We will see, though. 55 seconds remaining, NIP being very careful in their approach. In terms of where they're finishing up, upper seems to be completely clear. Presumably, that's where they plant the bomb, but still a question mark surrounding that. Brolan now towards the ramp room, a chance for him to get closer and closer towards the upper bomb site. Has got a kit, HE and a smoke, as they all confirm things with the upper plant.
Yeah, making sure all the T's are crossed. Brolan yet to frag map 2. Thrown into a 1 versus 3. Has the kit, has utility, but NIP, they've established their crossfires. This round does feel like it's out of his reach, and I think his movement is indicative of that. He'll be backing away, wanting to bring that rifle into the next. It's an AK, no less, and a deagle as well. Picks it up off a fallen opponent.
Well, there we have
so
it.
NIP, take 2.
Indeed. They come in with 2 rifles. Managed to really make this round work for them. 2 kills for Forest. He had strong form on Dust 2 as well. NIP take the lead 2-1. Brolan 70 AK-47 though. Similar story to what we had in Dust 2 as well. You got $1,500, bottom of the barrel in terms of loss bonus. You're going to be eco next round regardless, so you might as well buy up into this and see what you can do. It was towards lower that Forest found most of the incisions. Great shots towards the ramp room. It's going to be Golden, removed from that lower bomb site. Scouts again for JW, saved AK, 3 pistols. And enough utility to slow things right down as Forest will make his way towards the silo position. Plowski going fast towards outside, trying to get towards Secret once again. The smokes aren't great, could have cost him his life, or actually find him a frag. Time will tell. He's doing a lot of damage towards outside, yet to find that first opening. Those grenades should maybe even find both. They do fall back.
My God, so much damage and not a single frag to show for it. That could come back to haunt them. Smokes will arrive now, and hoping that it could draw fire for his teammate who was already established down there. Rez, however, having a duel on lobby, that can destabilize any sort of assault. Flasher, it's all about timing with this. He's hoping Plopski's not going to clear this corner at the same time. He swings, and at the moment, Plopski poised to moonwalk into that CZ. He makes his presence known on the frag in part with Lecro, and now Flusher can get that frag. Oh, another for Plopski. That's going to be a bitter pill for Fnatic to swallow a second earlier, and they're into the 4v4. Now being whittled away at.
Yeah, this should be very good for NIP. Not only are they going to win against a force by Fnatic, it means they guarantee an eco into the next round. It's now 4 versus 1. Their map pick looking very good for them so far, and it will be Lecro to confirm things there. It is going to be a solid success story for them as we go into round number 5. As I mentioned, Fnatic can't really justify any investment here whatsoever. This is a great start for NIP. After giving up Dust 2, they're in a prime position now on the T side. Sure, it's very early days, but T side round pickups, especially when you've got 1 guaranteed, this is looking very promising for them, I have to say. Should be no problems here, but they did lose to a full eco on Dust 2. I don't see that happening here as we see a flashbang towards outside and potentially just a push towards Lecro.
Yeah, Flash doesn't look bad. It does catch both of them, and that's the first one with the USPs. There's no way that Fnatic get
oh, no.
Again, Forest, he slipped off the silo. Down to 59 before Fnatic even get to him. Twist, however, ensuring this one doesn't get out of control. Plopski in the same scenario for him.
There's a chance the Forest goes down there as well. He slips off the silo, but still a 4 versus 3. Forest and Twist very low.
God, the bomb was down there as well, man. If they were to push on the broken legs of Forest, that would have been an opportunity. Perhaps that opportunity is still available as bomb will go down. So NIP not letting the clock rot in the same way they did against the Pistols prior.
Yeah, nice approach there from Fnatic. The flashbang goes over. 3 players pushing and swinging around the corner. Managed to take down Lecro. Forest almost goes with them, but he manages to avoid certain death and fall right back towards T-spawn. Round guaranteed, 4-1 now on the board for the Ninjas as another frag will come in. Great shot from Golden, preemptive strike towards a heaven position. He manages to take away a weapon potentially as well. Can he even reach it? It might have fallen down for him. We will see as they pre-fire. Can he find what he's looking for? He absolutely can. He gets the Krieg, but Rez, he'll drop his teammate at this point, but 2 weapons taken into the next round. It's an AK for Crims and Golden with the Krieg. Nice work. So at least they'll have a strong buy going forward. They absolutely needed that. Money was starting to become a bit of an issue for them overall. But now they'll have a strong buy going forward. I don't think they bring out the AWP just yet. They're at the very top end, they have $5,000. And Flasher will be dropping a single rifle. So there we have it. It'll be one Krieg, an AK-47, two M4s, and then JW onto the UMP. But lesser weaponry actually very viable on Nuke. There's plenty of angles to hold. You'll see shotguns come out at one point in this game, I'm sure.
Boomich taught us how powerful it could be. Seeing Na'Vi on Nuke earlier in the tournament. Crim's, however, taking the brunt of the early damage, down to 46. You'll hear the steps of Lekro with his ear pressed against Mini. Golden has been set up for success on ramp. It will be JW to play alongside him, and he's already started the baiting procedures, throwing nades clearly from the ramp side. Lekro now advancing behind the guise of his teammate Smokes, hoping to catch a CT off guard. I don't think he's going to catch him on the swing, though. It's Flusher and Lekro. Oh, and he has.
Oof, gotta make this one clean.
This is some trigger discipline now. Flusher's a moving target, and he's going to completely slip behind enemy lines. Makes the call, and looks to catch JW.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Plumsky can make good on that. A crazy shot onto Golden. Now they can descend lower. NIP. Lekro getting the information. Fortunately for them, they have Plopsky on the ranks because he stabilizes for them after what could have been a real Orky Momo.
Yeah, absolutely. He has to go above and beyond for an IP at that point. Lekro gave it up, another failed backstab from him. It was looking so promising there, but the boosted player towards the ramp I thought was enough to shut them down, but they've recovered. Plopsky with the shot from hell. It will be a 4 versus 3 CTs. Don't know that they're really up for this one. Forrest in a prime position towards the window to make sure that no one's probing towards a bomb site. It's absolutely confirmed. NIP stick to landing, and what could have been a disastrous moment, Crims will get one consolation grab. That's pretty much all they're going to find. Flasher trying to lock them in towards the secret steps at this point, but they're fine to survive the blast in that position. Just a bit of self-preservation there from Flasher. Another round slips away, though. Fnatic can't find their footing here on the CT side whatsoever.
5 T rounds already from the Ninjas in Pajamas, making it clear why Nuke was their choice.
Look at this.
This is madness. So quick to transfer into Golden.
Yeah, the Krieg especially as well. That's a difficult shot to land.
Whew. 5 more Kriegs brought into round 7, NIP.
Yeah, it kind of breaks my heart a little bit, the AK-47 not being utilized at all, but for good reason. The Krieg is phenomenal these days. A lot of players saying that the weapon is OP. Time will tell. NIP certainly seem to think so. Golden holding towards ramp once again. And it's Crims to be dropped first. He can't really get going here on Nuke whatsoever. Currently sat on 1 and 4. It's Brodan, 0 kills. They need to start posting some rounds here. Managed to find success in the second round, force buy, but it's all been very disappointing since that point. NIP already have enough rounds on their T side for a serviceable performance.
Everything else is a huge bonus and a huge step towards taking us to our 3rd map of the series. Just 3 remain for Fnatic. Golden, oh, they get the info for free. Lekro just through the window. Does force the reposition from Golden on the defense of the lower side. Forrest outside, catches JW in transition. NIP looking fantastic here. It's not going to be easy for Forrest, though. Brollant from Mini. Oh, he's let it slip. Lekro and Golden having somewhat of a battle of the minds here, and of course a battle of the bullets as well. Pushing in. Oh, Lekro thought he had him. The bomb now down. It puts Brollant again in unfamiliar, or uncomfortable is the better word, territory. He's definitely familiar with it. Certainly was the same in Dust 2. Left to his own devices a couple of times, opting to save. We'll see something similar here.
Another very successful approach from NIP. Nothing too flashy being presented at this stage. Just working together. It's their map pick. You see Fnatic maybe not quite comfortable on the map just yet, as Brodan indeed will have to save the Krieg once again. It's going to be 6-1 on the T side, and no signs of slowing down at this stage. 5 rounds in a row for them. And their money is getting to a very promising point on the T side. They might not even have to eco at this stage. Very good stuff for them. Another $3,500 in the bag as a few players start to post 5 digits now. Now be Twist with $10,000. Same story for Forrest as well, just knocking on the door of that amount. And with the maximum loss bonus on the CT side, it only gets you so far. Even with the saved Krieg, they probably want to take a tactical timeout here. Brodan could drop the AWP, which he's going to. He gives it to JW. That confirms the purchase here. Golden will go for an M4 Kevlar, no grenades. They know they need to start posting some rounds. This hasn't been good enough so far. AWP towards upper for now, looking for that fast approach, but no one pushing through the hut whatsoever.
Now Molotov enables him to play behind it. It doesn't do too much to destabilize the defense for now. Twist is just holding the lobby push. It does indicate somewhat of a slower stance from NIP. Smoke completely removes Rez from the round for the next 15. Two responsible for outside. They lie and wait. Force some CT aggression, and that's what Flush has delivered. More than he bargained for as the smoke clears. Rez caught off. Plopsky's had heroics from Ramp Room just beforehand. This time, 0 challenges on his walk. That's information to work with. Build the picture of how this bomb goes down, how this round is won. Recurring theme, Henry, but I'm going to say the word again, time.
Yeah, it could be an issue here for NIP. We're getting to the 20-second mark. It's a lovely shot from JW. Flusher will follow things up, and it'll be Golden in a prime position to shut down the plant. Surely he's done so. That should be the round in itself. It's going to be Lekro left in a 4 versus 1. No time on the clock, and I think he knows it at this point. Makes his way down, but he's got plenty of cash in reserve, at least his teammates do. So they can certainly try and probe for some kills here. He has a look towards lower, realizes there's nothing available, and he will just be saving the weapon at this stage. But he needs to make sure he holds on to it in these last few seconds, which I can confirm he will. So there we go, second round on the board for Fnatic. JW with the AWP. Purchases up his armor now. He's got a nice healthy buy overall. And here's the replay. The CT's pushing in toward that squeaky door. Flush out being a nuisance as ever. They had no idea he'd continue to push that position. 6-2. Fnatic can still come back and win the half, but as we said, NIP have pretty much already put in a good shift, and it looks like they're going to be picking up the pace here as well. 5 players towards the squeaky door. In they come. The upper rush is on the cards here. Are Fnatic ready?
Whoa, there's so much damage early, but Crims, he's handling it, going back and forth, and nades are landing, but so are his bullets. That's what they were looking for. The Ninjas find a flurry of frags, puts them in good stead to get that bomb down, to contest this Golden. What is that? Quick to descend, as is JW in the vent. He can reposition quickly here, perhaps catch one off guard. The bomb will be down. Forest is on his guard, though, towards Mini. He knows that that's going to be the next possibility for JW, catching him on the clear, potentially. And wow, no worries. The last legacy member of the Ninjas finds them 7 on their T side of the nuke. Overpass becoming more and more of a possibility. And what a third map that could be, given how one-sided, quote-unquote one-sided, admittedly the score was close, Dust2 felt.
Yeah, Overpass is becoming a bit of a classic in terms of a third map. We're seeing it kind of similar to Inferno in that respect. It will be a tactical timeout now for Fnatic after winning the previous round, giving it straight up. They are still going to have enough money to buy, but there will be compromises to be made as JW and Crims are both sub $4,000, both hovering around $3,500. And it looks like Deagles will be brought out once more as this CT side becomes more and more deadly for them overall. An MP9 for Brolan, that's about as exciting as it gets, I'm afraid. No shotgun spotted just yet. And you can see this play style and this map in general seems to suit the complexion of NIP much more than Dust2, I have to say. So 2 Deagles, 2 CZs, 3 smokes. NIP with the previous upper rush, finding great success there, overwhelming to the CT defense. This time of outside smoke, trying to get secret control early, and they might just get it. Through the flames, Plopsky goes, barely takes any damage for it.
Yeah, the beauty of those outside smokes is that should a Molotov arrive, you can use the smoke itself to get in fast, and Plopsky's done just that, not only with positioning, but with kills. Rez joins in with the vent. Golden only a Deagle to do damage. He does have the window broken already. Chance to reposition and tuck in, but this is a fight for Plopsky. He has a he had to be quick with that one, Golden. Fortunately for him, JW had softened him up. Now they've got a rifle to play with on the CT side, and it does look like it's changed their mind. Eyes were on Secret, and now potential to change things up. That must have been ridiculous. It sounded that way. Forest, 1 tap, 1 head found, Brolan gone. This round running out of options for Fnatic now, given the control they've given up. To confirm it is Twist, a lovely double. Can't do too much, I say that. Golden actually ready for another frag here. Forest keeps NIP stable again.
Yeah, you can see him fired up as well. NIP looking much better here in the second map. Their pick, it makes sense, but Fnatic not really putting up much of a fight here whatsoever. Remember, they did win that second round force buy as well, so haven't had much success in terms of actual gunfights here. Lovely shot from Forest towards main entrance and that hub position. Money starting to stabilize somewhat for Fnatic, but the game's certainly not. 8-2 down, they've lost their CT side here. You don't say that too often. There's a chance of coming back here, but it's going to take something remarkable in the second half. And a few more rounds here in the first. That's more like it from Crims. A double spray down. He can't get away with his life, though. Advantage towards Fnatic, however. And the smoke will come through to stop any reaction play from the T side here. Golden will hold on to the ramp room. Flash have a scrappy kill towards that side. Doesn't take any damage for it. They've got a 4-on-2 lead.
Just the arm scene. Not enough for Plopsky to profit, but has a go of it. JW, however, will have his drop now, and he knows it. Knows that rotates a likelihood, but still a hard fight to win. Fnatic with the CT aggression, this is when they do seem to find their early leads. It was Flusher pushing Squeaky, it was a lobby push.
Yeah, we need to see a lot more of that, to be honest with you. Crims getting some confidence, throwing caution to the wind, has led them to a 4-on-1 situation. Forest, though, knows he can cause some financial damage if he gets even a couple of kills, but JW, with a precise shot from the sniper, will take him down eventually. It's going to be 8-3 as Fnatic start to get themselves back into this one. To be honest with you, they need at least 6 or 7 to stand a chance in that next half. We'll see if they can deliver. Round 12 coming through the dying stages of this first half now. NIP looks so poised to take this first map. Money, not an issue. They've got one more buy left in them after the reinvestment here. And going to need more success as they deploy the same outside smokes. Who will be delivered behind them, though? It's going to be Lekro this time, once again, trying to get control of that secret position.
Little resistance. Oh, but he wasn't ready for that. JW already set up in warehouse. Seen a couple of deaths like that from Lekro. Looking the wrong way.
Yes. Yeah, alone again, and that's going to force NIP to show that hand towards the upper bomb side, but well held so far from Fnatic. This is much more like it. Ready and waiting towards the upper side. Shouldn't be any chance there for Rez. Trying to take down anyone he can with him. Not going to be the case, though. It will be a very clean round from Fnatic there. Lekro trying to present the standard outside smokes, and it's difficult to really gauge how many players are down there. But if you get that quick kill and it's Lekro going down, you can gather it might be him by himself there. JW will rotate back towards upper, back up his teammate, and no problem whatsoever. They need to start finding a few rounds in a row now. Ideally, the rest of this first half to go in their favor.
Yeah, they've managed to whittle away a little bit. Twist on those CZ, Plopsky the same, but will we see the same level of pace? Some topside takes. NIP have been mixing things up. Willing to take that fight early was Rez. Now ramp pressured. Golden falls back. He's doing his job perfectly. And they drop in perfect unison. Can they find the frag? They can. Synergy present. Rifle for Twist. It's going to be a question of timing for Rez here. If he walks out that hut at the right moment, he can support his team by cutting that rotate in half. JW, he may not be ready for this. Pistol out. Yep, leaps into the sky. That's the sign of a player unprepared for what was around that corner. Now, with the bomb down, NIP have another advantage. Round 13, and they're already looking for their 9th here on the T side. That's madness.
Yeah, they've got a lot more in their arsenal in terms of strategies here on Nuke. You can see they've got a mixture of pace, nice outside smokes, good combination of variations of that approach here. And now Plopsky with the CZ continuing to find success here. This needs to find time on the clock if possible. The bomb's certainly going off at this point. Will both the CTs make their way towards Secret and get away with their lives? It looks like they're absolutely fine for now. Forest towards a window, trying to scramble himself. He'll get away just in time there. Goes down with just 9 points of damage inflicted, so no problem whatsoever. 3 players survive on the NIP side as they continue to find strong success here on the T side of Nuke. Money in a difficult spot once again for Fnatic. They do save the AWP and the M4. They'll have to take another tactical timeout. They can feel this map slipping away from them. Third looking almost locked in at this point, Alex.
With this many rounds on the T side, yeah, I'm straight up there agreeing with you. 9-4 Fnatic. It does seem like this is a map that they've yet to really integrate into their wheelhouse. The stats don't lie either. Admittedly, not many on record for everyone. Every single map, I think it's 6 or something the most. But this, only once we've seen it from this iteration of the Fnatic roster. Timeout called. Of course, here at Corsair DreamHack Masters, you will have access to your coach's comms during that freeze time, but this is an additional breath. 9-6, it's a must-have, it's a must-win.
Yeah, they have to buy them with these last 2 rounds, no question about it. So the M4s will come out. We'll we'll see if they can get back on their feet here. 4 rounds on the CT side, just not enough. It's not going to instill confidence in the team going forward into that second half. If they only get 4, that means it has to be a pistol victory and a 3-0 conversion going forward. Then they'll have to really dictate the pace of their game, completely control the financial situation. As Crims hasn't been the strongest showing in terms of his performance at this tournament. He's had some amazing maps, breaking records. A little bit quieter here with 79 ADR, but was still a decent showing. We'll see. Presumably a technical timeout here. The headsets have come off. So we'll reel it in a little bit in terms of the information here, Alex.
Yeah, perhaps we should. See how things end up. But for any of you that have just joined the broadcast, you've tuned in just in time for what could be a competitive third, could still be a competitive second map. However, at the moment, the case made has been poor. And for now, it does sound like we are going to have to take a short break as we prepare ourselves for the rest of Nuke. So do not move a muscle, and we'll be right back with the rest of the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, come on. Show me the money. Show me the money. Yeah, cause it feels good right now. Yeah. Gotta show me the money. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Never been around wealth, now I'm surrounded. Nice cars at the mansion right next to the fountain. CEOs in business suits and private accountants. Yeah. Summertime parties by the pool, we lounging. By night we out stunting on the main strip. Out of state trips, cars with the paint drip. How could you hate this? Jewelry in my chain sick. That's the life I wanna live. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Yeah, come on, show me the money, show me the money, show me the money, haha. Never have to worry if I have enough dough, fashion show out in Paris in the front row, party every night, I don't have time to sleep, next day is the same, just rinse and repeat, summertime trips on the yacht to the island, squad rolling with me and we do a lot of wildin', bottle of whatever you want, just put your order in, you can have as much as you want, there's plenty more of them, yeah. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money. It's all about the lifestyle. It's all about the lifestyle. Show me the money.
It's always been there. It's in the happy place where you run free. It's always been there. It always will be there for you. Let the world in. Open up your arms. Let the world in. Let the world It's always been there. It's in the same place you left it. It's always been there. It's in your dreams and it's in your heart. It's always been there, but only you could set it free. It's always been there, and it can be there for you and me. Let the world in. Open up your arms. Let the world in. Let the world This is your time to rise. This is your time to sing. This is your time to call out. This is your time to win. Let the world in.
We're back in business, live from Sweden. It is the Swedish derby as well. Map 2 Nuke has gone fantastically for the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Certainly do seem to have besotted the crown, and for good reason, of course, lifting the trophy on this very stage. Different rosters now, though. And it's not 2016 anymore. Redemption is on the menu. However, it does seem like a little unobtainable, certainly on Nuke for Fnatic. On Machine, he's Henry G, and so far, they are 4 to 9 down on their CT side of Nuke.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all for Fnatic, I have to say, but they do have a decent buy going forward into round number 14. It's JW with the sniper rifle. He has to step up, influential to the success they found in that first map. As we get forward into round 14 here, we'll get into the freeze time now. Looks like we are ready to go. NIP with 9 rounds on the board. It couldn't get much better on the T side, Alex.
It really couldn't. They're actually going to call a timeout straight off of the back of Flusher saying he's ready to go, just getting his PC back on the stage. We thank you for your patience. NIP choosing to use their timeout just to get their frame of mind right now. They know that the game is about to go underway. Round 14, map 2. It looks like we're ready to jump straight on in.
We absolutely are. Here we go then. 4 gun round on both sides. Desperately need these last 2 Fnatic. 9-6 is workable. It's certainly not ideal. They cannot afford to let this go double digits for the Ninjas though. Smokes deployed towards outside. Incendiary thrown to try and block the T approach. Try and make the smoke a little bit more disjointed, but no real damage inflicted yet. And there's big numbers down towards the lower bomb site. JW ready and waiting the AWP. Looking to strike first. Give them an early lead and rotate.
That's the plan. We'll see what NIP can do about it. Oh, it's the jiggle, unpunished. He didn't stick around to get the information on how many more were with him, though.
That's enough, though. He just wants to suggest he's still down there, and most Orpals will do that. I'll find a pick and go to a different point of the map, knowing it'll push them back into a more uncomfortable position here. Goes towards the vent, and this time can't land the shot. He'll have to fall back at this point.
Still kicking. Molotov exchange. He finds a safe space. Topsky, however, onto Flusher. Now JW still dancing around these vents, close quarters. He must be conscious that the push can come in, but still good frags from Fnatic puts them within arm's reach of an important 5th round.
Yeah, a lot to do still here, though, and that's going to be a nice opening frag in the 4-on-2 situation. 40 seconds remain. Golden down to 13 points apart from Brolan, patrolling the outside area. He's got great control of the situation. Needs to nail this kill, though, which he absolutely does. We said this was the must-win for Fnatic, and they're certainly delivering now, setting the sniper towards the secret steps at the very start. JW, he will deliver on this promise, and it will be Brolan to finish things off there. Great round from Fnatic. More of that required, though, in round number 15. They'll have a decent reservoir of cash, and finally, for the first time, NIP will have not much to work with here. $1,700 on Twist, beneath 3K for Lekro and Plovsky, Rez on 1,600 as well. So it'll be a mixture of a couple of rifles and SMGs here. Twist opting for the Desert Eagle, Rez on the CZ so far. So surely Fnatic can close this one out.
It's a picture that they'll have to paint, but they are already distinctly favored coming into this one. Smoke, oh, he can play around that. There isn't another one either, but they still choose to commit into the spray. Flusher's only going to get one. Oh, but Plovsky punished for his bloodshed. Catches a nade to the dome, down to 3.
Oh, we spotted him.
Yeah, Brolan was there to cover JW's retreat.
Yeah. At this stage, 4-on-4. Only one rifle still in the hands of NIP. You can see that Incendiary actually working out very nicely for Fnatic that time. Smokes did not land successfully. Managed to get themselves an initial frag. Plovsky down low, Brolan now towards the T-vent. Looking towards Squeaky Door. 1 minute on the clock, smoke deployed just as NIP wanted to commit.
And now Brolan should have an easy one after Plovsky looking to transfer. Twist is low, not low enough. Now the Deagle from JW comes into play. Close quarters isn't enough versus Forest and Twist, but look at the damage they've done into the 2v2. Nade. Could have been enough to seal the deal, but it won't. And now swinging out, Forest not precise enough. Put all on Twist, who with the bomb and time can set himself up for a 1 versus 2 afterplant to close out this half.
Yeah, he's going to have to be very intelligent with his approach here. Try and segregate the CTs, bring this down to a 1v1 as quickly as he can, making his way towards the ramp. And this is where he will be taken down. He's not going to check the position. Crims will help himself to a free frag there, and indeed it will be 9-6. Fnatic give themselves enough to work with yet. Certainly not good news overall, but still they have enough. 9-6 a half will throw down to Frankie, who's down on the stage.
Well, Fnatic are going to have to be satisfied with that one. They did manage to pull back a couple of rounds. And actually, I heard the crowd coming out for NIP in that last one. Are you with them? Is this going to be 3 maps? I think the Fnatic fans may beg to differ, but we'll find out what actually happens after the break.
Back-to-back breaks, we thank you for your patience. Now it's time for the second half of Nuke. Will we see NIP convert this very promising lead into their defense?
Well, if they do, they'll be in good stead to close this map out. It's a very CT-sided affair. They've got themselves 5 Kevlars to operate with here in the second half. Pistol and JW close towards that squeaky door position. Smokes it down, looking to get himself towards the vents and sneaks past. He does manage to drop down without taking much damage at all. His teammates will follow things up with a ramp approach here. Bullets not landing, but Twitch is getting awkward. He does manage to get at least one. Wasn't quite worth that considering the initial interaction, but still a 4 versus 4, but not for long. Brolan fighting back here. A lot of missed shots with these USPs as Forrest does find 2 in the back, and it's going to be Lekro who delivers there. Finds the bomb now. At this stage, it's a 2 versus 2. Massive advantage for NIP with 1 minute 15 left on the clock.
This is a duel they can take together as well. Didn't need the help. Plopsky handles it. JW, though, makes a huge step. It's all about the fight. It's about the brawl. No longer the element of surprise. He's close to the bomb for retrieval, and he knows that Plopsky was last seen on ramp. Good dink. He can't convert. Picking up the bomb. Is he really going to go up heaven? He is.
Oh, my goodness. That's so wild from him. He just ignores the first player there. Yeah. He knows he's done enough to dissuade him from the play, and this could be the kill. JW is delivering here on all fronts. He's going down towards lower as well. Plopsky, 14 health. Has he read this situation? Time will tell. He's actually all the way back at the top of ramp room right now. Bomb planted. JW just toying with them at this stage. Closes the door behind him. No kit available on the map. Remember, 5 sets of Kevlar coming to this one. Both of them incredibly low, but advantage towards JW. How has he made this work?
He's made it look so good for Fnatic in pursuit of a very important pistol round on the bomb. Oh my goodness, is he willing to hold it? 10 seconds left. I think JW is going to have to push on, and Plopsky forced off, but it's not over just yet. Rotting the clock, JW's playing this perfectly. Just drawing Plopsky's fire. He wants confirmation, he will push for it, but I think he's shaved enough time off the clock. And JW with a monstrous play for Fnatic on the T side of Nuke.
That is world class from JW. That's more like it from him, the confidence in his own ability there. He just completely ignores the first player, focuses towards the ramp. He doesn't find the quick kill, gets the dink, manages to bring it down to the 1 versus 1, and just perfect play here. And it was Lekro. It looked like he guaranteed the situation for NIP, but no, JW completely meddles with the defense there and manages to find them a much-needed pistol round. Force fire in response now, 1 from Plopsky. Scouts in the hands of Twist and 3 pistols around them, and 3 rifles for Fnatic. No initial damage inflicted here with the scout. When he saw this in the first half, you're not trying to go for necessarily all the headshots, trying to tag up as many players as he can, just to make things a little bit easier for your pistol players here. Decent incendiary will hold them at bay for now, but no damage inflicted.
Fnatic. They just took that Molotov as somewhat of a stop sign, incendiary to be precise, but Lekro's Deagle is in play, and that's already made quite the appearance today. Smoke in response makes it awkward around Mini. And he can play around it from the box. Brolan willing to take this fight in the open. He doesn't necessarily have the support of his teammates, and a combination of Twist and Lekro enables him to find the first. Quickly traded, JW applying the pressure into the inner sight.
Whoa. Twist is looking absolutely deadly with this scout now as they find kill after kill. The force by working out for NIP. It'll be Twist to close things out there. 4 kills for himself. We did say he needed headshots there, and he managed to deliver on all fronts, managing to hit 4 players in total and actually taking them down as well. That is fantastic work as NIP will post double digits now. Look at these kills coming through. It's interesting as to why the smokes weren't deployed towards our side there. Maybe didn't have them towards the end. They go towards upper. It was a couple of kills from JW, the UMP, but that's all they can find. Twist completely dismantles the offense there. And we go to round number 18, a force fire response here with Desert Eagles. Fnatic had an entrance in the second half, and they're slowly slipping away from them.
Yeah, taste their own medicine. Second round is so far from a guarantee. JW making no secret of his descent, and that will be easy for Lekro to handle. NIP weathering this storm with not too much to write home about. That nade couldn't have been better. Crims hiding behind the box has been cut down to half. Forrest likely to finish it, but Brolan with his Desert Eagle finding 1. They know, or at least have a rough estimation as to where he stands. Lekro willing to take this fight. It's about reaction times, and Lekro wins. He had the better weapon. Now a Galil for Crims, that's something, and so is Flusher on the Desert Eagle. Eliminates the threat from Secret. Puts us into 3v2.
Exciting round here, still a minute on the clock, but Crims will have 48 HP. They've got 1 smoke, a Galil in hand, and Crims towards the top of heaven. He needs to find a decision here. How can they get this bomb down? How can they make this difficult for the CTs? Makes his way out. Down he goes, though. Fantastic shot from Forrest. Completely guarantees the round, almost certainly here, as Flusher will have just a Desert Eagle. 30 seconds remaining. Bomb on his back, sure, but how does he get that planted? I don't think there's a possibility of it going down here.
Yeah, they've got all of his angles of assault covered. He's taking so much time to clear this one. It's likely he's going to get caught by the flank. Rez will go investigating as things get down to the nitty-gritty. 15 seconds. Flusher would have to be planting in 10. And now he drops. Plopsky was the man on lower for NIP. And he's in prime position to catch him on the cross. Good tagging, doesn't convert, and now Flusher's got a one shot. Spectacular, no time for the plant. The round will go his way. Forrest confirming. That's his third frag of the round, and the 10th, now 11th for NIP.
Yeah, some quite beautiful shots there, but overall it will be the round for NIP, and Flusher died after the timer as well. He gets no money into that next round. He'll be sat on $650 here. They're gonna have to take a full eco, and he'll be hamstrung going into that next round for sure. He's got 15 kills to his name, and it's 11-7. NIP really looking quite strong now on Nuke, up against just Glocks across the board. No money invested into this round whatsoever. Pretty much guaranteed to be the 12th here, as NIP will hold back. No pushes required. No aggression needs to be presented at all. Just need to hold their crossfires and make sure they don't give any rifles up here. Shooting out the windows, suggesting they've got utility, but they just don't.
They just don't. Yeah, NIP, they've had to work hard for some of these rounds. This one, there should not be a furrowed brow in sight. You even have an SMG on Plopsky if you wanted to go hunting. Does look like they're going to be using this time to think things through for the future. Fnatic, their T side, yet to make too much of an impact since that pistol round. And it's no worries for Forrest. He's going to get another Plopsky. $600 in the pocket. Leaves Brolan. A Glock versus 3 rifles. The story of a rather one-sided affair. So 12 then to 7. Fnatic get that one over and done with, but perhaps the economic strife isn't done there.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Remember, Flusher not getting any money for that Deagle round. He currently sits on $3,000. Good for a good level armor, no grenades, maybe a decoy at the very most. He'll go for the Scout instead. Really not looking too great on this T side. They've got bare bones at best in terms of the grenades. Only one Molotov available to them as Flusher lines up the initial smokes here. Brolan very fast paced towards that side, but swallows that grenade down to 54 before he can even make a cross at this point.
And the timing of that Molotov, again, will slow them down. They respect it. It's nice and deep. Can't use the smokes to maneuver when it's locked you on the red container. Second smoke will arrive a little later than the first. And oh dear. Oh, dearie me. Lekro, he gets enough information to start putting bullets into the smoke, and still the cross will be tumultuous. Crims, that's important. Now his team can get across, and now this round still attainable for Fnatic.
Goes for the M4. Flush up. Throws away the Scouts, makes his way towards Heaven now. 1 minute on the clock. JW watching Freddy pushes from the ramp room. Still have a flash, 1 smoke and an HE. Grenade has been thrown, no damage inflicted whatsoever. Twist prime position to shut the ladder approach down. Just trying to maintain their crossfires. Be very difficult for Fnatic to even get close to the bomb site of no utility here. Best point of access is going to be Flush's position as they wait to see what he can do.
They don't even have the bomb for a quick response either. It's still down outside with 30 seconds left. This is going to be tough. Red's in a perfect spot as well. Nice work. Drawing the fire from him. Crims already finds his second frag of the round as well. Now the bomb's been picked up, and now they're ready for their assault. They're all coming from Mini, and it's easy for Forrest. Handles it like a champion. Experience oozing from every pore. Round 20 for Ninjas in Pajamas, and that's the 13th. They are so ready for Overpass.
Yeah, it's certainly looking to be the case, I have to say. Forrest runs the clock down, swings out at the correct time. Look how calm and precise he is as well. He had a rough major recently over in Berlin, but this is more like it. This is the Forrest we've come to expect. You can see him feeling himself. He's happy, he's smiling, and they've got 13 rounds on the board on the CT side of Nuke. Money, once again, completely broken on the Fnatic side, as it looks almost like a certainty this round is going against them. They can just partially invest into this one. They had $3,000 per player. Really not enough to work with there. They get maximum loss bonus in the next round. Let's see if we can get a bomb planted at least here. There is a chance they can maybe rush towards Zappa and catch the CT off guard, but not really much you can do here with just 2 smokes, a few flashbangs. Need 3 to really fully commit towards outside. So I'd suggest the upper bomb side is going to be their main point of approach.
Okay.
We'll see.
We will see. And for now, Flusher not going to be a part of it. He heads towards the silo, but there is some aggression towards the squeaky side of things. Smokes and Molotovs. Doesn't sound like a party I'd like a ticket to, but Crims, he's undaunted, straight down to the low side. Plopsky, he is in perfect striking distance, and he can hear the sound. He knows there's a player pushing up. Crims completely exposed. An easy frag for Plopsky. 4 frags away from 14.
Good positioning. Nice and calm here from NIP. They've spotted yet another player. That's Broland. Going to be dealt with in due course by Lekro. They start to take the players down slowly but surely here. Confirming things once again is Forrest with fantastic play with that M4. The moving turret will find 3 more frags, taking his total up to 21 kills and 10 deaths. He stands at the very tippity top of the server right now. Twist just beneath him with 18 kills. We'll see if we can get a nice replay of that one. You can see how calm he is. That 3rd frag as well, just anticipating the push from JW.
He was
47.
ready.
A couple of rounds will do it.
Couple of rounds before we see our 3rd. It does seem like nuke T-side is not something that Fnatic were necessarily completely and totally ready for. Broland, nice positioning from him. Jumps straight over the head of Lekro. The Z-axis, it's unfamiliar territory. Now Rez's aggression, he knows he has to take the initiative, but Crims was so ready for it. They get the information now, looking to piece together where the remaining 2 are. Plopsky likely to meet Golden with that early outside control. Rez has a must-win fight for Flusher, extending the lead for Fnatic. They're not done yet. And a perfect round so far. If they can go and convert this without losing a single man, they're going to start being able to build up what has previously been rather elusive money for their T-side.
Yeah, a lot more where that came from. Certainly required for the Fnatic boys here. We Twist to hold on to the AWP. His teammates didn't really put up a fight there. Just a little bit of damage inflicted towards Flusher. But 5 players looking likely to survive here. Twist will just look to hold on to the AWP. But it shouldn't affect the Ninjas too much going forward. They've got plenty of cash for the next round. There's 2 more rounds required. They have gone nowhere near the danger zone just yet. Looks like Twist might be found. They'll take something very fast to get Crims. His silent approach is completely wrecked. But they do know exactly where he is now. They should continue the hunt here. It's worth it considering they have so many players alive.
Twist, right to upgrade to the AK as the challenges continue to come in. Golden represent, well, a golden opportunity, but no, Twist unable to keep his weapon, take that up into the next, and so we will see Fnatic just 1 round 1 with the weapons, of course, off the back of the pistol, so 2 in total for their T-side. And they stopped the spree of NIP. 5 in a row was from them.
Well, it'll be the AWP on the T side in the hands of Golden, no less. They'll be heading towards the outer position. Smokes deployed, flashbangs too, trying to pick up the pace a little bit now. Golden should protect from the T boxes here as his teammates make their way towards the secret position with a bomb on their backs as well. They'll boost on T-Red first just to get a clear vision towards the outside position, mainly towards CT spawning. See Golden flashed off though, he'll drop down. Still need to cross over, flush up. Trying to get intel towards the garage position as he looks over the boxes here to see if any CTs will peek at all. Lekro is there, but playing a very defensive game.
It's a scary role to play, especially when you know the outside take is underway. Pressure applied. Lekro remains passive. He has to choose his timing well. He's going to make no secret of his position. They knew he was there already, but the smoke confirms it. Now they can play around that smoke themselves. It's nice work from Crims. That's outside eliminated. Where do you go from here? Certainly not towards Twist's scope. Stopping Golden's advance. He continues his. Players possibly above him though, and he's going to catch not only that, but the bomb, expecting another. He sees the Twist! A nice shout! Flusher would have to be as prolific as the Beatles if he wanted a chance at this one. That's a start, but immediately traded. NIP just 1 round away.
What a great little sequence that was from Twist. So aware of what would be happening in front of him and using the shadows to his advantage as well. Had to hit the quick scope there. Absolutely delivers on that third and final kill. Really exciting stuff. You see the shadow advantage there. Did actually spot the player before he dropped down and then completely ruins Crims. And it will be map point for NIP here up against a UMP in the hands of Brolan. 4 rifles around it. They do have enough to buy into this one, but their T-set approach has been lackluster. Fnatic haven't really found much at all in the first half, but they gave away a lot of rounds, and Necro looking to finish things off here. He'll take the bomb down towards outside, but it's a quick trade. JW has been spotted by Plopsky and forced to go back towards the lobby position.
Outside taken very early on. Twist is waiting. Will not necessarily be rewarded. The second shot does, and now just 3 remain for Fnatic's chances of keeping Nuke going. They regroup. They have access to the lower site. Plopsky, nade doesn't do too much, enables him to continue this fight, this hunt for Flasher. Oh, there's so many there. Flasher has to do something rather magical. Not even going to find the first, but it's Golden and Brolan. All weight of this map on their shoulders. Only going to get the first for now. Golden paid a heavy price, but still kicking. Still able to throw bullets in the direction of Plopsky, but his weight, his watch is over. 3 remain, pushing in, it's done. NIP, we're going to overpass. Somewhat of a signature third map decider for the Swedish derby.
Well, there it is. It's the Swedish sniper stepping up in the closing round there. Twist with a fantastic performance on the CT side. Manages to net himself 22 frags and 15 deaths. Really exciting stuff towards the end there. Some great sequences overall. But Fnatic, they looked weak there on Nuke. As expected, they are a new roster. It seems like Nuke hasn't been the focus in their practice so much because NIP just ran over them in the first half, posting so many rounds on their T side and overall looking like the better team on Nuke.
On Nuke, and of course Dust 2, it felt very much the other way around. So overpassed, an unknown entity. I think actually, if I had to piece it together, seeing the ridiculous Furia game we saw on Overpass from Fnatic, we could be in for a third map spectacle. But to break it down and to set the scene is the analyst desk. Let's head over there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson and Mr. Gurr. We're going to have a conversation right now about Nuke. Where did we fall on that one, ladies?
I think this was as expected. I don't think Fnatic have had time to practice Nuke that much. I think Fnatic may have made a little bit of a mistake in that video by not risking putting in Vertigo there. They removed it, right? I'm 100% sure, I'm at least, pretty sure that NIP wouldn't have picked Vertigo had that been left in the pool. So maybe I would have taken a chance here and removed nukes just to make sure that you had a chance of actually making it competitive. This looked like NIP all over. There was no doubt that they're going to win this game, and Fnatic seemed to play a game of FPL, which they ended up losing.
They did end up losing it, and you could definitely see it. Their rotations were a little stiff. They were their movement and the mobility within that server was very much so focused towards the upper side, and they weren't moving very much. But we saw some great things out of Twist. We've talking about how he needed to bring forth that consistency for this lineup, and we saw that out of him. He had some really nice scout shots coming out.
I mean, overall, though, when we talk about these two teams, we talk about the contrast between two maps. How are we feeling going into a third map with Fnatic, NIP? Do we feel like there's some redemption that just happened there for NIP?
I think it's going to be close. I think this was bound to happen. I think both teams are, as said in the first game, it's not that they're playing, some spectacular, well-played Counter-Strike. They're just playing up to the strengths they have, I guess. Fnatic got the job done on Dust 2, and now NIP got it done on Nuke. So I think Overpass is going to be that middle ground where it once again could be very scrappy, very intense, and again, these players know each other so well. So I would be surprised if it would not be a close game.
As well. I mean, I think scrappy is a word we've been using a lot today, but it's definitely a word that perfectly describes this overpass that's going to be coming up. We cannot forget on the first day, Furia versus Fnatic. It went into so many OTs. I believe that was the longest game we've had in a LAN in quite some time. And so I think that's going to bode well for Fnatic, specifically because they did come out on top of that match alone. And grinding through what almost is 2 matches on that overpass kind of gives them a little bit better of an idea of what they need to expect coming into this one.
Yes, and going forward into Overpass, as we've said, we can take a look at the numbers from the first 2 maps here, and it's going to be pretty even, minus, I guess, what would be Res and Golden for either side. But nonetheless, I mean, the thing about this matchup is the frags are not indicative to what's going on in the server in terms of, yes, this is a rivalry match. That's one way to put it.
Sure. a little bit of a roaring signal, the fact that Rest is not having a great game. I think he is supposed to be the main guy of this NIP lineup. I do agree, you know, Twist is playing great. Forest seems to be back at it now with the rifle. That's two players that you really need activated. But for NIP to come through and for NIP to be not only dangerous against Fnatic and Overpass, but also, you know, give themselves a realistic chance of going toe-to-toe against Astralis tomorrow if they were to win, then we need to see Rest in his prime. And he's been struggling a little bit.
He has, but I'm looking at Forest on this one. I mean, Forest has had such a spectacular land so far after being quiet for so long. Yesterday even having so many audible calls, opening up the rounds for his team, and then you can immediately see the reactions coming out of all his players just following up behind him, rallying into the site, and they're keeping it basic. They're just forcing those trades, getting into those sites, getting into post-plant scenarios, and more often than not, it is working out for NIP, so I hope to see more of that on this overpass.
Let's be honest right here, though, for just 1 second. Let's just be honest with ourselves.
I'm always honest.
Be honest with you at home. Let's really just kind of put this into perspective. Whoever wins here plays Astralis.
Sure.
What happens to him there?
If they don't step it up massively tomorrow, then Astralis is going to absolutely demolish either of these two teams tomorrow. I have no doubt in my mind. So, as sad as that may sound, the Swedes needs to step it up, and that's what I want to see here in Overpass. I want to see, you know, Forest, Rest, Twist for that matter, all chime in together at the same time and deliver. I want to see Crims, Flusher, and JW, for an example, go toe-to-toe against those three and make sure that they are playing at the absolute best. Because otherwise, it is, you know, it is a spot in the semifinal, and coming into the tournament, yes, that would have been nice for any of these Swedish squads, but if they want to stand a chance of even making it competitive against Astralis, they need to step it up.
We got one Dane that's slightly full of himself and maybe Denmark as well. We don't really know, but we'll get to the bottom of that tomorrow when the time comes for our semifinals, because coming up after the break, we will have the conclusion of this series, the third map as promised, with the Swedish teams that are promised right here in Ninjas Pajamas and Fnatic going toe-to-toe, and they've made it all the way to a third map. Overpass on the cards, Dust2 and Nuke are done, and we'll be right back after the break.
I was being honest.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Ready to fall. Ready to fall. 'Cause I know you'll pull me up. 'Cause I know you'll pull me up. So catch me and don't let go. Now I feel invincible. And I know that I'm risking it all. And we're just gonna fall. Ready to fall.
It's not about winning, it's about fun.
I'm not prepared for this. Is it nice being back?
Yeah, it's nice playing with some of my best friends. So, all good there.
Yeah. Where do you think we're going?
Are we going in a hot air balloon?
That would be cool, but in this weather? Oh, here we go. It's very nondescript, the building.
Am I gonna bake? Bake a cake?
He's cleverer than he looks, you know. We should make some treats for the boys.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah? Do they deserve treats? Have they been practicing hard?
Yeah, I think they deserve some.
Okay. We're gonna make some chocolate balls. Some Swedish chocolate balls.
Some chokladbollar.
Is that what they're called? Chokladbollar?
Choklad.
Chokladbollar.
Perfect.
Chokladbollar. You achieved so much with Fnatic, won 3 majors, but then you went off for a while, you went to Cloud9, and then you obviously had your break, but now you're back. So what's it like to be in the Fnatic jersey once more?
Like, mainly it's coming back to Crims and JW, of course. I've played with them pretty much all my career, and we are really good friends, both outside the game, inside the game. Like, whatever we do, we always have like our backs, and yeah, they're just some of my best friends, and we all get along just perfectly. So.
So you kickstarted your career with Fnatic, became a legend with them, and then you went across to America. So how different was it to be playing with Cloud9 and on that scene?
a whole new world in one way. Basically came there, I didn't know anyone except Mike Golden, but he unfortunately had some health issues after a while, so it was kind of just meeting a lot of new people. Everyone was just really nice, and the whole C9 management and everything, like everything was really good there. I got taken care of really well, so.
Just someone take a picture of me for Tinder when me and my boyfriend broke up. So you're essentially playing with the same lineup that you won Intel Extreme Masters Katowice with in 2018, but instead of Letcro, you've got Brollo. Very young, new Counter-Strike player. So how are you working with him and building up that in-game relationship?
Known him for like 3 weeks now, like apart from the one tournament we played together with him in, I don't know, 2 years ago soon, so I haven't gotten to know him really well yet, but we're getting there.
Does that leave enough space for Milk?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good, good.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is our first quarterfinal of the Corsair DreamHack Masters Malmö. Twist was doing everything he could to stop it from happening, but the Ninjas take us to 3. They conceded Dust 2. Nuke, though, did seem like the perfect pick given the very developmental stages of these rosters, and they managed to throw it straight back to Overpass.
There was a massive question mark surrounding this game coming into this first quarterfinal. NIP looked to drop off somewhat on Dust 2. They were lost on their timings. The clock was eluding them 3 or 4 times on the T side, but it looked much better on Nuke. You can see they're well versed on that, ready to go. Overpass, the great decider. We know both these teams can play the map. Hopefully a much more exciting finish here and a much more competitive game. We want to see this one go the full distance.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it has been a rather one-sided affair for both teams in their map victories so far. Admittedly, NIP did manage to push Fnatic further than vice versa on their map pick, but the odds, you can see, brought to you by GGBet, have managed to give it just a slight edge to the Ninjas coming into Overpass.
Well, speaking of edge, we do have a knife round to decide the side of the start here, and it will be not so much a CT-sided affair, but it is preferable to start on the CT side and give yourself a nice target to go for in a more tactical approach of the T-Forces here. That will be underway right now, and we'll confirm who we send on that CT side. Looks good for Fnatic right now. It's going to be a 4 versus 2, and hopefully this will set the tone for a very exciting third map. Nuke was underwhelming. You can see Fnatic weren't quite ready for it. It will be NIP to win out in the knife round, so they'll be starting on the CT side here, and we'll be underway momentarily to work out who will be our next semi-finalists through out of these 2 exciting teams here. Swedish prospects looking to have a bit of a resurgence in terms of the legacy that both organization will have surrounding them, as it will be NIP confirming their CT start. Fnatic will have to work cut out for them, but they'll have to recover from that Nuke performance there. Their CT side especially looks very weak, weren't ready for it. But in terms of individual play, I would say that Fnatic might have a slight edge so far, but we did see Forrest really come online in that second map. He was looking deadly.
He really was, and I loved the piece we got to run just before we jumped into our third map with Flusher and Frankie, just talking a little bit about the reunion of sorts, getting to play with JW, excuse me, and Crims again. And that's something that, you know, there is value to. Obviously, familiar territory hasn't always worked in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, sometimes changing it up and breaking those combinations of players. Saying that, though, we see the most successful team at the moment has got one of the longest standing cores we've ever seen from the Danes. But this is a reunion. Crims, JW, and Flusher in a Fnatic jersey on the stage, but up against the Ninjas in pajamas who have taken Fnatic's unwanted Twist and put him to work. Now they meet in the server. Map 3, it's Overpass. I hope you're with us, Malmö. I want to hear the ups and the downs. Ride this ride with us. Overpass, our third map in this quarterfinal. And we're going to be jumping straight into the pistol round. It's going to be interesting to see how many resources they choose to send towards the party area for early info. Twist does look like that's going to be his responsibility. And Fnatic, well, they're going to perhaps be giving more than just information, perhaps lead thrown that direction as they do charge towards playground. And this one will be off to a start. The CTs immediately retreat.
Fast approach here from Fnatic. 3, make it 4 players towards the long position. Not ideal with the rain, that's why they're trying to close that down as quickly as they possibly can. They will enter the bathrooms from the back side here. Rez will At least hear footsteps, that there's presence towards long, but does he know they're making their way towards the bathroom position and potentially that A bomb site? Flasher watching the connector for any flanks coming through. And at this stage, Fnatic, 2 smokes, presumably one towards CT steps and bank. Flash over, get that bomb down. Looks very likely, but they do have the option to fall back, which they may take. They're going through the connector now, taking away CT vision, making sure there's no chance of them getting intel, but footsteps heard and back towards A they go.
Wow, it is just a bait and switch this time though. It's Rez switched on. Gets the first, eliminates that threat from Toilets, at least towards the long side, and oh, Lekro, precise! Takes the head off Golden before he had any chance to react. Puts 3 now on this take from Fnatic. That was their utility taken away from them. Smokes have plumed, and playing around them is Twist. There's still just 2 remaining, Crims and Flusher. They haven't had a single impact yet on this pistol round, and yet it's as good as over.
Yeah, really not looking good now. A consolation prize at this stage with getting that bomb planted, but that's not even looking that likely considering there's 20 seconds remaining. Flusher does find damage towards Lekro. We'll have to try and convert that shot if possible, but he's got players all around him towards long as well. He's getting chipped away at, does get 1. That's maybe all he finds here, running out of bullets, has to go for the reload on the A-bomb site here. 10 seconds remaining and out of luck. Clean pistol from NIP, held their nerve, hit the shots required. It was Lekro with a stunning shot towards the mid position that really confirmed things there, just taking them down one by one. No response with the Glocks at range, and Fnatic are going to be force buying into this second round here. More of the same as what we've seen in the previous maps here. Deagles, CZs, without the bomb being planted, you cannot bring those rifles out. Speaking of rifles, we have got just the one of them on the CT side. That's Plopsky with the FAMAS, and 3 SMGs and Twist Scouts, which has been very powerful so far.
Yeah, he had an incredible round. 4 kills on that round, and all with that Scout. That was on Nuke, different circumstances this time, but so far, between these 2 teams especially, that second round after winning the pistol has been such a threat. This round no different.
So what can they do with this? The MAC-10 in the hands of Flusher. They've got 4 players towards the fountain position, making their way down the mid steps. Lovely setup here from the CTs. You can see Twist is trying to bait in his teammate Rez right into towards that corner. SMG ready to strike when he starts to feel threats on the other side, and it's too late. His teammate goes down first. They've actually got the lead here on the T side. They'll make their way towards the A side. Forrest is ready and waiting. He's been superb in the last couple of maps. We'll see if he can step up here once again. First frag is his. He buys some time for the rotations. They'll make their way through and try and get that bomb down. It's going to be the Deagle that finds him the lead once again.
To change things was Plopsky, now Lekro. Does bring it down to the 1v1. He's on for 3 kills in this round. No armor on Golden. It would have to be quite a phenomenal Deagle connection in order to find that first round early here for Fnatic. A stalemate, takes the fight, and a miss. Gives Golden another shot, and Lekro. Wow. Keeping NIP stable. That's a big multi-kill round from him. 3 in total, stops that from spiraling, but my God, did Fnatic have a good go of things. Brings it down to the 1v1 on the fourth.
Yeah. And unfortunately, unless they got the bomb down there, it doesn't really do a whole lot for them. They have to take a full eco going into that next round. I say that. They have dropped a Krieg. Interesting. They've got no armor to go with it. Oh, there it is. Brodan will invest towards it. I was about to say, a Krieg going in dry would be very difficult to operate with. Brodan will invest in the Kevlar and helmet. Trying to be the Superman here. He is the young superstar of this team. If he can deliver at this point, that would be fantastic, but it's such a difficult task here. His teammates with no armor, a few upgraded pistols. Glock for Flusher, P50 on Golden. And Brodan can't fire a single bullet, can't take speculative shots at all. Needs to wait for an opportunity to strike where he can find a couple of guaranteed kills.
A couple of stray Glock bullets through the smoke is going to help Lekro try and find zone in on that monster presence Twist. Oh, if he gets this right, this is going to be a very demoralizing loss of the rifle. Roland's conscious of it, and that's a big frag. Stops the aggression. There isn't anyone who's a prime candidate to be picking up that SMG off the floor, though.
Well, like me, they'll be assuming they'll just have Glocks and no armor at this stage. You can understand why the CTs may be a little bit more aggressive than usual, trying to get the round done as quickly as possible, but that's a bit of a wake-up call. Broland with the first, preempting the push from long. They'll take down Twist, and now they have an opportunity of sorts. They've managed to recover an MP9 as well. They have a flashbang and an HE. It's not actually too bad overall. There is a chance they pull this one back. 2-0 at this stage, and Fnatic with the man advantage in round number 3. Plopsky only with the CZ. He was hoping this one to be a walk in the park as well. 25 seconds, such a perfect smoke. They might just have to push through that one.
20 seconds. They're going to join JW up short. This could just be the CT meat grinder. Crims, though, shifts the odds in their favor. With nothing, not again. Surely, Fnatic. They brought one rifle, but this round is worth so much more. 5 seconds to contest with Rez. But Brolan, given the rifle, given the chance, and he does thrive. That is 3 frags from him and an important round on the board from Fnatic.
Yeah, they just didn't anticipate that rifle to be out there, pushing around the map. And of course, with just Glocks, that would have been absolutely fine. But this is where it all opened up. It starts to unwind and unravel for NIP very, very quickly indeed. We said Brolan had to step up with that Krieg. He has 3 frags in total, manages to take it to the next round and puts Fnatic in a fantastic position going forward. They will force back themselves. 1 rifle, 1 scout, and pistols to go with it. This game really starting to begin now in the 3rd map. 1 smoke, a flashbang on the CT side, and Rez knows he has to cause some damage here, but can't find anything towards the T steps. They will boost towards the B bomb site here. Lekro, so good at this deagle, but given no opportunities whatsoever. As he looks towards a short pipe, Flusher could just jump up and maybe take him down here. Waiting on either side, they don't know how close they are.
Just separated by 6 inches of concrete. And Fnatic looking to win this one and cement the equalizer. Take towards long, they're going to leave Flusher to his own devices towards water as the battle really starting on the other side of the map. Twist is going to be willing to take that fight, and that's a good deal of damage, forced off by the Molotov. I'm not sure he's going to be able to find cover. He's covered by, I believe that was Rez, but with the scout, no armor, 1 bullet is all it takes. He gets cut down to 33.
Well, back towards B they'll go. They found success there previously with just pistols and that 1 Krieg. They've got a lot more this time. Everyone fully equipped, flush up. Even though he's just got the UMP, it's a prime weapon for this sort of round. 3 players have our helmets. Rez, as you mentioned, with no armor whatsoever. It'll be the first frag opened up, and it should be very clean here for Fnatic. I don't see a chance that Lekro really does much about this with just a CZ in hand. They'll have to save the M4 and the scout. Really not looking good for NIP. They had the previous round locked in as much as they were concerned. And it all falls apart. The force by not working out for them. A simple play towards a B bomb site yields 2 frags and guarantees the round. Swiss will take 1 down with him, but ultimately has to save now.
Yep, it's time to play what was previously quite the tough game, survival, when saving these weapons. Fnatic do look like they're willing to at least apply some of the pressure. JW looking to return to where Twist drew blood. Took down his comrade in Flusher.
So Twist will save the M4. Rez will have the scout, but it's Fnatic not really having to break a sweat there at all. They take a little bit of damage overall, but 4 players will survive. They'll tie things up. Started on the CT side of Nuke and couldn't really get going at all, but this is looking much more promising now. It does set the tone for this 3rd and final map. Both teams up for this. NIP, even with the saved M4, can't really invest too much into this round. They've got $2,000 per player. Maybe a flashbang or 2 to try and commit to a play. A push towards middle perhaps, but they just get a single HE. That's about it.
And that's just been thrown away at the Fnatic spawn. Gives you a taste of the discrepancy for the bye coming into round 5, map 3, quarterfinal number 1. Despite some early utility thrown towards B, there will be nothing to follow it up. GW going to be clearing out that corner. He's being very cautious about that. Wants the presence to be known, though, for the CTs, as putting that M4 in the right place is going to be their primary objective, and Twist, he's made no secret of his spray through. Ooh, not too far off on the return, but for now, this is going to be Fnatic ensuring they don't fall to Twist's M4. They know it's unlikely to have anything else alongside it. Rez, of course, with the scout. Oh, the boost is perfect with a hole in the wall. They made the hole in the door, do excuse me, but enables Twist to find that angle, that line of sight straight onto JW. That's the advantage they were looking for, now likely to maneuver him around the map.
Yeah, absolutely true. Great boost, though. Really well thought out. 30 seconds remaining, pressure now applied to Fnatic. They're going to fall back towards B again. They have found great success so far that side of the map. That's where both their rounds have come from. Can they replicate it, though?
Klopsky made the call. Already the CTs are on the rotate towards B. They will be there, but one man really has to do it all. Forrest, he wasn't the candidate, it was Twist, but he's been taken down too. And they pack a punch, Golden ensuring this round goes Fnatic's way. They run all the way down to the last 10 seconds of play. Hold on a second, Plopski!
What?
2 with the USP! This round was all said and done. Crims to clutch. Rez closing the gap, 1 from short. He knows where they're coming from. Great catch onto Rez. Now Plopski, can he really do it all on the very same stage? He can't do it. Didn't have any bullets, I don't think.
No, he didn't. I think he had 3 in the magazine there. That is disappointing for if one of those bullets connects, he wins the round, but couldn't find it, and Crims wins out on a 2 versus 1.
A familiar face in the crowd. Can't quite believe that. He does all the hard work. Great work with his sidearm. Never opted for the fresh mag. And that comes back to haunt him. We'll see it from Crims' POV. Didn't look like a too difficult shot.
I think he still had it regardless of the bullet situation.
Yeah.
Not confirmed, but still, that he had the position to shut that one down. It will be 3-2 though. That was Eco from NIP. They got tantalizingly close there to finding that first Eco victory, but now will be Fnatic taking the lead on their T side.
Right.
AKs and 1 Krieg.
This looks like a very different look. Roland, as the smoke clears, he's looking to push, could catch Lekro sleeping, does. Smoke in his hand and a bullet in his brain. He's not done alongside Golden. Good damage, site almost taken already. Very stark contrast to the round prior, but Forest with 2. Now Rez and Twist. They're on the rotate, and JW could not be in a better position to slow them down, cut them down. They might boost for this, though. They're thinking about it. This could be their way in. They don't necessarily have a kit, so they can't take too long with this investigation.
It's a nice idea. They were hoping to get a quick kill here towards shore, but without the kits available to them, I think the round is said and done at this stage. It was Golden managing to crack things open towards Monster, and Brodan following things up towards the bomb site itself. Another B-side approach. NIP starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable on that side of the map. It seems to fall apart every single time Fnatic made their way there. It's 4 out of 4 rounds towards the B bomb site. They find success now. Rez will take down JW with him. Money will be strong on the T side. They get $3,500 on top of the amount you can see on the right-hand side of your screen now. Golden with 10,000. Anything but for the NIP side as they save an AK and an M4. They might want to take a tactical timeout at this point and work out how to shut down the offense towards that B bomb site. Indeed, Rez calls for the timeout. And for what's the call going to be? $3,000 for Plopski and Forest. With the 2 rifles saved, though, Rez could drop a FAMAS. Same story for Twist, but it would still be a difficult, labored round going forward. 4-2 on the T side. Very early days, but a great start for Fnatic after losing a very convincing pistol round.
Yeah, it was a demoralizing way to lose the pistol, barely having a chance before multi-kills came in. Flusher gave it his best shot, but yeah, after that, we haven't heard too much from the Ninjas. They got the conversion, albeit labored. It came down to a 1v1. Let's not forget that. It was Lekro versus Golden, which, thanks to Lekro, enabled NIP to find the initial 2, and the only 2 you see on the board now heading into round 7. Back into the action, though, back into the games. There's just 2 rifles, M4 and an AK-47. Kevlar vests for 4 of them, excuse me. Plopski deciding on the Armored Deagle as his weapon of choice.
Yes, well, it was Fnatic that stepped up with just the 1 rifle before and pistols. NIP have gone 1 step further with 2 rifles, but still a very difficult situation, but Twist makes light work of it. Lovely stuff there with the AK. Great headshot towards JW. And that's going to be another rifle potentially picked up here at this point. Oh, the spam coming from the doors. That's actually quite impressive from Flusher. He preempts them, recovering the weapon. They do get a second AK-47 here. 5 on 4, but Rez taking some damage. Plenty of time on the clock and lots of utility on the T side. They got 4 smokes, flashbangs, and 3 Molotovs as well. They're slowing things right down with the bomb down towards T spawn. Looking to maybe probe towards long. They know it's very unlikely there's the AWP on that side of the map. Twist has to connect here. This spray does nothing for him. A little bit of damage inflicted towards Crims, but ultimately he comes out on top.
Yeah, Twist wanted to do a whole lot more with that when you could see in his reaction. He knows just how valuable that weapon and his position was. Plopski, though, he did a lot with his USP. Now he's got an even louder version, but no. Not even able to fire a bullet before Flusher clearing out this site. Another presents himself. It was Lekro. Bit of a team flash, though. Will slow down Flusher's advance, and he's got a good idea of where Lekro is. Has to get this right, does so. Now the round should be Fnatic's. The bombs arriving from Broland. Just Rez and Forest, they'll be picking up those rifles and likely just trying to give them another shot in round 8. The 7th, though, is all Fnatic. Their T side, they've strung together all of these, I believe. Yep, this will be 5 in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. Planting a B once again. The A bomb side really hasn't been investigated too much. So the only rounds they've given away towards that round. The pistols where they ended up, they got completely wrecked. They thought, you know what, A is not our thing. Let's just focus on the B bomb site, keep it cool. And at this point, another 4 players surviving. It was a nice shot from Twist to open things up towards that connector. Looked like they had promise behind it, but the shots coming in from flusha towards the squeaky door actually subdued them. They pushed back towards the bomb sites themselves. And at that point, kill by kill, Fnatic overwhelmed them. It's going to be another round on the board in their T-side campaign. Looking very strong now. They take a 5-2 lead. NIP for the first time bring out the sniper rifle in the hands of Twist. Now, does he head towards B, knowing that they've been focusing towards this side of the map so much? The problem is they don't necessarily rush it. They don't go for any fast executions. They run a default and just finish up there once they feel like they've taken vision away from the CT side. It's a very traditional approach towards the overpass map, but one that's working out very well for them.
Crims with the utility will be in vain, though, because the Molotov arriving from the CT to slow their
technical issue, Alex.
Ah, okay.
Just to stop you there before I got out of hand.
Yeah, thank goodness. This looks like we'll be restarting. Yeah, I did see flusha frantically typing on spawn.
Yeah. He's had a couple of PC issues in this quarterfinal so far. Hasn't slowed them down here on Overpass, at least. If you're just joining us, this is the 3rd and final map in this Swedish derby between NIP and Fnatic. Quarterfinal hasn't really delivered in terms of a really exciting close game so far. You can see these teams not necessarily at a top level just yet and battling each other on an equal level. But the 3rd map's looking a lot more interesting and exciting, I have to say. We've had some very, very good rounds so far from Fnatic. Great teamwork overall. Nothing too technical, but just a great overall approach. flusha will be disconnected and have to rejoin momentarily. NIP, remember, bringing out the AWP the first round. And a 5-2 deficit, hoping that Twist can step up to the level he was on Nuke. He had some amazing, just awesome moments to the AWP there.
That's for sure. And an interesting one that caught my eye while scrolling through the forums was regarding the fact that Fnatic have yet to fall to the Ninjas since 2015, a frag bite of sorts. They haven't lost to the Ninjas on LAN for 4 years. I'll double check that. I haven't fact checked that myself.
You put yourself out there?
Well, I mean, I've prefaced it by the exact way in which I attained that information. Should be okay. But if that stands, that's something that NIP have the opportunity to break live in Malmö 2019. That is assuming they can get their 5th back on the server. Thank you for your patience during this series. I anticipate it's often just one player. One guy draws the short straw, you know, day 1 in the arena, someone gets the short straw, and some poor admin starts sweating profusely as he rifles through SSDs.
Yeah, absolutely. They've already replaced his PC once, so hopefully we won't have to do that again. Fnatic looking to continue the pace they've already set. They've got momentum behind them. They've picked up a lot of rounds in a row here on the T side after losing the pistol and the 2nd round force buy as well. It was a 3rd round solo Krieg. They put so much promise towards Brolan in that round. They've said they're trying to build this team around him. He's got the individual talent. They're trying to teach him what they've already experienced throughout the years in their major campaigns and trophies they've lifted over the core 3. That's flusha, JW, and Crims, of course, and he delivered there. He's stepping up on the big stage, doesn't seem to be phased whatsoever.
No, and it's unfamiliar territory for some of the names. Wanting to replicate the playoff spot in their closeout of the year, and of course, converting that into the next, but it's going to be a question of time. It seems like it's quite a polarizing conversation when you ask, you know, players, how long do you need to develop a new roster? I think obviously it's on a case-by-case basis, but the numbers I've seen thrown around by the likes of MSL, he says 6 months. Existence said something like 12. That was always quite a funny one. But in terms of developing as a team, once you have all of the right components in your mind, has had a very different time tag attached to it by everyone I've spoken to. It seems like that is just up for debate.
Well, I guess they were both relatively relieved they were up against each other here in the quarterfinal, knowing that both teams aren't essentially world-class at this point. There are some scary names in this tournament, some very exciting teams left in the bracket.
We see now Vitality and Mousesports, of course, in the other quarterfinal, but Na'Vi and Astralis, with their performances, have put them in the semi-finals. There is some huge names, and you're right, there is probably an element of that, and also an opportunity to do this in front of a Swedish crowd. They travel the world doing exactly this, but it's very rare they get to play in front of a crowd very close to home. And during this tech pause, by the way, Malmö, they can't speak. They are just staring at you So if you want to give them a little torch on your phone, something for them to remember their trip to Sweden, whether it's not a semi-final, whether it's a... That's lovely.
Yeah, on the last remaining members of the original NIP lineup, Forrest now flying solo with younger players around him. NIP in a quarterfinal. Hasn't been too many of those in recent years, that has to be said.
That is for sure. Does look like flusha is back into the server, so we're getting close to getting this game back underway. If you've just joined us and wondering why we're monologuing, I'll tell you exactly why. flusha needed a fresh PC. Love the energy, absolutely love it. Getting the sleep out of our eyes, as it does seem like it's time to get straight back into the action. The score is 5-2. 5 for Fnatic on the T side of Overpass, the third map. Anticipated to be the closest of the 3. And you were talking about the AWP.
Well, there it is. Twist will bring it out. NIP need to start coming online here. Only had the pistol victory. And anti-force by success so far since the gun runs have begun. It's been Fnatic. They've been running them over here. A great T-side so far, and Golden looks to set the pace towards middle, trying to find the opening frag if possible. Smoke towards the bathrooms. Confirms that the initial connector position is clear. Speculative bullets towards the bathrooms at JW. Always spots one. Flicks to the spray, takes down Lectro once again to open things up. It's a very early frag, but Plopsky will answer back in due course. That B bomb site once again is being a nuisance for them. Forrest playing out of his mind in the second map, will have to deliver here. Needs to take down JW if possible. Encroaches on that position, aggressive play, knowing he needs to find frags with JW, well aware, and will answer back once again. It's Twist towards T-spawn though. AWP fires off a bullet into the chest of Golden. 3 versus 2, 1 minute remaining. CT is completely segregated at this point.
I mean, he is going to solve this mystery on his own. The fact that he's doing this alone and with the bomb, my God, he's worked it out, but where do you go from here? JW's tucked in on sandbags. Twist is back in toilets. Let's not forget he got his first frag all the way towards T-spawn. This hasn't been a standard round by any stretch of the imagination, and actually flusha could get the sound cues. Look at this patience paying off. Oh, wow.
He knows. So that's going to be the CTs playing with each other. Towards the B side of the map, flusha completely destroys the one final player towards that side of the map. They know exactly where Rez is. 2 versus 1 now. He's got his work cut out for him. Bomb planted towards A. Yes, he has a kit, but only a flashbang. AK-47 in hand, and just trying to see if there's any T presence here towards the B side of the map. It looks like he might be out of luck here.
Yeah, that does look like Fnatic again to take another round here on their attack. Setting themselves up. Interesting stance actually taken by Fnatic for that after plan. They just decided to tuck into toilets and flash for a re-aggression just to get the info.
Well, first kill once again in favor of Fnatic. It was Lecro pushing off short. Didn't have any backup from a boost or anyone watching the short pipe. It was actually a little bit problematic for himself there. Didn't really put up much of a fight. They just smoked down, but that was about it. Crims so close towards Red's position, but no frag found. He'll save the AK into the next. 6-2 overall on the T-side campaign for Fnatic. Yeah, looking absolutely marvelous for themselves. Money's still there for NIP. Maximum loss bonus fully online at this stage, and they will drop weapons. Twist will go for glass cannon AWP. He needs to go for initial pick here. They need some sort of an advantage going into this round.
Just try and drag NIP into an early round lead. The smoke stops anything flusha was considering. Thrown all the way from CT spawn. Rez, though, this is a one-man mission. So many adversaries closing in on his location as well. He has to time this to perfection if he does choose to push. Golden gives him the fight he was hoping for. That's the early advantage. It wasn't Twist, but Rez immediately neutralized, puts us back into an even keel.
Yeah, it's been the problem for NIP, especially in that first map. So many solo 1v1s that there's no chance of any sort of crossfire or trade potential. Sure, they got the opening kill there, but a 4-on-4 actually favors the Ts in Counter-Strike, especially on a map like Overpass, where the defense will be spread thin in these sort of scenarios, and as opposed to the T side, they can group up together and really capitalize against that. 4 AKs, make it 3 with the Krieg in the hands of Brolan. A few flashes remain, and Twist, remember, no armor here, so incredibly squishy. Spotted by Crims, and oh, he's gone down here. Doesn't even need the headshot. Couple of bullets in his side, he can't believe his luck.
That's a dream. First, being able to get that trade relatively simply.
Yeah.
Converted now into his second.
Again, just alone, no chance of working with his teammates, and that'll be the same story for Forrest there. Does get initial dink. HE follow-up might be enough. Doesn't quite connect. Smokes now towards Bank and towards the CT steps. Looking so good for Fnatic. One of the few times they finish up towards A here. Bomb will be planted, but a frag back from Lekro, but again, traded out.
Bomb to be planted, then Brolin no longer a part of this round, and oh, catching Forrest on the spray to try and stop the plant. Exposed. Puts it all onto Plopsky. He can't even start things off. 3 in the round from Crims. That's all him. Had quite the day. The fans here, especially the one that walked out with Get Right to put that trophy on its mantle. Trophy still a pipe dream for these teams, as this is just the first challenge of many. We'll see that this time from Crims' POV. Yeah, lovely work.
Yeah, even if it's Fnatic to go to the semi-final, I don't think many people have them winning the tournament so far. It's going to be a developmental process for them, and it has to be the eco now for an IP. 3 Deagles, make it 4 with Forrest, and a CZ for Plopsky. Rifles across the board for Fnatic, 7-2. It's such a fantastic start. The Molotov going to make things a little bit more problematic there for Twist, who will avoid any sort of damage, but will have to reposition. Flashbang comes through, and JW continues his probe towards the connector position. There is a player waiting for him, and completely removes him as well. He'll recover a rifle and fall back.
Of course, it's the one man without the Kevlar vest.
Oh, continue to push, actually.
That's quite the opposite of a fallback. However, the timing may not be on his side, given this rather aggressive push now towards long. Rez can hear it, but can convert it. Nearly 2. Body shots to Brolan, Crims the same, down to 47. But Twist, they're gonna check it, and what? Okay. Doesn't matter if you've got no armor if you're hitting shots like that. A quick reaction enables NIP to now be firmly in the driving seat of this round. There's only one more man to find. They've whittled away at them. The Malmö find their voice. 35 seconds. There's no way Golden can really have an impact on this one. He knows it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Well, there we have it. Twist alone towards that connector. We commented on that being a problem in the previous round, but anything but here. He managed to get the initial Deagle headshot, pick up the rifle, find an absolutely stunning shot from the T-step position to take down a player towards a playground position. At that point, it was player by player. NIP keep 4 up. A desperate situation for themselves on the CT side, but some signs of life here. This will be their 3rd. Fnatic still with plenty of cash. Crims will have close to 16,000 after this one. Golden will keep them in charge. Oh, another kill coming in. That removes one of the AKs. That's actually kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that works out wonderfully for Golden, keeping hold of the AK himself, but also forcing the rebuy on 2. See that again from Twist's POV. Lovely shot onto JW. It all started there. This is perhaps where it finished, though. A panic spray, perhaps, but precise one at that.
Well, here we go, then. This is where the game really starts to warm up. We're past the halfway point of this first half, and we'll see if NIP can start converting multiple rounds in a row. They're going to have to here. This is more like it. We've got Forrest on that secondary AWP. He'll open things up with a boost, and now they're starting to work out. This is what you want to see on the CT side of Overpass. Working in tandem, maybe a little bit too greedy there towards the end, pushing off in a 5-on-3 advantage. It only gives 1 kill up, however. Does significant damage towards Golden.
Yeah,
plenty of time.
Even more pressure on Flusher and JW. Oh, and he's trying to exploit the gap and does so. Oh, it works out so well for Flusher. Plopsky gone now, 3 versus 3. And they're advanced. Doesn't look like it's done towards B. Gonna fall off. And double AWPs. It's gonna make it difficult. Should this get close quarters? Should this get into the gritty side of a side take? Flusher trying to ensure the CTs are aware that he is still standing on short. The rest an unknown. They have Rez jumping for info. At the moment, he's just calling all clear, and so Forrest stays poised and posted. Great flash, but he still pulls the trigger. That's Flusher, one of the hardest hitters left for Fnatic in round 11.
That is absolutely massive from Forrest. Pulls the trigger when the flashbang delivers. And it will be 20 seconds remaining. Twist can't find the shots required towards Shaw here. He was given 2 opportunities there. Bomb to be planted, desperately trying to find the wall bang here. Not going to happen though. Decides to give in, but Rez does not. The HE is absolutely spot on, and Twist will hit the all-important shot, the one that really matters towards the end of the round. NIP are back online, 2 rounds in a row. One had to come from Desert Eagles, but that one is a clean gun round there, denying the plan for Fnatic. Nice opening pick. That's what you want to see. So when Lekr puts it off short, it makes so much more sense of a player boosted behind him. He has some backup there. He managed to get the second kill. Sure, he went down, but he did dink Golden in the process and contribute to that frag. And it's round 12 now, and into the dying stage of this first half. NIP looking to close the gap.
See the fast molly to stop any of the same actions from Lekr, nading off the door. Lekr wants to be able to provide some support from underpass. Catching 1 bullet, given the smoke, but a response is much more deadly. Brings Golden down to 50. This is a dangerous game he's playing, but he is rewarded for it, and more damage done to Golden, putting him once again very early into this round, kind of out of it. Lekr. I was going to say his average damage would be higher. We'll remind you the graphic obviously thrown off by the round reset.
Yeah. Well then, Lekr is just relentless with his short aggression. 1.5 kills found this time. Golden down to just 12 points of health. Sub 1 minute at this stage. Remember, it's a double orb setup for an IP. We haven't seen much in terms of tactical executions from Fnatic, just good timings and great fragging ability. Now hold towards connected with the bomb for now, but Forest, he's ready and waiting. That'll be the kill from the monster pipe towards T-spawn. And that should surely push him towards the A side of the map.
Things have looked significantly better for the Ninjas since they picked up the secondary orb. This round's no different. Twist takes down Brawler. Now it's a battle for escape. Can he really get out of this one? Perhaps he realizes that his best offense... Oh dear! I can't speak, and Twist can't hit his no-scope now. Puts Crimson Golden with just an opportunity, but with no time. It should be an easy cleanup. Rez confirms. They have the choice to pick up that secondary orb again, and they do so. Rez scavenging away to pull into the next. NIP, that's 3.
Yeah, that's a very impressive finish there from Rez. Starting to calm down now. Looking much stronger with the double orb setup, that's for sure. Fnatic don't really have a response at this point. This is their final buy. If they give this one up, they'll be down to an eco situation. Lekr, this time towards a connector. Spray battle commences through the smoke, but no real damage being connected so far. It's going to be Crims that pushes through it and gets towards that short position once again. Forest looking to answer back. Reclaim territory here. 2 players on his right-hand side. If he decides to go any further. Holds the angle for now. Misses the shot.
JW holding his crouch key as hard as he could. Made himself as difficult of a target as possible for Forest's shot. Divide and conquer, Fnatic strategy for round 13. No intentions for anything quick. Bomb still down, way back towards T-spawn. They want to try and find an opening, and actually there was a gap for Plopsky, but JW's just vacated the premises. As the smoke's clear, so does the attacking force. Now starting to advance towards Forest's position. Oh my lord, he's lucky to be alive. His toes shot at, but his heart's still beating. And now that's a one way in for Fnatic. Golden delivers. Plopsky, he has to do more than one. He wasn't anticipating Crim, certainly not from that position. Now the site is theirs. It's Lekr. He's a sitting duck up there and chooses to drop. Makes sense. Now Loach looking to close the gap, try and find a way in. He can't stop it. They're all so low. Oh. He had a real chance there, the lowest being the planter. He could have at least slowed this round down, but this one has been ripped from him. That's another for Fnatic, and relatively clean sheet too.
Yeah, a bit of a scrappy round there from Fnatic. They keep 4 players alive, taking a little bit of damage there towards the end, and Lekr had an opportunity to deny the plan and maybe sabotage their efforts towards that side of the map. But once again, Fnatic successful in their B approach. Seems to be their main go-to bomb site at this stage. We're going to have just Twist surviving with the AWP. Hold towards that connector. And so look for any exiting terrorist players at this stage, but it will be Fnatic with 8 rounds on the board, shoulder bait, and a conversion from Twist. He'll take the head off Crims, and actually save the AWP no problem here. The money completely destroyed, though, for NIP once again. Potentially another tactical timeout here with Rez, $2,000. Lekro, same story. Twist could drop a FAMAS. Plopsky can buy himself. They are going to fully invest it, knowing they need these last 2 rounds, and they've saved the AWP. So there's a drop FAMAS. Rez might have to make do with just a pistol here. He goes with the UMP instead. Kevlar, no nades. Really bottom of the barrel in terms of a full buy.
So pins pulled and nades thrown. We start off round 14, map 3. Winner advances to meet Astralis. Loser will be in the stands tomorrow. Roland, considering a Molotov to flush out that sandbag player, but at this point, no one really ready and willing to commit. They are kept at bay by the smoke. Oh, and this is truly the calm before the storm. Now, here comes the storm, and it's hot, it's fiery, and Brolin is the spearhead of this assault. He's got a chance onto Lekro, quick headshot found. Now, already the site is theirs, and another opportunity presents itself. Plopsky, though, looking to defend. It has to be multi-kill, it can't be. Crims make sure of that. 3 members remaining for NIP. They are scattered, they start to regroup, but my God, another one successful towards Fnatic's favorite site. It's B.
Yeah, they don't look as strong about the double orb setup. That's when they really started to get into 5th gear, but NIP will have to let this one slip by. By the looks of things, they're presenting another player. That's going to be Forest taken down. Round confirmed here for Fnatic. The B bomb site yields yet another. As again, 9 on the board on the T side, looking very good to close things out with double digits here. We knew the money was already low coming into this round. UMP and an orb to be saved. Rez doesn't have a lot of firepower behind him, that's for sure. As Fnatic will keep 4 members alive, they're going to be fully equipped for final rounds here. But there it is, 9 rounds on the board. They look like the much stronger team here in the first half at least. Twist will have to drop whatever he can.
I mean, you take away that pistol round, you take away the conversion, which admittedly did come down to that 1v1. NIP have got 3 rounds to show for their defense on Overpass. Must win, and the buy doesn't make that easy. Rez, given the AWP, could be smoking himself. It's a chance for him to peek alongside it. Trying to find that early advantage. It's previously been provided by Forest. We saw that just a few rounds ago. This time, though, they will have no success with their opening AWP push. Instead, now in the hands of Twist. Speaking of Twist, he has to try and find that trade. Oh, he gets the opportunity. Instead, Golden now enabled to go pushing, and oh, just as he pulls out the nade, that's going to be Twist making that AWP work. He's not in a great position, though, to convert this into a round win. Now Forest is getting tested with the Desert Eagle, and now Lekro similar turf. So much pressure, just the one.
Yeah, that had to be multiple frags there for them to stand a chance in this one. It's a UMP. And the AWP on the retake here. Twist with the sniper. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Looking towards the A side for now. Any sort of opportunity would do at this stage. Flashbang in hand, looking to set up his teammate Plopsky. Flash is decent, but no one found in the initial play. But there it is. But an equal trade makes things incredibly difficult now for Twist. The Incendiary will buy him some time as he segregates the T players here. He has got a kit, smoke down on the bomb site here. Does he go for a full defuse? Time will tell. Fires off the first shot, doesn't connect, now jumps on the bomb, but it's not going to be enough there, Alex.
That is lovely. Double digits from Fnatic. NIP are going to have quite the T side. For now, though, Frankie is standing by on the stage.
I've just been keeping a close eye on the teams here on the stage at the Malmö Arena. And this is unlike most arena matches. There's no hype from the teams. There's no shouting at the audience. They are deadly focused. But there is hype here in the Malmö Arena. Are you feeling excited for the next half? We will find out who will be going to that semi-final after the break.
to one. You're all that I wanted, now you're gone. A million to one. You're all that I wanted, now another day, another night, but just the same as yesterday. It's hard to say I'll make it through, but I keep going anyway. Where did you go now?
The first quarterfinals of the Corsair DreamHack Masters in Malmö. We are in the Malmö arena, and NIP and Fnatic have taken to the stage 3 maps. And the last half to be played, Overpass. Our machine, he's Henry G. We're into the pistol round, and Fnatic, with their hard work on their T side, are poised to get themselves to the semi-finals versus Astralis.
Final half, ladies and gentlemen. Both these teams representing Sweden. Let's get some hype in the arena. Let's get going. We'll see 2 smokes and JW battling towards a long position. NIP picking up the pace here. Need this pistol round to go in their favor on the T side. They had a very disappointing start here. Their campaign on the counter-terrorist forces fell apart after winning the pistol. 3 rounds picked up after, it leaves them with a 10-5 deficit. They managed to get decent map control here. It's Forest at the very front of the approach. And we're at the end of the bathrooms here, but spotted by JW. They've still got most of their utility here. 3 flashbangs, 2 smokes, and Crims taking significant damage towards our monster pipe.
Interesting they've chosen to put the P250 on Plopsky, telling they expect him to be able to find the additional opener, especially given the fact that he was holding a monster. It's the perfect weapon for the job. A job he's been rather left to his own devices with. Instead, their project is toilets. Forest overseeing from long, and JW is about to get a more than he bargained for. Hoping for information, gets bullets, and now Plopsky on the retreat. He won't be able to do much. Kevlar and P250 squandered quickly. Crims make sure of that. Bomb, though, not down yet. And bullet through the smoke. Ooh, not far off. That's Flusher. He's the one bringing the kit to the party. And now with the bomb down, it's time for a 4v4.
Very convincing move there from Plopsky. Doesn't get a kill, but he certainly pulls all the attention towards the B side of the map, and it's a quick rotation from Fnatic, trying to get an access point here if they can. As Rez, this is a key frag, 5-7 in hand as well. Damage inflicted on both sides, Rez and Lekro. Down to around 50 HP. That's a very important kill from Crims, but he's painted into a corner. They're really focusing towards him now, but 2 versus 1. It's a defuse coming in. It absolutely is. Forest can't deny this. They'll have to get the first kill, and it's not going to matter either way. The bomb's defused. A knife attempt here, and Flusher, he'll be the one cashing in. Takes his total up to $5,300. Forest, that says it all. He knows that pistol round was absolutely massive for Fnatic there. But NIP picked that one up there in great stead to get back into this game. They'll have to make do with the 4 spot in the second round. With the bomb planted though, Alex, that means they do get rifles out, and we know how powerful that can be.
Some crucial frags from Golden in that pistol round. The fact that he gets that bank frag unscathed enabled him to go hunting for another. And it's actually Fnatic to call the timeout. That's interesting, considering the state of affairs for the Ninjas. Still a moment for them to have their coach Pitter on the microphone as well. Gosh, that pistol round was so integral. The second, however, is a chance.
Yeah, the fact they get the bomb down, not all is lost. The conversion rate on this sort of round certainly swings towards the T side. 2 AKs, 1 Krieg, a couple of Deagles. Seems to be the main focus these days. That's exactly what we'll see here. NIP have to win this round. They get this one at the 12-5 down, potentially 13-5 with the eco to follow things up. Third and final map here. Time running out for NIP. Great to see them in the arena, but will they go any further? It's a Fnatic. Actually applying pressure here, exploring their options as they get full control and actually heading in towards the T-spawn realm.
Plopsky does seem cognizant that that's a threat, though. Posted up, and this is going to be a very demoralizing way to be killed by your former teammates if Twist does get caught out here.
Oh, JW is so smart. How has he done that?
In case anyone's brand new to Counter-Strike, they can't see through those walls. That X-ray is just for you and me. Sometimes JW, game sense can look like he does. Perfect place to stop and wait. 3 remain, but it is the hardest hitting. 3 rifles still in play in this second round off the back of a loss. It is the state of affairs. Nice work from Lekro, though. Eliminating JW puts us back into a balanced round 17.
40 seconds remain. NIP have done well to get back into this round. That push towards T-spawn looked like it was everything. Fnatic knew they'd be up against a buy here. That was for certain, but Forest finds a clinical headshot towards the B-bomb side. Crims feeling overwhelmed here. Will have to find the first. Takes down the bomb, buys some time, but Forest will surely trade him out here, but no, Crims gets 2. 20 seconds remaining. They know exactly what Lekro is here. He's already been tagged down to 66 points of health and now has to try and get a plant and 2 frags here. Molotov to try and make things uncomfortable for the CT side, but how does he even get close to this one? Taking more and more damage. One more bullet will do it, and there it is. Crims to finish things off. 12-5, no bomb planted. Has to be the full eco going forward. As we mentioned, that round goes away. It's going to be 13-5 for Fnatic here. They can't do much more than just P250s and maybe a couple of flashbangs into this round. They opt for Deagles, and Lekro's gone for armor as well, so investing quite a lot of money in the context of this round.
Yeah, it was exactly what you painted, this picture, albeit the colors beige and bleak.
Yes. Indeed.
But it was a picture you painted nonetheless, and that is the case. It's a possible 13th very quickly here for Fnatic. And Brollan ensuring that that's the start his team gets. A nice double kill towards Playground. And JW ensuring that now the bomb is loose and the round is won. It just res. And Plopsky with his Deagle doesn't even get a chance. Through the smoke, flush up, finds the 4th. And the 5th is about to jump straight into the jaws of JW. Oh, they heard each other.
Yeah, JW knows exactly what he's up against here. Just a Deagle res. He's got a whole lot more on his plate. He does some damage towards Golden, but doesn't mean much unless he gets the frag, which he does not. 13-5. Now on the T side, NIP are in a world of hurt here. They'll have 5 rifles into the next round. Lekro investing a bit more, just has a smoke and a flashbang. His teammates do have the Molotovs though. Round 19, do or die time for NIP. If they can find this one, start getting some momentum up and break the money down with a couple of rounds in a row, they might stand a chance, but it's looking very bleak indeed.
Running out of chances. Lekro running out of smokes, uses it to extinguish. JW is given more than he bargained for around that corner. Plopsky posting himself up on the spiel, and oh, nice work from Brollan, keeping things level.
Yeah, he's playing in a very confident manner, really enjoying that. Years above his experience level. 4-4 for now, and NIP opt towards the long position. Luckily, Flusher will spot them just in the nick of time. He can deploy some utility, allow for some rotations to come through. That's going to be Crims making his way back towards the A site here. Flusher alone with the FAMAS. In terms of firepower, NIP have got a lot more and the advantage now. That's much more like it from Rez.
And now, I think he's going to make the call. This site feels clear, certainly after eliminating 2. They can piece that together on their own, immediately turning tail. Forest with the bomb, they're going to leave Lekro to try and catch CTs should they be pushing towards B from the toilet's vicinity. Now, Twist. He's been battling with Flusher this whole time, finally finishes what took them the entire round to win that duel. Crims goes down. Okay, so NIP. We said it was a must-win. They concede the first 3 in the second half, which puts Fnatic in good stead. And just the start of what would be a long, long journey for NIP.
Yeah, this was great from Rez. Need to see more of that from him in this series so far. He seems quite a turbulent player, has some remarkable tournaments and then some very quiet ones. 14-10 right now. They're going to need him to come fully online here for them to stand a chance. And Fnatic could have bought into this one, but they make the wise and informed decision of just taking a partial buy. It might even lead to a victory here. Crims with a fast push towards shore. He will recover a Krieg and fall back.
Oh,
58 points of health, but that's really great work from him.
Wow, it's dreamy. It really is. He'll be making sure his Desert Eagle ends up somewhere more valuable, especially now he has the rifle.
You can see Lekro there, really focused on the boost position. That's what he's assuming the play would be from the CT side, but Crims just rushes offshore. Doesn't even the player looking at him, just fires a few bullets off in the chest, and there it is, a 5 versus 4 here, and a Krieg obtained. That's going to make things a little bit more problematic now for NIP. They still have the edge in this round for sure. Rez waiting towards Monster for any sort of reactive play from the CTs, any inquisitive pushes. Spam through the wooden boards here, but nothing connecting just yet. Just a note, no kits available. There are 3 players of Kevlar. Crims down to 58, but maintains his rifle, and for good reason. Finds yet another from the heaven position.
Well, this round is all Crims. NIP versus Crims, round 20. As that rifle is being posted up in a brand new position. Bombs on the back of Forest. They are leaning towards B here, and Golden's only got the Deagle. This should be fine for Forest to start things off. 3 versus 5, but still NIP, they have the weaponry advantage. They're going to lose one of their 3, though, committing to that plant. Forest needs just the 2 of them to hold him safe and sound. Plopsky gets so much information. This should be fine. It's a shooting gallery for Twist. Just 1 man remains. We said it was Crims versus the Ninjas, and it's exactly the case now. 1 versus 2. Can't do much more with it. Ooh, 3 frags from him, a constant threat.
Yeah, that's a sigh of relief there from NIP. Losing the first 2 kills, Forest had to step up to the plate and deliver a boatload of frags towards that B bomb set. They stayed calm though, didn't panic too much, and that was the initial frag. You saw Lekra really focused towards that boost position, but Crims repositioning up here, took down Rez, but as soon as they gave up the B bomb site, allowed them just a little bit of access, that's when it all starts to fall apart. But still a significant round, finding 3 players there, and there will be a bye back into the next. Flusher with the FAMAS and 4 and 4s to go with him. Shots exchanged towards short and grenades as well. It's Fnatic getting the better of the damage there, but that's a nice HE. That will level the playing field.
It's a great equalizer. Grenades. Wonder how much more damage he'd have done if he didn't have the FAMAS. Not known for its penetration. Crims overstaying his welcome. There is a nade chasing him. He should be fine though. It's Golden to just catch a little bit to the knee. So NIP's early battles have yet to be too rewarding. Does leave Crims and Flusher with just over 100 between them. And the defensive stance is interesting. The CTs have chosen long as their way to keep the site safe, and aggression from JW is punished. Rez does look to have inspired his teammates to start the push. He will, however, be neutralized. They can now work out exactly how this defense will be structured. They know where Brolin's coming from. Lekra responsible to stop the rotate from Connector. And it's perfect. Can he get the second? He can! NIP. Oh, they've got some staying power. He's got some stopping power.
Yeah.
NIP on this T side. 3 now in a row. That's exactly the same and what they fell to start off this half.
Yeah, that's really good stuff from Lekra. Look at this 3rd and final kill here. So precise, so confident in his own ability. Maybe Ninjas do have something to say about this second half after all. 13-8 now, another eco for Fnatic. Deagles and P250 got a couple of HEs for presumably the mid position. That's exactly where they'll be deployed. Could do some reasonable damage here. Oh, absolutely. Woo. Down the throat of Forest. It'll take him to 44 points of health. Not really like they can convert that though, just the USP. He's gonna need a little bit more than that. Flusher with the secondary high explosive grenade. As they go through their default here, NIP just clearing out all the key positions towards that connector. Can be difficult to flush these CTs out if they've got 5-7s or CZs. But for now, it's clear. They actually have 2 players towards the bathroom position. That's Crims and Brolan. There's an Eagle in hand.
Well, all grouped up. And hoping to surprise. Just as I say that, backs are turned, but still. This is all NIP. Brolan will confirm. Catches Crims unawares, and oh no, a switch! Oh, it's a problem! Not 2 frags to the CT side! It can't happen again! Lekra and Plopsky are doing their very best to recover. But 2 frags in favor of the CTs on a round they really brought nothing into. Fnatic have already beaten NIP with an eco before. There's no way they do it again.
Yeah, I felt like that snowflake was going to turn into an avalanche at one point.
Yeah.
They're quickly neutralized, and NIP will take the advantage once again, but Crims coming in for the backstab here. It had to be a kill. He does get it with the second bullet, but can't recover the AK in time. 2 on 2, 15 seconds remaining. CTs will have position towards long. Oh, great damage there from Flusher. Is it enough? Oh. Golden can't deny the plan here, trying to find a point of access. Krieg in hand. If he can take down Rez first cleanly, he might have a chance here.
It's a big if. Rez is going to just get the shoulder peek, get the information. Golden, no armor. Nade softens him up, and both of them now low. 50 health between them. But he can't afford to take a single point of damage. There's no way. As soon as he starts shooting his bullets in one direction, likely swing, Plopsky pre-fire. And another for the Ninjas. Closing in on keeping things competitive. That's 4 in a row on their attack.
So close there. Opening picks of the P250s and USPs towards the connector. Luckily, they had multiple players in that spot and managed to pull things back in their favor. Flusher with the dinks from long as well. If he gets that frag, I dare say they win the round, but silence once again, and NOP now hunting for double digits. Really starting to come alive here in the second half. That's 4 rounds in a row after a 0-3 deficit. AWP for JW. Got a single helmet on the CT side, and that's absolutely fine. They're up against 5 rifles here. JW the first chance, and he delivers.
Forest forced to watch round 23 transpire. And a CT smoke early in toilets will draw the fire of Plopsky.
Well, Brolan deciding to fall back to the side. They've got the man advantage here. He doesn't want to be alone and risk a frag going against him with no trade potential. Golden, bit of an off angle here towards Long, and we'll see whether he can actually get the first. And once again, he's taken down. Crims will have to deliver here and convert the frag. Maybe get 2, as flames are all around him. A decent positioning. Oh, it's great stuff here. Flusher with a double spray down. And a very convincing round for Fnatic there, pushing him in towards the B site. It looked like NIP were going to pull it back in their favor there, but Crims delivers, takes all the aggro, and Flusher is able to find multiple kills as they go 14-9 up here.
Oh, he played that so well. He didn't even look daunted by the fact that he'd lost his teammate early. There was Molotov on his spot. He just found a safe haven just enough to catch another frag. Crims, top 3 ADR of all time in order to get here in his game. Just going off. And some individual heroics from him alongside his teammates, of course, supporting him. That's a great smoke that they threw out to extinguish the Molotov and give him away a hidey hole with his high fragging. But round 24, NIP, should they concede 2 more, will be eliminated here in front of the Swedish crowd. Fnatic, the ones to throw the blow, often painted as the villain. And even the Swedish fan base seems to have a favorite, but Fnatic, they're doing their talking on the server. 2 rounds away now from a semi-final versus Astralis.
Incendiary will push Lekro back. They'll often find him towards his position on either T or CT side, it seems. He was pushing off in the CT forces time and time again. Let's see if he can get the wall bang here. Should be able to do some damage, nothing inflicted so far. Full buy on either side. Money low as well. Whoever takes this round will force their opponent onto an eco, and that would be a nightmare scenario for NIP at this stage. That would be series point with no money available. Flashbang's decent, forces out a shot from JW, and he'll have to reposition.
And so it all hangs in the balance. NIP's chances of a comeback, chances of a semi-final, going to be close to determined in this round of play. 48 seconds on the clock. They start to gather. Brolin and JW establishing their hold. Forest first to fall. Brolin is not going to be allowed to get away scar-free, but he's still got a shot. Re-smokes enables him to maneuver, and actually he's going to play close to it. It's his best bet. The flash is good, though, and a wild break attack. Plopsky finally finds the first for the Ninjas in such a crucial round, but it's a common problem for the Ninjas. With 15 seconds left, the clock is their worst enemy, but so is Flusher. 1 frag, not 2, and it's a pair of frags for Lekro and Rez. Bomb going down, but to contest is Crims, and he's done it all for Fnatic. 15 now on the board, the defuse will come in.
You can even see Crims a little bit disappointed with that. He wanted to deny the plan completely, and has completely make sure they have full control of the next round, but that does give them a bit more extra money on the NIP side. Not much, but something now. They'll at least have some rifles out in the next round. Had he denied the plan, they would have been absolutely done for. Of course, NIP are going to call a tactical timeout for what could be the final round of this best-of-3 series. Great work there from Brolan. the audacity to even consider pushing that. He was already tagged down to half HP. He had an option to get back towards the site, but he wanted a bit more. Flashes through, commits to the chaos there, and manages to get a kill through the smoke while blind. And it will be 6 rounds in a row required just to force overtime here, and it'll be the most difficult round of them all. And number 25 here, they'll have 3 AKs, a UMP, and a Desert Eagle for Twist.
It doesn't get more adverse circumstances than that. You're pushing towards a smoke, you've already been tagged, they know where you were. You get flashed and you just mouse one and wiggle. Brolan put his crosshair in the right place to enable a fantastic frag. And now Fnatic are within striking distance. It's just 1 round, that's all they need. NIP working with what they could muster. It's 3 AK-47s. For now, we do see Golden responsible for Monster, supported by Flusher. .27 frags for Crims. He's closing in on the 30. Yet to see the full dirty 30.
Right now, Alex, 5 players outside the B bomb site. It will be an execution of sorts. They have 1 smoke, a couple of flashes, and Molotovs to the barrels. Rez has been delivering these sort of key duels, and a double stack towards Monster here, trying to bait Crims in. Golden will get the first, holds strong in position, gets the second as well. Bomb goes down, now call for the rotations, just mowing them down 1 by 1. It looks like Fnatic have done enough here. Plopsky will answer back, but he's left in such a difficult situation. 23 HP, and we're all done. It's going to be Fnatic making their way towards the semi-finals here. A great performance in the third. NIP, stunned in the first map, came back to life on Nuke. A great game to finish things out, and I think the more deserving team goes through that.
Yeah, Fnatic, great showing on Overpass. You're seeing a diverse, a plethora of different individuals that can step up when it matters. Crims, though, he has maintained some of that form we saw earlier in the tournament, and he brings it to the semi-finals versus Astralis. My God, I mean, that could prove too tall an order, that's for sure. But the Ninjas, they'll go for the handshakes, and one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for both teams, Fnatic and the Ninjas in Pajamas, putting on a show here in Malmö.
Yeah, I have to give a special shout out to Brolan as well. Like, what a fantastic performance. So much confidence from himself and his teammates as well. Really great stuff, an entertaining third map. That's all from us for now. We have our second quarterfinal coming up after this. And for now, we'll throw you down to the stage with Frankie, and it looks to be Brolan.
Yes, I've literally just grabbed Brolan. He's still a little bit shaky after that incredible win. Brolan, this is the 3rd Swedish derby you've taken part in this year, and it's the 3rd one you've won. How does it feel?
Feels amazing. I mean, we had a little bit shaky second map on Nuke, so yeah, it feels amazing.
You say a bit shaky, and yet on Dust 2 and on Overpass, you were absolutely phenomenal. How did you learn to feel at home on the big stage?
Can you repeat the question?
You are an incredible player. You played incredibly today. You're so young, and yet these arenas, they are now your friends, right? How did you learn to play under such pressure in these big spaces?
I have no idea. I think the Cindy game versus Nip was so intense, so I think that will be I don't know what to tell, but it's like the hardest game, like emotional, yeah.
You say the hardest game, but Astralis is next in the semi-final. You guys, you're still working on your strats, you're working on that structure. Today was a brawl. Tomorrow, you're going to be facing the most structured team in CS. Do you think you can beat them?
Yes.
And how?
Play our own game and don't be too nervous, because they're maybe the best team in the world, but I think we should just play our own game and don't be nervous.
And JW said in a video that DreamHack made earlier this week that he's taken you under his wing. You're the next JW. Do you feel like that? Or do you feel like you're the first Brolan?
I mean, I have no idea. I'm the first Brolan, I guess.
He's the first Brolan, everyone. Give it up for Fnatic! Let's head back to the desk to see what they made of the 3rd Swedish derby of the year.
Oh, that baby shark Brolin, he does get it done. Do. All that and in between. We actually just witnessed the 3 maps that we didn't necessarily need, but we got it done in the end if you are a Fnatic fan. Welcome back, everybody, to the Corsair DreamHack Masters. We have just concluded our first quarterfinals. And of course, now joining me on the desk will be Pimp and Potter, and we're going to talk you through this one. Why all 3 maps?
I mean, it has to do with that veto process. Fnatic, as you said, Jacob, they shouldn't have vetoed that Vertigo coming in first, but they had to. They weren't confident on it, and Nuke also is such a weaker map for them. But this overpass, it did turn out really well, and I have to point out, Flushout got a knife kill in this match, and it's not so much the knife kill itself that I was impressed with, but Fnatic haven't been in that position to even attempt a knife kill in so long, and so for them to convert and have that confidence within this round and set themselves up for plays like that is what's impressive, I think.
Surely. I mean, there's no doubt that in my mind, Fnatic were the better team in this one. I don't think NIP really stood up for the test on Overpass. I think it was a little bit lackluster. Made too many mistakes. Seemed like they were desynchronized, right? It was not a team working in synergy at all. It was not a beautiful game, right? It was Fnatic being the better team here, sure, but if they want to be competitive against tomorrow, against Astralis, right? Given the huge problems they have with the map veto, they have to step it up a big time. Crims had a good game. Brolin was fine here. He went 7 for 8 in opening duels. You know, that's all fine. But when you're facing Astralis, you gotta perform even better. And I didn't see anything today that suggests that they're going to be able to win against Astralis tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis having to be the biggest shark in the pond, I think, is the easiest way to put it, right?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
They are not a baby shark for sure.
They are not a baby shark, but they do get it done at all times of the day. And I mean, even just looking ahead of this game, we could talk about what a quarterfinal means to either of these teams, a Swedish derby, this, that, and the other. But that's all out the window now, because now Astralis stands in the way.
Sure, and I mean, Fnatic, I like Brolin, he has confidence, right? I like he's going out there and saying, yes, we can beat them. And obviously, they gotta believe they can beat him. And to be fair, if Fnatic tomorrow turns up with Flusha, Crims, and Brolin, for that matter, playing well, JW, could it be as well? I think there's a chance for them to make it competitive against Astralis. There's so much skill, there's so much experience within that lineup. So if Astralis is having a day off, then sure, Fnatic has a chance. But they need to play better than they did today, Christine.
They do, and competitive indeed. But one good thing for Fnatic's side is Brolin in this matchup, specifically on Overpass alone, he had 6 opening kills. And this youngster coming in for this Fnatic lineup, that's exactly why he was placed in there. And I do think he's the first of the Brolin. I gotta agree with him. And
the first of his name.
The first of his
Sure.
name. Yeah, absolutely.
Interesting stuff. Okay, so let's continue down this path right now. And I guess we could talk about like where NIP goes from here and like, oh, well, you know, they don't have to go far because we're already in Sweden, blah, blah, blah. But in all reality, do we feel like the Swedish scene is coming out just a little bit ahead today in some fashion?
No, but I think it's a step in the right direction. I gotta be honest, right? I think NIP can be okay with this result. They're getting into a quarterfinal. They had a best-of-1 victory against Mousesports where they looked decent on Inferno. So overall, I think they would have sold it for a quarterfinal coming into this one. So NIP, nope, they're not back, but definitely on the right direction.
Okay, right now we're gonna bring in the coach of Fnatic. We're gonna talk to him a little bit about everything that's gone on. Can you hear us over there?
Yes, I can hear you.
First and foremost, big questions for you. We want to talk a little bit about the veto. Talk us through that.
I mean, we don't play Vertigo, so we banned it. And we were kind of expecting Nuke, but we need more time on it. And I'm looking forward to play Astralis on Nuke tomorrow.
Okay. No spoilers or anything, man.
No spoilers.
What has your process been since jumping back into, or not back into this coaching role, but into this coaching role for Fnatic? Was there a lot of changes that you needed to jump right into, or has it just been kind of a spectate and let things flow sort of role?
I mean, I've been working with the guys for 2 years now, so we know each other. We have a good relationship, so it's nothing new, but it's mostly like me and Golden, but we worked for 1 year in the academy team as coach and in game leader. So it's nothing new really, but the new thing is that we are old players, but we are a new team for us. So that's kind of weird, but we want to build a new structure and do everything new.
Being completely honest, I think tomorrow is going to be a different task for you guys. Obviously, NIP is not a bad team, but facing Astralis is in a little bit of a different category. What are some of the areas that you need to be better at tomorrow if you want to make that competitive or even potentially win against Astralis?
I mean, for us versus NIP, it's not about strats and stuff. It's most a mental aspect, I would say, because it's not on home soil and it's NIP. We know them, they know us.
Sure.
But like Astralis is on another level. But I think we need to improve our CT sides for tomorrow. Our T sides have been really good.
So hold on, Christian, I'm gonna let you answer this, but let's just go ahead and point this out right away, because before you came on here, Jacob actually said that neither Swedish team had a chance against Astralis.
I mean, we will see tomorrow, but we'll put on a real good fight, and I'm pretty confident we will win.
One last question for you. DreamHacks are a little bit different. You're able to talk in freeze times as that coach. How have you been capitalizing on this, or have you?
I mean, this is my first tournament as a main coach, so this is first time, so I don't really know, but it's like easier for me to talk with the guys. But it's mainly Golden that's calling, but I give me input, and yeah, we're working more as a team right now, I would say. Like all the rounds we're building up is like a team decision. But Golden is like the head last say in everything.
Taking on Astralis tomorrow, I think there's a good chance that they will pick Nuke as well. Is there anything in particular you guys want to fix on that map going into that matchup?
I mean, we didn't play our Nuke today, especially on the T side. I think that NIP destroyed a lot of things for us. We didn't feel it, and I think we need to be much more confident playing T side, especially against Astralis, which is probably the best Nuke team in the world. But I'm looking forward to it, and I expect them to pick it for sure.
Well, congratulations on making it to the semifinals of the Corsair DreamHack Masters. Can you address the audience, address the fans at home, maybe do it in Swedish?
Okej, det har varit en jävligt tuff tid att vara Fnatic-fan, men vi har något jävligt stort på gång nu och vi kommer spela jävligt bra mot Astralis imorgon.
And obviously, Krim's having a good time back there. We're going to let you go, man. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so let's kind of lasso it in a little bit. Let's wrangle it in a little bit because obviously they're feeling like they're going to play Nuke tomorrow. They should have enough time to really dive into what it's going to mean to play against an Astralis on Nuke, which they're expecting to be a little bit different than that of NIP.
Sure, I think Nuke is going to be a big problem for them tomorrow. I think, as said, there is a chance that Fnatic can beat Astralis, but it requires all of the players to show up. It requires Crims to have another outstanding game. It requires Flusher to have another outstanding game. And it also does require Astralis not to play up to the best. So a lot of the stars have to align tomorrow for them in order to be competitive and win. And I just don't see it after this matchup, right? This was a scrappy game. This was Fnatic being the better team, surely, but it wasn't up to the level that you can expect coming into a semifinal against Astralis.
Well, let's continue down that path, Christine. Let's let the man draw on his drawing board, and let's see what he's got.
Let the man play with his toys, yeah. What I got here is overpass. It's 2-0 for NIP, and this is where I want to point out that this is where NIP lost the game, basically. You can see in the screen right here, there is no buy for Fnatic, right? Brolan is the only guy with an SG, and that's it. Now, the setup for the CT guys in NIP. Trist pushing up here all by himself towards long. Res, the toilet area, all by himself. Forest in CT spawn, about to rotate, but he's going to stay here the entire round. And that's something we're going to look out for. So if we play out the clip here, you can see they're just going to be static, staying like this. There is no reason whatsoever for Trist to be pushed all the way up here by himself. No reason whatsoever. And if you fast forward a little bit, you can see how it turns out. Trist pushes up, Forest returns back towards B, and Trist goes down to Brolan. And this is a round where Rest now is left all by himself here. Forest is caught in the middle of nowhere, and NIP ends up losing this round. There's no way this should be allowed on this level to make such a poor setup against an anti-eco or force buy as it turned out to be. NIP is fully aware that it's going to be a weak buy for Fnatic, yet they still have a poor setup and they end up losing the round.
That is a devastating blow. Yeah, you don't ever want to see your economy just go straight out the window like that, Christine.
No, you definitely don't. And that's all that preparation, right? That I think I can mentality, specifically when you know your teammate opposing team is on that weak buy. You want to get in there, you want to get in the mix and get you some kills on the board. But structure, foundation, protocols, these are so important, especially at a level like this.
I think I can tell you that coming up after the break will be our next quarterfinal. This is where you're going to want to be when we come back in just a few short minutes. Vitality taking on Mousesports right here in the arena in Malmö. And one of these teams will be going on into that semi-final against Natus Vincere. This is going to be something that you don't want to miss. Be with us when we come back after the break.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet. expected.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Yeah, I wanna. Are you working the field? You're in my playground, throwing back a funk sound. I sidestep, feeling fine. I'm all in, take it high. Oh, what's the word on the scene? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on. Are you getting a thrill? I'm working overtime just so I can blur the line. Yeah, I gotta. Oh, kicks, cheap steals. Ain't nobody gonna pay my bills. Fresh out, feel high. I don't need a dollar just to make me feel alright. What's the word on the scene? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on. We got a good thing going on. We got a good thing going on.
A million to one, you're all that I wanted, now you're gone. A million to one, you're all that I wanted, now another day, another night, but just the same as yesterday. It's hard to say I'll make it through, but I keep going anyway. Where did you go now?
It's not about winning, it's about fun.
I'm not prepared for this. You only live about 20 minutes away from here.
Yeah, I live like 10 minutes away from the airport, so it's basically 25 minutes from Malmö.
Oh, nice. So across the
Pretty
bridge.
close. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Is it tempting to like go and stay at home each night?
I mean, it is, but every time you're at a tournament, you want to have the tournament feeling being within the team. So unless we go maybe directly to playoff or something, then maybe I would take a day at home, but else I would stay here.
Where do you think we're going?
I have no idea.
We are in a parking lot, yes.
Sit down talking in the parking lot. Can't wait.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't answer my questions, there will be consequences.
Yeah, I have to walk home.
Or we'll never leave the car park. You decide.
Well, we have come to O'Leary's in Malmö because I need to see how good Carrigan is at bowling.
Yeah, I think I'm better than you, at least.
I think you're better than me as well. I've got no trash talk in me, to be quite honest. Okay, I think...
They are definitely stinky.
Yeah. Are they all Velcro? This does not go with my outfit. I resent this. Okay. Carrigan, I feel like I can ask you this now because you've had a phenomenal year.
But reflecting on what happened in December when you were benched by FaZe, do you feel like actually it was the best thing that could have happened to you?
Like there's much people don't really know about the situation. I think it came out now that at some point FaZe tried to sell Nico from Miba. And at that moment, FaZe called me and said they wanted to create a team around me and FaZe. And 2 weeks later, I was on the bench. So obviously that was kind of very confusing 2 weeks for me in FaZe Clan. What would I be? Where would I be? And suddenly I had to go.
Talk to me then about the Mouse project. Who approached who?
Yeah, so basically I approached Mouse first when they decided to the bench Chris and Stuko. The lineup was not interested in me at that point, Oscar, Robs and Sonny. And then I was about to sign with Envy and make a team over there, and suddenly Mouse came and said like, the whole team is dead. We need to rebuild completely without the free players and then bring back Chris and Robs. And in the end, we three guys talked together, who will we see as the players, who do we need, what role, and stuff like this. So in the end, it was Mouse approaching me, but I kind of like asked if they wanted someone, and that was during the beginning of March. But in the end, they contacted me in like close to April.
Karrigan, how would you describe yourself in the event of a loss? Would you say you're a good loser?
I think I'm a bad loser. I have to go home and practice for the next few months to come back here and take revenge next year in Malmö.
Okay, next year, we're going to have a bowling rematch.
We'll see.
Okay.
I'll see if I'm prepared for the...
I'm now going to have to start practicing bowling and going really regularly around the world.
Now time to get our second quarterfinal underway here at the Corsair DreamHack Masters in Malmö 2019. It's already seen one Swedish foe go down, and, well, one going on into the semifinals. In this match, it will be absolutely no different as we look to send one of these two teams, of Mousesports and Vitality, onto the semifinals to face off against Anonymous Sincere. It's going to be a rough battle, but it's going to be a longer day here for some of these players as we begin to take a look into the arena. This place was packed earlier. You just missed it. If you're joining us now, you have joined us at the appropriate time as things start to take off and take a little bit of shape around here. Welcome back, everybody, to the Corsair DreamHack Masters. This is the place that you want to be. This is exactly where we want to be right now. On the desk, we've walked up here. We've somehow choreographed a move.
Not one of our best gags.
It's not our worst either, Chad.
We'll get better as the day goes on. I've just got here, so feeling with a lot of energy. I'll bring the energy.
Loosey-goosey.
Yeah, because that Swedish derby definitely didn't bring any energy.
It really just kind of... Do you feel a little lacking in that? What do you think?
It was a little bit underwhelming, but hey, at least they went to 3 maps, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean...
I guess that really depends on which side of the counter-strike you fall on there. But look, it's good for the fans in the arena that they had a Swedish team to cheer for if I'm gonna grab one positive out of that matchup. And obviously as Swedish counter-strike moves forward, Trace, we need to see things getting better and better. So any new direction, not one direction, is my favorite direction.
Okay, Chad loves one direction. That's what I got out of that. One direction that we can take is right into the playoff brackets where Christine will break this all down for you right now.
Yes, so we just saw NIP play versus Fnatic. It did go all 3 maps. It was a little bit more quiet, but now we're here in the next quarterfinals with Vitality versus Mouse. They've made it all the way here into the semifinals, and I'm excited to see how these vetoes go down.
Yeah, I mean, vetoes are on the cards, and then for the time being, Vitality and Mousesports are really going to have to find a rhythm right here. Both teams do have that explosive potential, but who will have it today? We know Ziwu on one side. We can talk about a Frozen or what Kerrigan does with his chess pieces on the other side. But at the end of the day, it's going to matter what maps they're doing it on and who feels the most comfortable. So let's just jump right into the map veto right now, Chad.
So last time these two teams went toe-to-toe was over there at the Berlin Major. Maybe you guys have heard of it. Maybe you were watching it. If you didn't, Vertigo came out. And that was a map that Mousesports, they thought they were pretty good on. They showed everybody what they got. And then Vitality said, nah, we got this one covered. Then Australia showed them. But that's not really the point here. Mirage was also another map played in that series, so I'm expecting a similar veto, but I don't suspect Mousesports to be picking Vertigo again. That would be a bit of a blunder.
I have to say, I'm expecting Mousesports to pick Vertigo.
Oh, yeah?
Mousesports have
All
been,
right.
yeah, I mean, Mousesports have been looking pretty solid on that map. Now, they did have a blunder versus Vitality, but remember, Shox is coming in. Vitality played Vertigo yesterday, and they looked lost. They didn't look like they knew what they were doing. And Apex said in that interview, he did say that they weren't able to get it started at all, and this is going to be it. Let's see if Mousesports are actually...
I don't think they're brave enough.
I mean, it's still there. Let's not negate the fact
they
that
were never
Vertigo's
going to ban it, but I don't know if they're brave enough to pick it. Whereas I think Vitality, right? Well, this is the thing. Mousesports might try and flip it on their head and go for a Mirage pick as well because they enjoy that map just as much, right? So if Mirage is in this map pool, that won't surprise me by any means. That's something that I definitely expect to get played here. There you go. Mouse are going to pick it. And Vitality, see, they're not confident enough to go into the unknown again. So a little bit shaken, potentially, by what you're saying, Christine, from yesterday versus Stralis are Vitality. And they'll stick with Inferno. And that's where we saw Mousesports have a very troublesome time on day one against NIP. They just didn't look like themselves.
They didn't. Those youngsters in Woxic and Frozen were very quiet on that day one. But on day two, they did show up. They were hitting some really nice shots. And Inferno is one of those maps, right? If your entire unit, your entire team isn't working, it's not clicking, it's very hard to find openings in those small choke points. So I expect today to go a little bit more differently.
Well, we got Dust 2. There's not going to be any Vertigo. I hate to disappoint all of you at home. There will be absolutely no Vertigo in this quarterfinal.
It's a bit disappointing, but I think Dust 2 is a third. If you look at these two teams on paper right now, it can be a very brawly matchup, right? Because Apex is somebody who likes to find a lot of space. You can say the same thing for almost every single other member of Mousesports. So this game here has potential to be a back and forth affair. I think when we look at the squads, obviously we immediately gravitate to ZywOo, right? That's who we talk about. That's who we look towards. But Shox has come in and he's had a couple of games where he's been able to help ZywOo close. You know what I mean? He's done the hard work, and then Shox goes, we can win a 2v5 together, my friend. And what do they say? Merci beaucoup, monsieur. I don't know, the bloody French out there. But look, the thing is, I was really critical when I first heard Shox joining this roster because I thought, well, they're just kind of beating a dead horse at this point. But when I think about it, there wasn't really a second consistent star in Vitality. So if Shox can be that, if he can just show up and close the door that ZywOo's bloody cracked open, that's a good combination right there because Alex and RPKal have the backbone and Apex will do the entry frag.
And I'm pretty sure that it was Maniac that had the tweet. There was something about, okay, only if Shox can join this team and just come in as sort of this like power fragger, do whatever he wants to and be liberated a little bit rather than being not necessarily tied down to an in-game leader role, but being, I guess, more anchored.
And that's the option that Shox has now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got really competent teammates. He's got a teammate that's one of the best operators in the world right now, just emerging in 2019 and such a young player. He's got Apex who's going to find entry after entry and just focus on spacing. He's got a competent IGL and Alex. So Shox definitely has all the tools necessary for him to, again, revitalize his career with this Vitality lineup.
Yeah, just building on that a little bit more, I think the ZywOo point is extremely important because we're already talking about him as one of the best players in the world, and this is his rookie year, right? That's something that really needs to get driven home to everybody. Simple had decent lead in time. You think about Simple's earlier days, right? He had a chance to play, with the flip sides. He got a chance to go over to North America, play with Liquid. Obviously, the whole time he was a great player, but he didn't really come to a team that could elevate him to being a consistent top 5 team in the world. Are Vitality a top 5 team in the world right now, Trace? Well, that's the question that needs to be answered at this tournament starting right now.
Do you think that that's what gets answered right here? Jesus.
By beating Mousesports, probably not, but by playing against Na'Vi, a team who are budding to be in that top 5, then yeah, it starts to become a little bit more of a discussion.
Okay, well, fair enough. Christine, do you happen to agree with him?
I do. I mean, Vitality they need to win every single match that they can, and they need to start racking up that experience onto the board, playing versus competent opponents, competent players, and start racking up that confidence so that they can actually take it to Na'Vi, take it to Australis when they make it to those semifinals and finals.
I mean, both these teams have that explosive potential, like I said, but it's going to be down to who does it today.
Yeah, and that worries me about Mousesports is because, look, they tend to be a hype team, Trace. Like when I saw them over there at the major, they were rocking up, they had their speaker, they were singing along, they were having a good time, and the hype's there for the first 3 rounds when they win pistol and they convert the next 2. But then when they lose to a couple of Deagles, well, it's not so much fun anymore for the excited Mousesports young camp. They just lose it.
Well, we're going to find out who's going to get the CAC W right now as we go ahead and introduce our teams and hear directly from them ahead of this quarterfinal.
That Astralis has been working this map so well. There's one shot. Vegas not going to be able to punish him. Good follow-up from ZywOo, and he's got another. That's 3 kills in the run. He can go for this. He can go for this so much. I don't think he's going to win it. Oh, Astralis overextend, and ZywOo has pulled something out of nowhere.
I think we're going to enjoy playing in the arena. Apex and Shox won it in 2017 with G2, and they said it's a great experience out here, so looking forward to it.
Zapsu looking to relocate, it's fast, and Electro's dealing with it. Forest 2 from Pit, another one over the edge of the smoke before Karrigan can get to him. Now 2v2.
Sprays wildly, and it will be Karrigan looking for the ace now. That's his 4th picked up. Looks like they've done enough to win the round, but will he close things out? He absolutely will. It's 5 kills for Karrigan.
There are no Swedes in our quarterfinal match, but I hope everyone in the crowd will tune in and cheer for either team.
A big chance, in fact, that we'll get to see New Glaive going down and a follow-up fight. RPK coming into his own over at this long defense. Oh, this is shut down.
Yeah, the tank doesn't even need no backup.
Karrigan gone. They slowly encroach on the side. Robs equalizes, and now he gets another 2.
Playing against Mouse is going to be fun. We beat them at the major to qualify for the playoffs, and I think they're going to want to get revenge against us here.
They obviously have the superstar ZywOo, but in the end, it's a team game, and they are 5 really talented players.
It's going to be a fun game, but you're not going to get any revenge.
Malmö, make some noise for your team's vitality in Mousesports! The French team shocked the Counter-Strike world by benching their in-game leader MBK after the major. They fought for weeks to get Shox, and finally they got their man and they got to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, Mouse, a team with so much potential, are showing that and proving it to you by also making it to this stage. Karrigan, you're practically a local boy. You're from just across the river. Are you feeling the pressure, or do you think the crowd's on your side?
I have no idea. We'll see when the game starts.
We will, but do you feel confident?
I do. We want to rinse from the Berlin major, and that's why we're here. So we are happy to play Vitality.
So even though they did beat you in Berlin, you feel like you've learned enough to topple them this time?
Yeah, let's really see if NBK was the problem.
Ooh, and Alex. Mouse, as we say, 3 star players and 2 wise heads on their shoulders in the form of Karrigan and Chris J. There's been criticism of French-speaking rosters recently. Do you think you can prove those haters wrong today?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be easy.
C'est facile, non?
Exactement.
Très facile. Well, you have got to face a legendary IGL because, of course, you're calling the shots now for your team. But are you going to respect this man in the server today?
I mean, I respect him as an in-game leader, but he just can't frag anymore, so...
I'm going to have to come back to you on that one, Karrigan. What do you say to Alex?
Say who is carrying your back like always?
I think we're going to have to take it to the desk. All I can say is these 2 just blew the Swedish team's trash talk out of the water.
Oh my, oh my.
On that note, I'm gonna have to ask for a moment of silence across the board. Twitch chat, stop what you're doing, stop what you're typing. Everybody just freeze and understand that that is what banter sounds like.
Well, no, that's what a personality sounds like, Trey. So it's glad we got some of that in the arena today going forward. These guys actually able to have some fun with it there. Yeah. Alex obviously just in jest. Of course he respects Karrigan as an in-game leader and a player. And he's someone here who's gonna have to be able to silence, because if Karrigan starts to feel the game and he starts to go to those plays that he can once upon a time when he knows that his team has his back, Vitality could be in some trouble, even though right now in the head-to-head, they're looking pretty good.
They are looking good, and I like the confidence coming out of Kerrigan. And I know they didn't have the best start coming into this tournament, but that's kind of what they're known for. Looking back from early 2019, all the Opens that they've been attending, they always tend to lose those BO1s. But once the BO3 series comes through, Kerrigan's map pool, his strengths and his strategy, his strength and putting his players in the right position start to kind of emerge. And in the real Mousesports, we can start to see them a little bit more.
Well, that's what we're going to talk about first. Mousesports. We have them up here on the screen. We're going to talk about them in depth because, well, it does look like they want to make a bid for the big trophy here in Malmö, and it's going to be Woxic that we're going to focus on just a little bit more. However, he seems to be a little bit MIA. Who knows where that kid is?
Because he moves his mouse so quick, you can't even see him, right?
He's just out
a little bit like the Flash with his sensitivity. But no, Woxic in terms of an explosive AWPer, we could see what he could do on that Hellraiser's roster when he was duoed up with Issa. But now he's been paired up with the likes of Frozen and Rop. So the trio of those three names are very, very, very potent.
What is that on the desk, Jav? Is that a giant piece of gum?
I wasn't looking at the desk.
Oh, sorry, man.
What did I miss? Where are we looking?
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. That's fine. My concentration was elsewhere. But yeah, look, you wanted to focus on Woxic. We'll focus on Woxic. So far, his pistol performances, there's some crazy stat line out there for him at the moment in this tournament, have been wild. That's something that needs to be a continued point for him if they want to have success against Vitality. Because, as Kerrigan said, he was mentioning, ZywOo carrying the Vitality roster. They can have as many interviews trying to argue that point down as they like. And we all understand that Counter-Strike is a team game. ZywOo couldn't just enter the server on his own, could he? But in terms of the disparity between the kills and all the players on the squad, yeah, ZywOo is a factor, and Woxic is going to be his equal on the other side of the server today.
Yeah, I mean, ZywOo is basically, he's a young god. He's a smooth criminal, and moreover, when you look at it, he's great. Like, when he really gets into his rhythm, he's got his own sort of flow with it. He might drop 20, he might drop 30, but you definitely know that you're going to be getting something out of ZywOo. There's generally a good performance there. Now, rivaling on the other side with Mousesports, we talk about Woxic. Who else stands out?
Definitely Rops. I mean, we just saw the man on your screen earlier. This man, when he emerged onto the scene, he was the youngster. He was the guy that was getting in your faces. I remember the very first match that I watched on him was on Nuke, and he was just flying off that Twinkie onto the roof and just surfing on, and so aggressive. Now he's become a veteran of this lineup. He's got the youngsters and Frozen and Woxic looking up to him, and look up to him as they should, because Rops is a very mechanically gifted player. He's always going to play to the perfection of the round and the best outcome of the round for the entire team.
Well, we did talk a little bit about Mousesports. Now we should shift over to that of Vitality, the French side with the one UK guy that we actually talked to beforehand. Out-bantered, out-trash-talked, and now we'll have to show up in the server to put all of that to rest. Apex, RPK, Alex, ZywOo, and Shoxy Jesus, whatever you want to call him. He is certainly making a good impact and a good impression with Vitality here in this lineup.
And he has to, right? Because I think this here is the last chance for him to really have an opportunity in the French scene to show his worth. He's getting a little bit older. His career is, not necessarily coming towards its end, but if he wants to still be a star player, this is where it needs to get done. He has been given a star who shows up time and time again in ZywOo there, and by his side, well, you look at Shox, right? If those two can be just a tandem, right? If they can work off of each other, if they can play off of each other, if, like I mentioned before, ZywOo comes in, he'll get them to 14 rounds. We just need Shox to get us to 16 rounds. That's kind of the way that it looks to me. Shox is a closer. ZywOo is the man who's going to do the grunt work, and he's still performing, right? This is the thing. Once again, Christine mentioned it before. I'll say it again in case you missed it. His rookie year. So for him to be able to come into LAN events and be this comfortable, it's pretty wild.
I mean, we're talking about a ZywOo here that is absolutely up for nomination of Rookie of the Year. No one's going to refute that. He's actually come out here and made a statement in terms of how he plays in the server rather than just feeling thank you.
Exactly, and ZywOo is such a gifted young player, and it really shows within his movements and his decision-making in-game. A lot of players, when they're gathering the information from their mates and figuring out exactly where they're going to take their next duel, you can see the thought process kind of happening, but for ZywOo, a player like ZywOo, he's going to react instantly, and he's going to make it look clean. But I want to focus a little bit more on Apex, because I feel like Vitality, they have just an easier time when Apex shows up in that server, and it's because he's their entry player. He's the guy who's going to be the most aggressive, and I think sometimes he gets a little overzealous and a little too aggressive, but if Apex shows up here today, it's certainly going to make it a little bit easier for Vitality.
Yeah, let's take a look at the head-to-head. I mean, you say Apex, and I kind of want to teeter around the same thing, but also when I think about this entirety of this lineup, I don't know. I have a hard time pitting it against, say, like a Chris J if he comes into form across these maps.
Yeah, so if the head-to-head is the one that I selected, Trace, we'll be having Shox and Chris J as the two names that'll be popping up on your screen right here, right now. And the reason that I've picked these two players is because of their veteran status and the fact that they can be the door closers. What I mean by that is they can have a massive round late in the game. We've seen it from Chris J many a times. We've seen it from Shox many a times, where they can be like, yeah, you thought you were having a comeback, but they're statement rounds. They really just show it when they need to. Maybe they're not getting, you know, the 2 frags that they should be throughout, but they can just get you on the board when you need it. And that's why I want to highlight these guys, because when we are getting down to the nitty and the gritty, these are the names here who I expect to show up with a nice little 4K.
And yeah, I mean, just as you're saying, opening the doors, we're talking about they can close them as well. I mean, we've seen Chris J do it in New York. We've seen Shox do it, you know, countless times over the years. This is something where these two, when they need to step up, that'll be about the time that they better be stepping up, or they're letting down just about everybody.
All their fans, basically. Chris J is actually look, Carrigan is the lowest rated player in the tournament for Mousesports. Chris J is the second, and that's kind of what you would expect because you do have the youngsters of Frozen, of Woxic, and old mate Rops here. But that's what I'm saying. The impact of Chris J and the impact of Carrigan, it's not necessarily the same in terms of a frag output. It's what they're able to do from the in-game leadership role, from the 2IC role, and then with those impact rounds we highlighted, Carrigan pushing into that A-bomb side against the NIP on day 1, getting an ace. They're able to contribute, right? They're not non-issues. They're something you still have to worry about. You can't forget about them. You can't give them too much space, or they'll punish you.
Yeah, you definitely cannot forget about Chris J. I mean, there's so many rounds where he's quiet throughout the entire rounds because he's kind of making sure that everything kind of falls in place for his Mousesports side of things. And he all of a sudden, out of nowhere, will buy a scout or an op and then just have a clip of a round and get that 4K that you were talking about, Chad.
Yes. Speaking of Chad, I feel like you have some reasoning, some rationale behind your thought processes. So perhaps you give us 3 reasons, and then we leave it at that.
Yeah, I probably already expended them all, Trace, but we can go back and I'll look down the barrel so we can watch this one on YouTube for everybody. But the most important thing here is 3 reasons why it's Mousesports time, and I mean that with a question mark, because look, we have to look at the shelf life of this team. They've already been together for over 200 days. Coming into this tournament, there are 8 different squads who are debuting new rosters. This is one of the rosters which should have their stuff together, right? Let's get on to point number 2. As we move forward with this Mousesports roster, they have all the puzzle pieces. They've got your Rops, who's a superstar. They have Frozen, who's on his way. Carrigan to be an experienced in-game leader. Chris J to be that 2IC and that impact player that we're talking about. And Woxic to be the star AWPer. And then number 3 is the tournament context. Like I said, 8 new teams with new rosters debuting right here. If you look at the playoffs, there's only 2 teams with decent rosters that we knew coming in. That was Astralis and Mousesports. So Mousesports are one of those 2 names. Right here, they have a hamstrung Vitality, not against the ropes, but one that they could take advantage of. And that's my 3 reasons why Mousesports need to start showing up more than just playoff appearances. They need to be deadly in these playoffs because they've made playoffs almost throughout the entirety of this team coming together. Sydney, the first time round they were there. Let's see if they can go further. Let's see if they can make a final.
That's your 3 reasons why, brought to you by Chad Burchill, or Jnups. Anyway, look, I
really pushing that one this time around.
I like Jnups.
I'm glad you moved away from Sponge, because I hate that.
That sounds pretty bad too, man. Yeah. Or Stuna. That one's up there, but I don't think you say that one too often.
No. Please welcome to the stage.
Stuna.
Yeah, that's one of it. That's a good one.
Yeah, that one was up there. No, in all seriousness, when you say 2IC, can you narrow that down? Maybe explain a little.
Oh, okay. Because I used to work in Woolworths in Australia. For everyone back at home, that's a supermarket, and we had a produce department, and I used to be the 2IC of produce, which means second in charge.
You being head of the...
Yeah. So I had some good responsibilities. You know, I had to go in at 4 a.m. I had to check the apples. I had to make sure, you know, that they were fresh, bring out the new veggies. So that's kind of what Chris J does, you know? Yeah. He's got to make sure everything's cool, but Carrigan's the one who comes in and says, this apple's going to cost $4, the oranges are $3. You know, Chris J's just there to make sure everything's in the right place.
What makes a little bit more juice when I put it in the mixer, or what gives us a prediction when I ask Chad for who's going to win this? Is it going to be Mousesports for real?
I convinced myself that Shox is going to be good on Vitality, so let's go with Vitality.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Sure, man.
I'm going to go with Mousesports on this one. I think, I'm going with Mousesports.
That's all you got?
That's all I got.
Okay.
I'm going with Mousesports.
No explanation needed. You know what? I'm not going to give much of an explanation either. However, I will say that the French side is looking strong.
You like Vs anyway.
I do like Vs.
Vs and Bs.
Vs and Bs and knees. And there's going to be no knee here, as I tell you that it's going to be the side of Vitality that wins this. I think so. And I don't really have any basis for picking that, so you can go ahead and take that one to the bank all
day
long.
You're with me. I'll get you through the security line at the airport.
Yeah.
I'm with this guy.
Yeah, it usually works pretty well. We made Henry do that once. It was kind of nice. But anyway, let's take a look at what you all thought at home. We could take a look at our Twitch chat results as we asked you to vote in the poll. And it appears though Mousesports have more fans, or maybe more people just think they're that better.
No, well, look, I can understand it, right? I already pointed out the fact that Mousesports are rostered for over 200 days. Vitality have made some changes. So Shock's coming in. I think he's lucky that he gets a flexible role. I know MBK was, you know, helping out with the in-game leadership. It was more of a supportive unit. But you have RPK and Alex for those same things. So Shocks can just be put in positions of flux. ZywOo, they know, he knows the system, he knows the core, he knows how they want to work. So Shocks has actually come in kind of like how they were using Keo on G2 just before. It's like, hey, you can come in, kind of do whatever you want, and the rest of us will throw the splashes and smokes. I think Shocks should have a similar role in this team for the entirety of this team. And that is a probability there that works well with his playstyle. You know, if you're having a gut feeling, you can go for it. And that's something that is good for Shocks. It's been good for him over his entire career to this point. But with Mousesports, we've seen some similar, some interesting scenes. Like against NIP in their opening game, they were getting opening kills, but then they were turtling up and being very scared. And we can't see that today. We have to see them being aggressive because they know they're good players. Let's play like it.
Which was a bit surprising to see because, as you mentioned, Mousesports have been on the sidelines kind of spectating these past couple of months, all the top teams competing and fighting versus each other, and they have been a unit for quite some time now. I think that is a worry that the youngsters do tend to turtle up when they don't know, when things aren't going well. They are a very heavily momentum-based team, so if things start off right, then they're going to be very explosive. But when things start going a little bit wrong, they do tend to turtle up a little bit. So that is definitely not what we want to see from Mousesports in this time around.
And I understand that completely. Mirage, Inferno, Dust 2 on the cards, as well as our commentators. We've switched them out, reversed them around, thrown them around, given them hell all week long. But this time I want to show a little homage to that is Moses and Anders as they get situated, seated in, and ready to go.
Well, yes, we're certainly ready. I think this is going to be a fantastic game. I really look forward to it.
Well, yeah, you can't ever be upset when you have ZywOo in a server. Obviously, that's super exciting. But also this Mousesports team, with how aggressive they like to be with the young players that they have playing, there's going to be some fireworks. This could be very explosive.
And you've got Kerrigan, and I think this project was off to such a good start. Then they've run into some obstacles along the way, and I feel like you've got to give Kerrigan the benefit of the doubt in terms of bringing everything together over time. But I just don't. It's hard to know if that time is right now. I feel like that's a hard task for him to solve.
Yeah, I was talking to him, I got a chance to talk to him this morning actually a little bit, met him outside the hotel, and he mentioned the biggest thing is he's not used to coming in and having an in-game lead with such like young and inexperienced players, and obviously they've been playing at tournaments for a while but not finding the same success he's had with other players where he's stepped in to lead those teams. And he mentioned that the most difficult thing is the mentality, is making sure that they're focused on the right things, make sure that they're thinking about the right things going into a game, and that's been the biggest obstacle he said that there is to overcome. So that often is going to be the project that I think this Mousesports team has to solve over the next few months. But other than that, the players are obviously phenomenal.
They've got so much skill. I mean, that isn't going to be a problem. Firepower, they've got plenty of that. So yeah, mentality, but they've got Kerry and the Chris as well, right? So between the two of them, you would think that they could keep the rest of that squad under control, make sure everyone's feeling just perfect about the game. Speaking of which, I think we are going live with it. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here the second quarterfinals at DreamHack Masters in Malmö, and it's going to be a best of three, of course, coming to you live right now. Starting on the CT side, Vitality and Mousesports on the T side, and well, they don't really have one smoke and a flashbang. That's going to be one chance. Maybe with the P250, they can snipe away at somebody.
Yeah, and if you look over the Shock side of things, he's playing the really passive defense at this 8-bomb side. He's got a smoke and a kit as well, so you have to imagine that's going to be for a retake scenario. If they're in some kind of a situation, drop the smoke on the bomb and just go for the defuse without having to eliminate all the Mousesports players. How fast, how early will they spot this hit? 3 players clearing through underpass. Shocks already pressured just a little bit, doesn't want to swing wide into this fight. He does not want to lose his life just yet. At Apex, he's going to have a chance, taking some shots, and he's forced back. He's now taken down.
Oh, that's a big problem. Alex is waiting. They've all ran through the smoke. He's going to try and sneak in if he could have stopped the bomb. That would have been huge, but instead, he goes down without much of an effect at all. And now it's a 3 versus 5. The retake, at least they still have the kit, they still have the smoke. Maybe that's the best choice right now. Smoke the bomb and just run for it, but ZywOo goes down in jungle, and now, I mean, now there's almost no chance. Even with the smoke, there's going to be 5 blocks shooting through RPK and Shocks. the only ones that can try and bring it back. Then they've landed 2 great headshots to start the retake with. The smoke, it actually goes quite far. I wonder if they're going to be able to sit inside. Yeah, there's no, it's already way too open. And now PK, no chance at all. Frozen will take him down, the 3rd in the round for him. And Mousesports start off with a pistol round win.
Yeah, just a straight-up firing squad from Vitality right at the end. And some miscues from the Mousesports, or I mean, excuse me, from Mousesports, the firing squad. Some miscues from Vitality. A couple players going down before that retake could really begin. No one to have any kind of distraction, right? The smoke diffuse is one thing, but you need some players to be taking those fights, so it's not just 3 or 4 Glocks firing into the smoke at random. 1-0 for the attacking side. MP5 brought out. That's cool. Silenced SMG.
We don't get to see it nearly enough, I think. It's a nice bit of a change from the usual MP9s. So Frozen as well. Once you said MP5, I was actually looking for Chris.
I was too. I did the same exact thing.
It would have made sense, right? There was a while when a lot of people tried to join Chris on that MP7, and then it seems like they all went away from it. But he actually had a couple of games where he made it work a lot.
He made it work as like an entry fragger. It was the weirdest thing. Stacked towards the B bomb site for Vitality on defense. This is a cool little boost over. I don't think it'll do a whole lot of damage.
Why couldn't it have been a deagle up there?
Listen, they're going to get a chance to make this work. We'll see how effective it all is. Split towards the B bomb site, and oh yeah, it's going to do fine work. They don't even know where it's at. Tapping away. Great shots from Apex. Those are nice long-range picks.
And they're still going for it. Oh no, this is a big mistake for Mousesports, isn't it? Only 1 person left, and that's Robs with the Galil. Still 3 people inside of it here. Alex thinking about just edging his way back. Can he stand up at the right time, showing his face? And Robs will find a 3rd kill. He's still in trouble though. If he gets dinked even once, this round is going to be over. And there's the shot coming out. What a round from Vitality. We often see these stacks happening in all sorts of rounds, and they rarely do anything.
Yeah, they had no idea where they were getting shot from. That's beautiful work from Apex. He lands those shots just perfectly, ducks down. Once they start swinging, that's when he pops his head up. You enjoy the game of Whack-A-Mole. This was a pretty brutal one. Apex, what a champion. A reversal of fortune. ZywOo's got an AWP already as well. Full investment for Mousesports in this 2nd round, but they are facing down a gauntlet of such a strong defensive arsenal.
That's going to be great. The only problem was they only saved 1 AK. I guess that was a little bit of an annoyance, but not much, I guess. They're still going to be fine. Would have been nice if they could have saved both the rifles up there. Taking out Chris early on in this round, which will leave some deagles and a scout and some time for Mousesports to tinker with how to unfold this round.
Well, it's got to be a scout taking a pick, but again, it's going up against the AWP, so even if you hit the shot, it better be straight to the head, and obviously ZywOo just so quick. Only 1 smoke, that's on Frozen, and I don't think it's going to come out nearly enough to do enough work. Smoke and scout passed on to Woxic as they pass things on to their teammates. Shox waiting for his chance to pounce, and he's going to spot the weapon, he's going to finish it off. 2-1, a flawless round for Vitality.
Yeah, well done early on here. We've got to appreciate that turnaround. And a basic lesson, I guess, from ZywOo, just taking the first shot and then repositioning for the 2nd fight, just constantly keeping them guessing, which is always important, right? Because you know the first guy that goes down is going to be calling in that information to the rest of the team saying, he was in this position, and then if you change it even a little bit, actually it sort of becomes a bit counterproductive from the attacking side. Now, 4th round going to be coming in here, and they still really don't have a lot. Grenades are going to be raining down on top, and that's just going to do a lot of damage. Might not want to overcommit to this fight in the middle if you're Apex up there. Doesn't seem like it's worth it.
Vitality should have all the information. Those 3 players ran through underpass. Apex heard all the footsteps, so they have to be cautious about the boosts and towards window room. Apex sees nothing there. The boost is actually to try and pick someone off on catwalk, but with just Glocks, can't imagine they do too much damage, although a great headshot, and he gets forced right back into Kerrigan. Apex left all alone, had nobody to help, nobody to support. Still a long way to go before this is going to feel doable for Mousesports.
Man, that seems so silly. Why? There was really no reason, felt like that Apex had to get caught there on his own. Could have probably just fallen back and would have been fine, but don't think he was expecting it. Now, 4 versus 5 as they try and make their way to the bomb site. That is a pretty good job on Alex. And he even is going to soften them up more. He just wants to take the fight. Quad kill here for the British player. And you like to see that. Some of the most exciting games from Vitality certainly are the ones where Alex is also contributing heavily on the kills, and he does that a lot. These were all unarmored targets, but still, good way to get him started in the game. And that's going to be the round for Vitality, and they bring it back quite nicely.
Yeah, never able to get that M4 they salvaged into play. Kerrigan, I believe he was just watching Catwalk behind the team to try and help protect them to get up connector. And yeah, Apex has a nice cleanup on the second kill that Apex had done damage to. Some good support, some flashbang from ZywOo. And here we are, 3-1. The guns finally come back out for the Mousesports side. No AWP yet on the attack. But those two Kriegs, they can do work. Robson, Chris J to handle those, and ZywOo with his op is going to be in middle.
Did he actually make the jump up? Because if he knows that they're not there, they threw all these smokes, 3 smokes in the middle, they just put out Mousesports to try and pretend that they were going to go middle, and they're going to go really fast towards the A-bomb side. Shox with an early kill, and Alex with a big chance there. Oh, he almost got that kill on Robs. He was flashed for a long time. If he had, certainly that would have been the round, I think, for Vitality, but now it's still up in the air. And Kerrigan with the AK going to be taking out Apex. That's not bad at all now. 2 versus 3, and the bomb planted. It's looking good for Mousesports in this round. That fake in middle, I think ZywOo might have had an idea because he was spotting there, but he couldn't make the call just yet. He couldn't know for sure if anyone was going to be there. That's a very aggressive play for Mousesports. And RPK now going to try and see if he can retake CT spawn, but Kerrigan will turn around and take down RPK. And now ZywOo with the AWP really wants to make it out there. What a masterful hit from Mousesports. That is such a cool round.
That's nice, and Alex has got to be really bummed. He almost had that second kill, which would have made this a much more doable round. Apex, again, no support, no teammate with him, trying to rotate to CT spawn. A good position from Kerrigan and a good double kill from the Mousesports in-game leader. Alex said he couldn't frag, but those were 2 critical ones there. 2 to 3. But still with that op in play, Vitality is going to be fine to buy up in this next round. M4s come out again.
Yeah, that's kind of the silver lining at the moment, but I do think Alex could have had probably both. He took a little bit too long on the first one, and then by the time he transferred to Robs wasn't flashed anymore, so just, I think, like half a second of difference there. But it's worth mentioning because that probably was the difference.
Some spam coming in, ZywOo peering over the smoke. The other big thing is throwing a fake like that, there was no more utility for the A-bomb site. If Vitality was able to have some kind of a retake situation, Mousesports had no utility to block them off or to slow them down. Mid-control has gone the way of Mousesports, but ZywOo's going to respond with 1 big kill for Kerrigan to find.
You could almost see that ZywOo was ready to turn around and fight. He was like, I'm not going to get out of here. Let me just see if I can take this shot. Didn't quite work out that way, so a pretty good even trade here. And anytime, I think, especially on a map like Mirage, you take away that orb on ZywOo, that's going to be at least one path to success.
We've talked a number of times, though, he is one of those oppers who is very, very good with rifles as well. So even if you have the economy down low where he can't afford the AWP, he can still be an impact. RPK holding out of this B bomb site all on his own. 3 players from from Vitality actually very clumped up, and Kerrigan, he's going to be able to cut off the rotations. Is he aware of the second player? Yes, he is, but he can't win the fight. Now they can start rotating over towards the B bomb site. RPK needs 1. He spots the information, and he's trapped. He's blind. They know where he is, and he can't get away.
Ooh, he really committed to that for a while, didn't he? I felt like maybe he could have got back in time, but now what do they do? 2 versus 3, and they're really far away from the site. It doesn't seem like they really want to go for it, and
yeah, I don't think they can. They don't really have a whole lot of money behind this, so Apex is going to save the op.
Nice call in the middle of the round for Mousesports, and they were actually edging towards that bomb site for quite a while Kerrigan was holding the connector. So that's not bad. I mean, once you get some of those forward positions, either in window or in connector, and you can just sort of rotate around it, either to A or B, you can catch people who are trying to, follow through the middle of the map. That's usually a pretty good way to play this map, and Mousesports making it work early on in the half here, tying up the scoreline at 3-3, and that's gonna feel really good for them. And also that economy on Vitality gonna start to drop a little bit low early here.
Just great mid-control from Mousesports. I mean, Vitality's going to have to do something to be able to stop and prevent that, or at least slow it down, neutralize some of the damage. We've seen a number of times Ops really struggle to do it because of the utility usage that has become so common, that is just so standardized now. You really need a coordinated effort, and it's been an issue. If you go back to the pistol round as well, they weren't able to control it then either. So timeout, an early timeout for Vitality going into round 7. It's tied up 3-3, but obvious that they want to take a moment to discuss this because it's the last buy they'll have for some time. After this, maybe dropping down to a half buy, maybe just full saving, but this is their last chance, at least in the early stages of this map, to mount some kind of a defense and then return the favor, maintain a lead, or retake the lead.
Let's see if they're going to be able to. They have Slightly better bind than I was expecting, honestly. Especially that open Saimu is obviously a big change. Not going for anything aggressive in this round, though. I mean, Apex is still playing middle alone, and they've got double B and quite a forward position over here, which I don't know, that I consider that to be quite risky. If Molotov start to rain in, you can spam through up at the apartments. That can definitely be scary.
Well, Mousesports is playing it very passively as well. They were looking to see any kind of aggression. They were thinking, all right, well, surely Vitality has a different plan in mind. Well, that's boosted up and scoped in.
That's a freaky way to peek the CT spawn, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they've just made some noise. So Shox and Alex have to know this is coming. There's some utility coming out. Oh, that is an awkward flashbang. Shox is in trouble. And oh, what a win. That's a huge recovery. And there's still a second player underneath as well. There goes Shox, but they don't know Alex's position. Oh, they spam him. The smoke was a dead giveaway. And 3 defenders fall so quickly. Now the op comes into play, but I think it's too late to recover.
Yeah, it's not worth losing it once again here in a 2 versus 4. That's not going to be a good idea. Mousesports will find a 4th round here. I mean, the whole idea, surely, of having that double setup is that whoever goes down first, in this case, that would have been Shox. The last player alive in there has to remain undiscovered for a double kill or something. You have to capitalize on that. And that didn't really work out. Once you put down the smoke, as you said, there's not much guessing left. What a fantastic early start for Mousesports. I think they're going to be feeling good about this, and they're doing all this in spite of the fact that Chris has got 0 kills still. Which may not necessarily be his fault.
Well, as Chad said, he's still just, you know, checking the apples, checking the oranges, making sure everything's good for the day. That was an interesting analogy.
I thought that was very interesting. I would actually just love to see Chad in any kind of customer relationship type job or like customer service type
Dealing
job.
with customers?
Yeah, just any job where you're dealing with customers. I think, in fact...
That's maybe a content piece for the next DreamHack.
If we could put him back in that shop for a day and have him...
Well, we got what, Pimp back in the hot dog stand for a minute.
There we go.
We'll throw him back in the produce
section. If we
section.
get Chad back and customers go and say, sorry, but my apples weren't quite good enough. And
yeah, there's a brown spot in this apple.
Oh, that would be golden, wouldn't it? Let's work to make that happen for a minute. After the game, though. Round number 8.
Yeah, and 3 in a row for Mousesports. And as we mentioned, they've pretty much done it. Small buy around the saved weapons. Zaiwu with the AWP and RPK with the FAMAS. They need something to deliver. The op is here at the A bomb site, and Shox has flashed through. He sees more nades come out. He's not protected. He nails the headshot. Kerrigan, the only one coming up. He was leading the way by a good couple of seconds, and Shox has repositioned.
That was pretty good. I thought maybe Kerrigan would have hurt him, but didn't seem like he had his crosshair right in the perfect position. And now they're going to be peeking Saiwu. That's Chris going down early again. On the other side, Woxic wants to take the fight, but if you go down here, the round is pretty much over. There's still a minute left. You need to thin this out a little bit. They have 2 flashbangs left to try and peek Saiwu as well, and now the smoke is up. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I was going to say, they have no utility. I don't know how it got to this point so early on, but they've used it all somewhere, and they've obviously gained absolutely nothing. In fact, they've lost the entire map. Alex with his flank has so much information. Now, he should not be peeking here. He should just stay on the other side of those stairs. You have 4 players at the A bomb site. That's where you want them to go. If you go down as Alex, you open up an escape route for Mousesports. And Zaiwu just going to hang on to this off. The flashbang, it works, but not as well as they would have liked. A follow-up from Zaiwu. He's got a triple kill in the round, delivering again and jumping up for a 4th.
He shot him through the box as well, through the bricks over there. Very impressive, and that is kind of the style that we're used to seeing. Some of these kills weren't even very difficult kills. He's just holding this angle really well, but this is a good lesson, isn't it, for anyone new to the game? Normally, the incoming attacking side or the T side, they're going to be throwing smokes to cover this angle, and that's why. Otherwise, that AWP long range has such a powerful advantage. Mousesports need to make sure they save at least a couple of smokes for that reason.
Well, I'd be interested to see where all their utility went that round. Did they use so much for Kerrigan to gain that foothold towards Tetris, and it was just denied by Shox? Because the fact that there was 50-some seconds left and only 2 flashbangs, so they used a lot somewhere and didn't try and capitalize on it. So maybe a miscue from Mousesports. Coach, as the timeout comes to an end, hyping his boys up.
Well, that forward smoke that Shox ran through, you can sometimes throw on the T side to almost create a staging area, right? Like when you get over the ramp, you have a place to stand up Tetris there. So maybe that is what happened. This round, they're starting off with 3 smokes in the middle. Actually, that's how they set up the fake last time. Actually, one of the smokes is going to go really deep, all the way into jungle. That is a very cool smoke thrown. Don't get to see too many of those, and they're quickly in. Flashbangs raining in. The speed here behind Mousesports, it's so impressive. Already committed to the bomb site. Shots deleted off the map, and Kerrigan, that's a great follow-up. They're going to take Zywoo as well. Rob's in charge of that one with the Krieg, and they've just wiped them out on this bomb site. That is... Man, the analysts are going to have fun with some of these rounds.
Yeah, that's a very cool change of pace. That's a very cool call for Kerrigan and Mousesports to be able to make that work. Not a bad defense, just the timing of everything is so disjointed, probably because Kerrigan gets that immediate headshot on Shocks. If he's able to have some kind of a fight for a couple seconds, Alex maybe is a little bit more effective. Zywoo's able to get around that smoke and have space to go to work. But that's brutal. Another round where Vitality can't even fight for it. These last two players, Apex and RPK, just have to fully save. And Mousesports again going to regain the lead, 5-4. At least money for Vitality is not an issue. They've got plenty of cash built up to buy in the next round. We talk about that frequently. You mentioned those 3 smokes, the same ones used to set up a fake previous in this half, showing a similar kind of opening to a round, but being able to build a variation on it. Obviously very effective here for Mousesports.
I think the problem is as well, that smoke, especially one towards jungle, people see that smoke usually in the context of a sort of regular A execute, and then you expect most of the push to come in from the A ramp. Now, when you see it that early in a round, you might not even really know instinctually how to react. Like, do you go to try and challenge in connector, or do you fall back behind it? And it turns out if you fall back behind it, you can't help out Shocks, who's inside of the bomb site. But you have to make that call in like 2 seconds, or they're going to be there. So, like, that smoke was thrown from T-spawn, and it was actually, because it takes so long, it bounces off the roof, it has to fall and land before it pops. It actually is so well timed. That's just an amazing strategy. You like to see Kerrigan come in with that kind of a call.